Welcome to the 43rd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the 2024 PBS KVIE Art Auction. I'm David Nash, and thanks for joining us for another day of beautiful art from Northern California artists. If you purchased art last night, you can pick it up starting tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. right here at PBS KVIE, located at 2030 West El Camino Avenue in Sacramento. Be sure to bring your photo ID and a blanket to help protect your art in your vehicle. But right now, we're ready to keep this auction going. It's easy to get involved by placing a bid when you see your favorite piece come up for auction. Call 1-844, that's 1-844-KVIE-ART, and one of our volunteers will assist you on the phone. Now, let's get started with our first segment. Stay with us.
Coming up next is the landscape category. Awards juried by Steve Memmering. Landscapes celebrate the natural beauty of our region and beyond. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Bank of Marin, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts right here on PBS KVIE. In fact, they're volunteering on the phone bank this afternoon, so thank them very much. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. We're going to start with item 7A. It is Two Trunks by Polly Dams Gray. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 48 inches. Retail value is $1,500. Item 7B is Land's End by Kim Tennant. This is oil on canvas measuring 26 by 32 inches. Retail value is $500. And item 7C is Sunrise by Lori Franz. That is an acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 24 inches. Retail value is $400. Item 7D is Peaceful Cove by Jackie Pope. This is oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16 inches. Retail value is $325. Item 70 is Portofino, Italy by Karen Kogan. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 40 inches. Retail value is $400. And item C, 7F rather, that's item 7F is Blue Wave by Sandra Mullen. This is fabric measuring 22 by 30 inches. Retail value is $1,000. Now, let's head over to see the art.
Hi there, I'm Kelly Rains, and thank you for joining us for this landscape break. I'm pleased to be here with art expert Dee Neath. Dee is well known for her media appearances as the Art Lady, highlighting arts and cultural events throughout the region. Dee is also the director and owner of Archival Gallery in East Sacramento and is co-founder of Second Saturday and Chalk It Up in Sacramento. Dee has been active in the region's arts community for over 40 years, which includes her tenure as KVIE's art curator from 2009 to 2019. Dee, welcome back and thanks for being here.
It's exciting to be at yet another art auction.
Hey, so let's start the excitement. We're going to start with item 7A. This is Two Trunks by Polly Dams Gray. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 48. Retail value is $1,500. So Dee, I noticed that this is such a large piece. There's no frame. Tell us about this gorgeous piece.
I love Polly's work. She's shown at Archival before, so I'm really familiar with her work. One of the things we can't do is whoop the camera all the way around, but this piece is actually painted all the way over on the sides. That's why it's not framed. It's called a gallery wrap when the artist continues the image. So you do see the branches of the tree on the sides. That's why it's not framed.
It's so beautiful. Art can't be contained. It's going everywhere. This is item 7A, Two Trunks by Polly Dams Gray. Retail value is $1,500. The current bid is on your screen, and the number to call is on your screen as well. I love this tree. It brings the outdoors in. What kind of other thoughts do you have with
Well, she does really good outdoor work, and this was one of those things where, you know, she was inspired by nature, obviously. I love the fact that it doesn't have a background, so the tree really becomes three-dimensional and pops out of the work, and with that plain white background, it's a very serene piece, and it's a really large piece for her. It's a bigger piece than she's exhibited in my space.
It's so beautiful. It brings the outside in. Artists do something so special for us. They transport us. They take us to places that we haven't been or to places that we want to go in. And this is the outside coming in. It would be beautiful on a wall anywhere you want. Some nature inside. And think about nature. You think about all those nature programs on PBS that you like. So when you call in and get this beautiful painting, you're also supporting all those programs you love. This is item 7A, 2 trunks. I love that title. That's really interesting. By Polly Doms Gray. Retail value is $1,500. Current bid is on your screen. Call the number on your screen. This is a very stately tree, Dee.
Yeah, this is what I like to call a focal piece, because you can put it on a large wall and enjoy it from all the way across the room. It's not something you have to climb up on. This piece was done this year, and it was done specifically for the auction, which was very nice of her. She could have easily sold this in my gallery, but she's chosen to make that donation to KVIE. And remember, these are 100% donations.
That is so, thank you so much, Polly, for your artistry and your donation. And again, this is the outside coming in, a beautiful, lush, organic scenery right here. You see those beautiful leaves on your screen. You can see some hints of moss on the 2 trunks there, and just the light hitting the leaves. It's so beautiful. I love knots in trees. You can see a little knot there on your screen. This is item 7A, 2 trunks, only 1 painting though, and not a lot of time. So call the number on your screen. And we're gonna keep this item open, but we're gonna move on to the next item. Item 7B is Land's End by Kim Tennant. This is oil and canvas measuring 26 by 32. Retail value is $500. Indeed, I lived near Land's End for about 4 years, and I have to tell you, it's one of the most beautiful places on the planet. And she has captured that in this beautiful painting.
Well, and she did that through plein air. Most of the piece was painted on site. And she finished it up in her studio. It was a day hike. She took a lot of photos, so she had references and things like that. But yeah, it's a beautiful area that tons of people enjoy.
So beautiful. So when you say on-site and plein air, is that the same thing? When you say plein air, it's on-site?
Plein air means they've actually begun the piece where they are, either through a sketch or sometimes, you know, she didn't bring this giant canvas out there, but they start a small sketch. She takes a lot of her own photos, brings them back into the studio, and then breathes life into the painting in the studio.
Oh, she's breathed such a beautiful life into this. It's such a gorgeous part of our area here. Look at those beautiful colors on your screen. Those trees are moving a certain way. I think they're stretching for the sun or that ocean air. This is item 7B, Land's End by Kim Tennant. Thank you, Kim. It is oil and canvas measuring 26 by 32. That's a great size for a painting. Retail value is $500, and the current bid is on your screen. Call the number on your screen for Land's End, and time will end really, really soon. So
yeah, it goes really fast.
It goes really fast.
And this one's in a frame. It's ready to hang on the wall. It's got a nice, simple little landscape frame that's got a little bit of gold leaf to bring your eye back in, into the piece. She's got a nice signature on it. I really love her blues, the way she plays the blues and the greens off. And the sky is just super subtle. I mean, it's just a real San Francisco sky.
It's so beautiful. I can feel the crisp air when I look at it. I love the little like fence posts that kind of mirror the tree branch or trunks going all the way up.
And this piece has movement. You know, it's not a stagnant piece. You can see the breeze blowing through the trees and the movement in the grass. It's not, you know, it's not flat at all. It's conveying a space and a time and a feeling. And I really enjoy that about her work.
You were talking about the blues. I also love those pops of red that are in there in the trunks and the shadows and stuff. It's just so colorful.
She's very brave with the red, and she uses it really well. Though it may not be a color that appears in nature, it works out well to highlight the tree trunks and to pull them forward from the background.
That's it. I want to go visit this place again. It's so beautiful. This is 7B, Land's End by Kim Tennant, oil and canvas. The current bid is on your screen. The retail value is $500. So let's get that current bid. Call in right now. The number is on your screen. Any final thoughts?
You know, what I love about this piece is there's nothing that dates it. It could have been painted 50 years ago, and it could be painted hopefully 50 years from now if we take care of that area. So I really enjoy that about it. It's very traditional, but still got a little modern twist to it.
It's so beautiful. Thank you, Dee. We're going to keep this item open, and we're going to move on to the next item. Item 7C is Sunrise by Lori Franz. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 24. Retail value is $400. Dee, I love this. Tell me about the artist's process in creating this.
She's got, Lori's got a really interesting process. Most artists start off with a white canvas that's either been gessoed white. Some artists gesso their canvas black. She does a bright yellow underpainting, which means she covers the whole painting with the bright yellow. And it just peeks through a little bit, but when you put the blues and the greens over the top of it, it almost gives it like a backlit glow.
It's so beautiful. It's like a symphony of color, and I can see that sunrise in all the beautiful yellows, and you can see that on your screen. This is item 7B, this is item 7C, Sunrise, over the land, acrylic on canvas. The current bid is on your screen. Call the number on your screen. We love a beautiful sunrise, and I love all the angles and scratch marks or textures that she's got in there.
Yeah, what I really enjoy is, you know, she's got the movement of the paint in here, but then she's got these really delicate little graphite lines that she's put in, and there's even a little touch of watercolor in it. So it is mixed media, even though it is a painting. And you can see where she scratched through, and you can see the yellow coming from the background. It's a really, really bright, modern piece. It would look great either in a home or in an office, and it's a real easy size to hang.
Look at those colors. I just love the colors. They're glowing. It's vibrant. It's electric. I want to go to this vista. I want to see this view. And I love just the yellow just emanating from underneath. This is Sunrise, and it's a beautiful sunrise by Lori Franz. And the current bid is on your screen. Call the number on your screen. Sunrises, they come and go, but you don't want this one to go.
And they go fast.
They go really fast.
They go really fast. Lori's contributed in the past, and it's really nice to have this piece. Again, this is a piece you would see in a gallery, and the artist has foregone putting it in a gallery and given it to the KVIE. So we're presenting this gallery this weekend, and if you don't buy them, they go so fast, and hers is beautiful.
They go so fast. Listen to Dee. Call the number on your screen. Look at those beautiful colors. Again, those yellows juxtaposed with the greens and the teals. I'm seeing some aquas, little hints of orange. It's just so beautiful. It's a nice vertical painting, which I love too, because sometimes landscapes are usually in a landscape position.
Form. And it's easy to place. You know, it's not a really large painting, but it has a lot of visual impact. Again, not something you have to climb up onto. It would look great in an office or a dining room. And again, 100% of what you pay for this goes straight back to KVIE.
It's absolutely beautiful. Support your PBS station. And we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Okay, let's recap. Item 7A, Two Trunks by Polly Dams Gray. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 48 inches. Retail value is $1,500. We're currently at $500. That's our current high bid. Would love to see that pushed up to $550. Item 7B is Land's End by Kim Tennant. This is oil on canvas measuring 26 by 32 inches. Retail value is $500. We're at $400 right now. Let's meet that retail value of $500. One of the intentions of all these artists that have contributed art to the art auction is to reach the retail value. So those dollars go right to programming here at KVIE. Item 7C is Sunrise by Lori Franz. This is acrylic on canvas. It measures 30 by 24 inches. Retail value is $400. We're currently at $125. Let's get that up to $150, and let's work in increments of $25. We have the Bank of Marin on the phone bank to take your phone call and to take your bids. And let's see some more art from this landscape break. A quick recap again. Two Trunks, we're at $500. Land's End, $425. And Sunrise, size, $125, and we're trying to meet or exceed our retail values on these items. And when we do, and you hear the bells going, that's because we have met or surpassed the retail value on any item that you hear that bell go off. So let's make that happen. Again, 7A, 2 trunks. That is a retail value of $500. We're a retail value of $1,500. We're currently at a high bid of $500. 7B, Land's End, our retail value $500. We have met that retail value, and we would love to surpass. We're at $550, and I hear some bells going off, which means we've surpassed the retail value on 7B. And item 7C is Sunrise. That is a retail value of $400. We're currently at $125. Let's push that up a bit and get your high bids up to try to reach that retail value. Remember, all these funds from this art auction goes directly into programming that you embrace and savor from PBS KVIE. So we're asking you to bid high. You're going to take a beautiful piece of art home, but also you're going to feel the reward of knowing that you have helped support this community institution called KVIE PBS. Okay, let's see some more art now from this landscape break with Kelly and Dee.
All right, we are back for the second half of the break, continuing on with our next item, item 7D. It is Peaceful Cove by Jackie Pope. This is oil and canvas measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $325. And Dee, this is by an award-winning artist, isn't it?
Yes, it is. She's won numerous awards. She's won first place at the California State Fair before,
Wow.
which is a real difficult one. I mean, they get so many entries. And we're so pleased to have this one in the collection. This is a tree down in Carmel, which is, it's got that real Carmel feel to it. What I really like about this is instead of just concentrating on the blues and the greens of the water and the tree, she's brought in all this really nice purple down here. And there's just layers and layers. There's probably 40 or 50 different colors that have been layered in to make that. And to me, that makes it really feel like the beach.
I love it. I love how that yellow is goldenrod is kind of glowing against that purple, and you can see it on your screen with that blue kind of going across and those beautiful purple cliffs and that elegant dipping down tree. This is item 7D. It is truly a peaceful cove. Thank you, Jackie Pope. Retail value is $325. The current bid is on your screen. The number to call is on your screen. Again, an award-winning artist, and just, I want to go to this place when I look at it.
And someone who basically, I was really surprised when I saw the retail price on this, because that is incredibly reasonable for, as someone who owns a gallery, that is incredibly reasonable for an oil of this quality. It's a beautiful piece. You know, it would be, I would be happy to have it in my gallery. The artist has donated it to KVIE. I know so many people out there that have homes either in or around the Carmel area, and this is a great thing to put in there. The artist did the framing themselves, and I really enjoy this kind of coppery overlaid frame. It's got sort of an organic feel to it. It's not too formal, so it works really well with the landscape. And again, this is another landscape that has movement. You know, the water, you feel the movement of the water. You know, you can see the reflection up here in the water, and even the tree feels like it's kind of rustling.
I love it. And another vertical landscape, which I think heightens the towering majesty of the tree and those cliffs and the beautiful water behind. I've been to Carmel. If you've been to Carmel, you know the feel. You can smell the air right now. You can feel it.
Well, and what a great thing if you honeymooned in Carmel. I love the idea of buying art that evokes memories for people as a gift. Like if you're celebrating an anniversary, or maybe, you know, your loved one grew up in Carmel. I mean, what a nice way to honor those memories by having something that is so definitively Carmel.
That's so beautiful. We're going to leave this one open really quick, though. This is 7D Peaceful Cove by Jackie Pope. Oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $325, and we're going to move on to the next piece. Item 7E is Portofino, Italy by Karen Kogan. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 40. Retail value is $400. Dee, I've always wanted to go to Italy, and I feel like I get to go a little bit with this painting.
And she's been a couple times to Portofino. She was particularly struck with the romance of that town. When she went for the very first time, she said she sort of felt like she was going to see, you know, Marilyn Monroe or Humphrey Bogart strolling down the avenue, which, you know, she didn't, but she had that feeling. And that romance is kind of conveyed in this piece. You know, I love the fact that she chose this long, thin canvas to kind of accentuate the way the buildings are. I've never been there either, but I recently went on one of those little gondolas in Vegas. Does that count? But I would really love to be, you know, in that little gondola there. And she's just fallen in love with that whole area.
It's so beautiful. Again, artists transport us to different places. This is Portofino, Italy. You know, we've had a really popular program on the Masterpiece side, or at least on Sunday Night Dramas, Hotel Portofino. So you get transported by all of our programs too, not just by the art, but especially the art right now. So call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. This is Portofino, Italy. Oil on canvas, a really long painting too.
Yeah,
Dee.
and if you're interested in exactly where it is, this is Castello Marone right here.
Oh.
So if you've been to Portofino, this is a real famous castle. And that's over off, you know, giving a little shadow over here and kind of adding some height to those buildings. So that kind of gives you an idea of exactly where the artist was. And it seems to be the viewpoint from being on a gondola, because she seems to be in the center of the water and looking towards the town.
So it's a very immersive painting. Look at the colors on your screen. I love seeing that gondola. You can see the colors reflected from the buildings. Italy's a very colorful country. This painting really does it justice. So you can have this painting and bring Italy inside wherever you want it. Call the number on your screen. This is 7E. The current bid is on your screen. And what else do you want to share with us, Dee, about this?
This painting, again, is not framed, but the artist has painted the edges. So it could, you know, if you wanted to make it more formal and it was going into a formal space, you could put a nice plein air gold frame on it. Or if you want it to stay a little more modern, which it kind of has a modern feel to me, you can leave it without the frame because the edges are finished off.
It's so beautiful. I love the green above the buildings and the blue sky and the blue water. So bring a little bit of art home, bring a lot of Italy inside, call the number on your screen, support your local PBS station, KVIE, and all the programs that you love. Like I said, drama programs like Hotel Portofino and everything else. So we're going to keep this item open and move on to the next piece. Item 7F is Blue Wave by Sandra Mullen. This is fabric measuring 22 by 30. Retail value is $1,000. Dee, I told you, I'm seeing a lot more of textile art. Is it becoming a lot more popular? Or?
You know, it's been a really strange ride in the last 5 or 6 years. Prior to about 10 years ago, you rarely saw anything that was made with fabrics or sewn, or in this case, with hand-dyed fabrics that have been put on a canvas. And now it's gotten very, very popular again. And she's not just, you know, an artist that decided to do fabrics because it's getting popular. She's been a quilter for over 30 years.
Wow.
So this piece is has been quilted onto a really nice backing that the artist made herself, and it's all hand dyed. And if you look closely at it, the stitching is just amazing. It is teeny tiny row after teeny. It has so much texture to it. It looks like a painting.
It's so beautiful. I mean, she's painting with thread and fabric and color, and I love it's got a three-dimensional feel to it because there's a piece that kind of juts out a little bit, and it looks like just this moving, beautiful ocean. This is Blue Wave. It is a moving, beautiful ocean, and it's so moving that you want to have it in your home right now. So call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen, and this must take a lot of time to do.
Yeah, if you notice in here, there's little beads that are sewn in. That's what's giving it that little bit of shimmer.
Yeah.
She's got some little beads that she's sewn in, and then there's random patterns. Again, a piece with a ton of movement. I mean, you can feel the crashing of the wave, and she's done that with millions and millions of little stitches. I don't even want to know how long it took her to do. I quilt, and I could never do anything this intricate.
It's so beautiful. It's so detailed. It's very emotional, and it's very moving. Like you said, there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of energy. I can hear those waves crashing right now, and I wish I was at the ocean. This this is your chance to bring the ocean inside. How often do you get to do that? This is item 7F, Blue Wave. Call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. And these items don't stay open very long. So this is your chance to own a piece of the ocean and bring it home.
From somebody who is actually in the Quilt Museum in Kentucky.
Really?
So she is a museum quality artist that happens to live in our town and love KVIE. So she is, like I said, she's been doing quilting for 30 years and she's a master. A master at fabric work.
So beautiful. This is your chance to have a master fabric artist in your collection. Bring the outside in. It's so unique. It's a conversation starter. It's definitely a statement piece wherever you would put it.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful. And I've been in love with her work. She's done some pieces here for the auction before. Not as colorful as this. I mean, her palette is just amazing. All these nice organic greens, and then she's been really brave with some bright, there's a few little bright pink and a little bit of purple in there, and then just this glorious foamy neutral thing that's got, you know, like I said, little beads in it and little metallic threads.
It's
you know,
so-
she must work under a huge microphone. I mean, I don't know how she sees to get those things
There is
on
a lot of attention to detail, and we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding.
All right, this is it, folks. Time is running out. We have just a few minutes to go in this break. Let's review the bids now, and let's start with item 7D. It's Peaceful Cove by Jackie Pope. This is oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16 inches. Retail value is $325. Our current high bid is $125. Item 7E. I love this piece. It's got so much color and depth. It's item 70, Portofino, Italy by Karen Kogan. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 40 inches. Retail value is $400. Our current high bid is $325. Let's push that up to a bell ringer, which means we have either met or surpassed the retail value of $400. We're only 75 away from that retail value. Again, we're at $325 for our high bid. We're up to $350. We're just 50 away from the retail value of $400. So make a $50, increase that by 50, and it'll become a bell ringer. It's a beautiful piece. It would make your living room pop. We're up to $375. Do we hear $400? Let's go to item 7F. It is Blue Wave by Sandra Mullen. This is fabric measuring 22 by 30 inches. Retail value is $1,000. We're currently at $550. We would love to meet or exceed that retail value of $1,000. Let's recap 7A. Item 7A is 2 trunks. Retail value is $1,500. Our high bid is currently $500. We have a ways to go to reach that retail value. Remember, it's the intention of all these artists when they donate art to the KVIE art auction for us to meet that retail value, so that those funds go directly into programming right here at KVIE. Item 7B, Land's End, $500 is the retail value. That was a bell ringer. We are currently at $700. Item 7C is Sunrise. The retail value is $400. It's another bell ringer. We're currently at $425. Bidding is still open on those items. Item 7D, Peaceful Cove, we're currently at $225 is the high bid. Retail value is $325. Item 7E is Portofino, Italy. $400 is the retail value. We have matched that. It's another bell ringer at $400. We're up to $425. Do we hear $450? Let's keep the bidding open on these items. Item 7F, excuse me, Blue Wave, retail value is $1,000. We're currently at $550. Again, we're trying to reach the retail value on all these items, and when we do, again, those dollars go right into KVIE. So here's how it works. You call the number on your screen, 1-844-KVIE-ART. One of our volunteers this afternoon from the Bank of Marin will take your call. They'll walk you through the steps. They'll be bidding for you, and you just stay on the phone as long as you'd like and keep moving your bid up and bid along with the rest of our viewers. And again, that's how it works. It's that simple, 1-844-KVIE-ART. So stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Thank you.
Bank of Marin offers tailored banking solutions for businesses big and small, innovative and custom financing. With the responsiveness of a local community bank, Bank of Marin is proud to support PBS KVIE. Together, we are making our community a better place to live and work.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small on Masterpiece, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase, and through the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the landscape category. Awards juried by Steve Memmering. Landscapes celebrate the natural beauty of our region and beyond. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Hello, I'm David Nash, and we have more amazing artwork for you just waiting for a new home. Here's an overview of the art featured in this break, up for bid during the next half hour. We're going to start off with item 8A. It is called Umbrellas by Diane Pargament. This is This is watercolor featuring 18 by 24 inches. It's a retail value of $675, and we're looking for a high bid here. So make your call right now to 1-844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE-ART. Item 8B is Table Mountain in Full Bloom by Kathy Donna. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30 inches. Retail value is $350. Item 8C is Serene Horizon by Gregory Smith. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 48 inches. Retail value is $2,000. Item 8D is Summer Cove by Ina Rankin. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $350. Item 8E is On the Cliff by Kathy Levinson. This is oil on panel measuring 20 by 24 inches. Retail value is $550. Item 8F is Serena Casa Divenzia by Barbara Summers. This is photography measuring 26 by 20 inches. Retail value is $400. Now, let's head on over and see the art.
Hello there, I'm Kelly Rains, and thank you for joining us for another round of landscapes. I'm pleased to be back with the art lady, Dee Neath. Dee, thanks for sharing your expertise with us today.
Always glad to be at the art auction.
So fun to have you. So let's get right into it. This is item 8A. It is Umbrellas by Diane Pargament. This is watercolor measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $675. Dee, tell us about this beautiful watercolor.
This is a fun piece. Diane was at the Fountains shopping center and was struck by all the sun hitting all the different colored umbrellas. So she actually sat her little easel up across the street and did a little plein air painting. She did finish it in the studio, but it was done on site. And there's just something about when somebody does something on site, you know, they seem to get the lighting and the color and the shading so much more, you know, vibrant than just out of their head in the studio. And this is a watercolor. And what always amazes me with watercolors is if there is crisp white in the piece, which this one has it up here and a little bit down here, that's the paper showing through, because watercolor doesn't come in white. So you can't make mistakes. And there are no mistakes in this. The more you look at it, you know, this solo figure over here all by themselves, and this over here could be some sort of a family, and then you've got a dog hiding behind some sort of a planter or something. It's just a bustling little scene.
It's such a beautiful little vignette. Northern California has such a beautiful light. You can see the little dog with its owner right there. I mean, who owns who, the dog or the person? And I just love those trees. And watercolor, like you said, is a very unforgiving medium. You really have to know what you're doing.
Yeah, you have to. She really knows how to drive a watercolor brush.
It's so beautiful. Look at those beautiful colors. You can see all the vibrant umbrellas. And again, I love umbrellas. There's just something magical and poetic about umbrellas. So this is item 8A by Diane Pargament, watercolor measuring 18 by 24, a great size. Retail value is $6.75. The current bid is on your screen. Call the number on your screen. And I love that this is a little vignette from a local spot.
Yeah, I enjoy that too. The other thing that's really nice about this, I no longer own a frame shop, but when I was framing, it's done under museum glass. So it's protected because it is on paper and watercolors can be delicate. It's protected and we see no reflection even here in the studio. And the camera guy can attest to the fact that that's always a problem. And she's used this really nice, we call it a barnwood frame, that's just kind of a casual look. She's got not one but two mats holding it down so it's not pressing up against the glass. So she's done a nice clean presentation and it would really fit in any decor.
It's so beautiful. And I love the stories of paintings. I see a bunch of little people and they're all at these little tables and they're all kind of standing around or milling about and enjoying just community with each other. So it's a beautiful outdoor scene. There's community. And when you call in and support PBS, you're part of that community too. So call that number on your screen and make umbrellas yours. This is by Diane Pargament. We're going to keep it open and move on to the next item. Item 8B is Table Mountain in Full Bloom by Kathy Donna. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30. Retail value is $350. And I know this artist, she's been a big time bell ringer almost every auction, right?
You know, I think she's working on like the 6th or 7th time in a row. And usually when something's a bell ringer, that means people get really excited about it and it gets bid up over retail. Because remember, this is original art. You're not going to find another one. It's not like you can just call her gallery and say, oh, I saw that on KVIE, you know, can I have one just like it? It just doesn't work that way. And this is a beautiful painting. It's very impressive. Impressionistic. She's got all these soft colors in it. Again, she's wrapped the painting all the way around the edge, so it doesn't need a frame. You just feel like you're standing out in the field. She's done a lovely choice of color. The painting gets more detailed as your eye gets cast down. So it gives you a really good idea of grandeur and size.
It's so dramatic, and you can see those beautiful colors. I love the purples near the oranges and the blues and the greens. It's just such a rainbow. This is Table Mountain in full bloom, and you can see that beautiful bloom. You saw it on your screen, and it just transports me. It's immersive. It's kind of a place that I just want to fall into for the afternoon.
Well, and it's got such a nice classic feel to it. I was again really surprised at the retail that she put on this because she definitely has the skills of somebody who charges quite a bit more for their work. So I think this is an excellent buy as far as that goes. Again, the square shape, it's sort of rectangle, but it's more square. I like the shape and the size of the piece. It makes it really easy to place. It's an oil painting, so it doesn't have to be under glass. So you can really appreciate the texture and the depth of the paint as well.
And I love those little flowers that you pointed out earlier in the foreground. I feel like I can just smell them. They're just so beautiful, and it really informs what that landscape is like, and it's just completely in bloom. And this is 8B, Table Mountain in full bloom, and you want to bring that bloom inside. These are flowers that will never wilt. They will always stay fresh and beautiful. So call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. What other thoughts do you have, Dee?
Well, she's an avid hiker. So, you know, the nice thing is, the thing that I like about this piece is that she discovered this place in the state that it was in.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, that's always the reason why people like to hike. So if you know somebody that loves to hike or is up at Table Mountain a lot, you know, you definitely get the feeling of spring when the poppies are all blooming and you've got all these irises going on, and it's God's garden. Nobody planted this.
It's so beautiful. It's a celebration of the outdoors and nature, and you can bring that nature home and enjoy it all the time. This is item 8B, Table Mountain in full bloom. Honor the artist by bringing this art home. Call the number on your screen, and the current bid is on your screen. And we're going to keep it open and move on to the next item. This is item 8C. It is Serene Horizon by Gregory Smith. And this is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 48, a very long painting. Retail value is $2,000. Now, I have to say, I actually know this artist in, I want to say real life, in person. I know him as an actor through theater, and he is just multi-talented. Not only does he act and I think direct, but look at this gorgeous painting, Dee.
Yeah, he's done an excellent job with this. You could take, Gary Pruner, when he used to jury things, used to say, you should be able to take a painting and divide it into 2 or 3 pieces, and each piece should stand on their own. And this painting certainly does that. This whole area here could be a separate painting. I mean, each one of these little poppies is rendered so nicely, and even, you know, when he gets a little more abstract back there, it's rendered really well. When you go up here towards the clouds, he's got a whole entire Michelangelo figure.
Yes, he does.
Up here in the clouds, kind of, and it's very quietly put there. It's not glaringly obvious, but it kind of reminds you of that when we all look in the clouds. We're always looking for, oh, it's a duck. Oh, it looks like a dog. Well, that one's definitely David, and he's in the clouds, and he's kind of playing homage again to Michelangelo with this big sudden burst of all of the rays coming out from the sun. And it's got texture, it's got movement, and it's got size.
It's so beautiful. It's so serene, but there's all kinds of drama too. And I love the Michelangelo and the clouds. And the ocean is my favorite place to go to on the planet. So you can bring the ocean to you anywhere you want. This is item 8C, Serene Horizon. It is serene. It is vibrant. It's dramatic, by Gregory Smith. It's acrylic on canvas, a very long canvas, 24 by 48. The current bid is on your screen, and the number to call is on your screen. I love the way he does the water.
Well, and he's got so much. I mean, this painting almost vibrates off the wall. It's in a really nice frame. It could be on a big wall all by itself. It's very commanding. For those of you in Elk Grove with those big swoopy ceilings, you know, this is a great piece to have in your dining room or over your fireplace. Again, it says so much, and he really is not only just skillful at rendering, but his choice of playing this dark green side against that bright blue side just all came together in a really nice piece.
You're right. I love the blue against those greens and those poppies down in the corner. I love it. This is Serene Horizon. Is definitely serene. Item 8C, acrylic on canvas. Retail value is $2,000. You even get a Michelangelo in this. Look at those beautiful poppies on your screen. Bring this beautiful piece home. Go to the ocean. Have it with you all the time. Call the number on your screen. Current bid is on your screen. Gorgeous, gorgeous painting. Thank you, Gregory. And we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Wow, some really amazing art this break. Let's recap the pieces we've looked at so far, starting with item 8A. It is Umbrellas by Diane Pargament. This is watercolor measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $675. Our high bid is currently $350. Let's push that up a bit and try to reach that retail value. Remember, once again, when we hear a retail value, it's a bell ringer. So let's exceed or at least meet that retail value. Item 8B is Table Mountain in full bloom. It's by Kathy Donna. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30 inches. Retail value is $350. We're just $25 away from that retail value with a high bid of $325 currently. Let's push that up $25 and meet or exceed that retail value for Table Mountain in full bloom, item 8B. Item 8C is Serene Horizon. Our retail value is $2,000. We're currently at $650. Serene Horizon by Gregory Smith. It is acrylic on canvas, measuring 24 by 48 inches. Again, the retail value is $2,000, and we're currently at $650. Now, we've got volunteers from Bank of Marin on the phone bank to take your phone call, to take your high bid at 844-584-3278. To make it easy, if you forget those numbers, it's 844 KVIE ART. Okay, so we're going to now share. We're going to go through again item 8A, that is umbrellas, retail value $675, and we're currently with a high bid of $350. Item 8B is a bell ringer. Okay, we're currently at $350. And that is the retail value. So that's exciting news. We can go higher than that. That is a beautiful piece. And again, we would love to push that up even beyond our retail value of $350. Item 8C is Serene Horizon. We're up to $700 now. Let's keep this in $50 increments if we could. Our retail value is $2,000. And again, we are in support of our artists that have donated this artwork. We're trying to exceed or at least meet retail intentions here. Their intentions are to meet those retail values. So, and all those dollars go right into the programming here at KVIE. Call the number 844-KVIE ART, and that's how you get through to make your high bid. All right, we have more art to come this break. Let's head back for more landscape with Kelly and Dee.
And we are back for the second half of this landscape break, continuing on with our next item. This is item 8D. It is Summer Cove by Anna Rankin. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $350. This is another beautiful painting of my favorite place on the planet, at the ocean, Dee.
And it is gorgeous. It's in the springtime again. So we've got not only the ocean, but we have a beautiful carpet of all these different little blooming plants. There's poppies and all kinds of things in there. We've got purples and yellows and oranges and a beautiful little trail that just takes you right down to that pounding surf.
I love it. I went to Sea Ranch for the first time last year, which is, you know, on the Northern California coast. Yeah. And it just reminds me, it takes me back there. So I love paintings like that who evoke a memory for me and an experience, and it just makes me want to go back. This is item 8D. It is Summer Cove by Anna Rankin. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Beautiful colors. The current bid is on your screen, and the number to call is on your screen. You can see on your screen all those beautiful waves crashing into those rocks that are weathered by the ocean over time. Beautiful colors.
And again, started plein air. So she actually brought the canvas out, set up her easel, and worked on this beautiful bluff. So you get this fine mist that you can see hanging over the water. It's really easy to see here in the studio how delicate. There's all kinds of underpainting that's gone on in there. There's some purples under there, and there's definitely a delineation between where the sky ends and where this gray surf starts. You've got beautiful impasta here where really thick paint where you feel like you can see the foam on the ocean.
I can just hear those waves crashing too. And I love how you talked about the mist up top. It really just feels like the ocean is infinite and it goes on forever, and you're at the edge of the world. It's so beautiful. Look at those colors. There's a little path. You can see that little path on your screen. The path for you to get this painting is calling the number on your screen. This is item 8D, Summer Cove. Beautiful, beautiful painting by Anna Rankin. Retail value is $350. Current bid is on your screen. Call the number on your screen.
And this one should definitely be, with a retail of $350, it should be a bell ringer. I have total faith in you people. Ina's been giving us her best work for years and years and years. If you've got a house up in Irish Beach or anywhere along the coast, this would make a beautiful piece to put in there. So when it's one of those gray days, you can remember how beautiful it is up there when it's a clear day and you've got all of those spring flowers blooming.
It's so beautiful. This is item 8D, Summer Cove. Beautiful, beautiful view. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Thank you, Ina, for this beautiful donation of your beautiful art. Retail value is $350. This is your chance to bring the outside in and just enjoy this painting year round. I love the colors. I love an ocean scene.
Yeah, I do too. And she's got mad skill when it comes to, again, you know, she's so much detail down here, you know, she does these really delicate strokes up here towards the top, and it gets more detailed and it gets more detailed. And then, you know, as it is when you're looking at something, the things that are closer to us are really brought into focus.
It's so perfect. Thank you, Dee. We're going to keep this item open and move on to the next item. Item 8E is On the Cliff by Kathy Levinson. This is oil on panel measuring 20 by 24. Retail value is $550. So this is an oil on panel. I'm sometimes used to hearing canvas. So what's the difference and what does that matter?
Well, canvas has more of a tooth to it. So this one sort of has a smoother texture and paint lays on easier. The artist has been able to do a lot of texturing with the paint up here in the rocks, so it gives it depth and it allows the light to bounce off of it. She put it in this beautiful mid-century modern frame. It's a really great piece. She carries her sketchbook whenever she hikes. So all of her pieces kind of start off out plein air, come back in, finish it in the studio. But this has just got such a great, again, you've got the really good greens, but then you've got this bright sky with little shades of purple and pink in it, and you can just feel, it feels morning to me. I don't know if it's in the morning, but that bright light on the rocks just feels like a bright sunny morning.
It's so beautiful. I love when I hear about artists going out into the world and capturing these moments. They're almost like nature's journalists. They're bringing all of this back to us. And I may never see this vista, but we get to do that thanks to this beautiful, beautiful artist. This is On the Cliff 8E, oil on panel measuring 20 by 24. That's a great size. Retail value is $550. The current bid is on your screen, and the number to call is on your screen. And you're right, look at all those shadows. And I love how she's using light and shadow in this.
And I want to remind everybody again, these are professional artists. She has been selling her work for 20 years. This should be in her gallery being sold, but she gave it to KVIE, which means 100% of what you purchase this for goes straight back to your favorite PBS station. And so thank you. Thank you for the donation from the artist. But this is a gallery quality oil that needs to be in somebody's home.
It's so beautiful. I love the colors. Again, outside in, if you're a nature lover, if you have somebody in your family or your friends, you want to give them a beautiful gift to honor their interests, this is the item for you. So call the number on your screen. This is item 8E, On the Cliff by Kathy Levinson, oil on panel measuring 20 by 24. Retail value is $550 and the current bid is on your screen, and the number to call is on your screen. Any final thoughts, Dee?
You better call soon. Everything goes so fast. Every year I hear people complain, I didn't know my piece was coming up, and then I saw it on the TV, and then I didn't call fast enough. If you don't pick up the phone now, you won't go home with this tomorrow.
It's so beautiful. We're going to keep this one open, but it's not going to stay open for long, and we're going to move on to the next item. This is item 8F. This is Serena Casa de Venezia by Barbara Summers. This is photography measuring 26 by 20. Retail value is $400. And I have a feeling that I want to go to this place too, Dee. Where is this from?
I believe it's in Italy. Again, you've got the little gondola boats. What is so amazing about this piece is unless you're told it's a photograph, it really feels like a painting. These are almost like northern lights in the background up here in the sky, and then there's some sort of a mist coming through the bottom. They did an amazing job with the lighting, and it wasn't a planned photo. It wasn't a, you know, put your camera on a tripod. The artist was just struck all of a sudden and managed to get a perfect photograph.
It is so beautiful. It's so dramatic. I mean, look at those clouds hanging over these beautiful buildings and the water, the misty, you can just kind of feel the mist in the air. And I know that feeling. I love that feeling. And it's just drama. There's mood, there's romance, there's mystery. This is item 8F, Serena Casa de Venezia by Barbara Summers. Thank you, Barbara, for your donation. It is photography measuring 26 by 20. I love the size. I love that it's vertical. The current bid is on your screen and the number to call is on your screen. And I love the frame framing, how it accentuates on the buildings and the shadows.
The artist did an excellent job of, it's just a nice, clean photography frame with a nice archival quality matte that'll never tarnish the piece. It's got good glass on it. There's not a lot of glare on this glass, so I'm assuming it's museum glass, with a nice plain dark frame, which means you can kind of put it anywhere. The best part of it is you come down to the station, you pick up your piece, and you can take it home and hang it that day.
You can take a little bit of Italy with you when you come pick it up. Look at all those windows. I love looking at different people's homes and imagining myself living there. So this is a piece I would love to have in my home and just go, yeah, I live in Italy and this is my home.
Yeah, this is my part-time home.
Right. This is my Serena Casa di Venezia by Barbara Summers. This is a beautiful photograph. Very, very dramatic, very romantic, very mysterious. I love the drama in it. The current bid is on your screen and the number to call is on your screen.
And again, we have to keep saying it's a photo because it really does feel like a pastel or a painting. The artist has taken photography and applied a real painterly eye to the image, and it looks great.
And I love the composition, Dee. I love that our eye is taking us upwards towards those clouds, but we have the little gondola and this mist down below, too.
Yeah, and it's, again, completely timeless. There's not anything in here that tells you if it was yesterday or 20 years ago. And that's sort of what's so beautiful about Italy.
It's so beautiful. We want you to get this piece, and we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I'd like to thank the art lady, Dee Neath, for joining me today and sharing her expertise. Dee, thank you again for being here. And now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding.
Okay, thanks, Kelly D. That's right, we're over here at the recap station and we're in our final few moments of this break. If you want to get involved in the bidding, now is the time. Okay, get ready with those bells, all right, because we got some bell ringers coming up. Stay with us, there's more art coming up. So we're going to recap. Item 8D is Summer Cove. There it is, by Ina Rankin. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $350, and we are currently at $1,200. We've almost tripled the retail value on this piece, and the bidding is still open. Item 8E is On the Cliff by Kathy Levinson. This is oil on panel measuring 20 by 24 inches. Retail value is $550. Our current high bid is $225, and we would love to push that up in $50 increments if we could. I love this piece. It reminds me of back home in Colorado, in the southwestern part of Colorado, but of course it could be in Arizona, it could be in New Mexico, even in the eastern California Sierra. So that would look great on your wall at home. That is On the Cliff, and our current bidding is at $225. Retail is $550. Item 8F is Serena Casa di Venezia by Barbara Summers. This is photography, measuring 26 by 20 inches. Retail value is $400. We are currently at $150. This is a value. Don't wait. Call 844 KVIE Art. When you call, you're going to have a volunteer from the Bank of Marin. They are going to take your bids for you. They're going to coach you through this. So make that call right now and bid high for PBS KVIE. Let's recap the entire half hour now. Let's go back to item 8A. It is Umbrellas by Diane Pargament. This is watercolor measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $675. You heard the bells. We're at $875. Let's push it up even higher. Bidding is still open on that item. Item 8B is Table Mountain in Full Bloom by Kathy Donna. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30. Retail value is $350. You heard the bells. We're at $450 for a high bid. bid. Bidding is still open on that item also. Item 8C is Serene Horizon by Gregory Smith. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 48 inches. Retail value is $2,000. We're at $1,100 right now. Bidding still open on item 8C. Recapping item 8D, Summer Cove by Ina Rankin. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value we're at is $350. We are at now $1,300. Bidding still open. Item 8E is On the Cliff by Kathy Levinson. This is oil on panel measuring 20 by 24 inches. Retail value is $550. We're currently at $300. And finally, item 8F is Serena Casa de Venezia by Barbara Summers Photography, measuring 26 by 20 inches. Retail value is $400. We're at $150, and we just want to remind you that when you bid high, your dollars go right back into KVIE program. All these artists that contributed their art, they donated it to the KVIE art auction with the intention to reach the retail value and also for those dollars to go right into the programming you love, embrace, and savor right here at PBS KVIE. So go over to your phone right now, call one of our volunteers. They'll walk you through the process. The phone number's on your screen, 844 KVIE Art. They'll walk you through, they'll coach you through your bidding process, and you will take home a beautiful piece of art. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Thank you.
Welcome to the 43rd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART, and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the figurative category. Awards juried by Natalie Nelson. This category celebrates the human form and representations of animals. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hello, I'm David Nash, and this portion of the art auction is sponsored by Bank of Marin. We would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. And yes, right behind me is the phone bank, and they are from the Bank of Marin. So we thank them for sitting in on the phones with us this afternoon here at the KVIE art auction. All right, coming up next is the figurative category, and now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Let's start off with item 9A. It is Playful by Stacy Pedri. This is photography measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $250. Item 9B is Marvel of the Sea, the Pacific Seahorse by Janice Shank McLean. This is watercolor measuring 22 by 18 inches. Retail value is $200. Item 9C is Egret Blues by Betty Sederquist. This is photography measuring 28 by 20 inches. Retail value is $350. Item 9D is Aquatic Dreams by Catherine Robbins. This is oil on canvas measuring 36 by 24 inches. Retail value is $600. Item 9E is Pacific Coast Ride by Deborah Ann Klensman. This is oil on board measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $675. And item 9F is Bird of Color by Cindy Bulger. This is watercolor measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $150. Now let's see the art with Kelly and Rose.
Hi there, I'm Rose Froling, and thank you for joining us for this figurative category. During this break, I'm pleased to be here with fine artist Kelly Rains. Kelly is known for her work with pastels and acrylics and has exhibited her artwork at Archival Gallery in East Sacramento. We're glad to have you back with us this year as an art expert.
Thank you. It's exciting to be here.
Yay! First up, we have item 9A, Playful by Stacy Pedri. This is photography measuring 16 by 20, and the retail value is $250. Now, I think Playful is the most fitting title for this adorable photograph of two bear cubs who look like they're play fighting.
They're play fighting. They're learning how to live and how to be bears out in the wild. So I absolutely love this photograph. It's printed on unmounted canvas and it's framed in this beautiful wood frame that really accentuates and honors the beautiful chocolate browns that we see with these bears. So a little history on the origins of this photo. It was taken outside in the Teton National Park in Wyoming during the spring. The artist traveled there in hopes of finding spring cubs, and she spent a few hours there with several others admiring them. So again, what an artist does so well for us is they bring the outside world and moments that we might not get to experience firsthand, and they give them to us like she did in this photograph.
Yes, I love how we have this opportunity to see such a candid and unguarded photo in the wild. And it reminds me a lot of our programming, PBS KVIE's series Nature. And if you support programs like Nature and watching and seeing beautiful artwork that captures the wildlife and gives us opportunities to see things that we don't normally get to see in the animal kingdom, then you should pick up the phone right now. Dial the number on your screen. The current bid is also on your screen as well. Kelly, any other thoughts about the artists that you wanted to share?
Yeah, I want to thank the artist. She has been at the art auction before, so thank you for your donation and your artistry. She also can have her work seen at the Auburn Old Town Gallery and Art on the Divide in Georgetown. And again, I just really want to highlight that she has brought the outside into us. There's great movement that she's captured with the little tussle between these bears. You can see the little snout on this one bear on the right. He's just in action, and just the move of the snow and everything that they're in. I can feel the cold, crisp day that they're in, and it's just a lovely vignette.
I love it. Thank you so much for sharing this. And if this item speaks to you and you want to see this and take this home with you today, first, let's call the number on your screen. This is item 9A, Playful by Stacy Pedri. Once again, this is photography measuring 16 by 20. The retail value is $250, and the current high bid is on your screen. Kelly, any final thoughts before we move on?
Well, photographers, they really have to have a lot of stamina and a lot of foresight and a lot of patience for their art form. And the artist has really exemplified that there and just captured this beautiful moment for all of us to enjoy.
Great. Well, we're going to keep this open for a few more minutes, so don't hesitate to call. We're going to move on, but please don't forget to call for this item right now. Next up, we have item 9B, Marvel of the Sea, The Pacific Seahorse by Janice Shank McLean. This is watercolor measuring 22 by 18. The retail value is $200. Kelly, what was Janice's inspiration here?
I love this. So she fell in love with the seahorse on a recent visit to the Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History Sea Center, located on Stearns Wharf. I've never been there, so I love when artists take me to places I've never been. And she said this exhibit allows visitors to have a close view, and the beauty is mesmerizing. And the beauty of the seahorse, which to me is such a fleeting animal in the underwater world, she has brought that beauty for us to enjoy.
I do appreciate how it looks like the seagrass is sort of weaving in the ocean, and the seahorse looks so sturdy. Tell me more about the Pacific seahorse. Was that something important to her?
So it's really Interesting. So I love when artists, open my eyes to something new. She had mentioned a little bit the history of the Pacific seahorse, and so I researched a little bit more. This is a vulnerable animal as identified by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. So I always thank an artist for highlighting an animal that maybe is endangered or vulnerable that we can honor and have a little bit more knowledge about. And I also want to point out and thank the artist. She's been in the auction before too. I believe she had an octopus in last year's auction. So we thank her for her artistry and her donation.
Perfect. Well, yes, thank you, Janice, for bringing your art to KVIE's art auction this year and bringing awareness to the Pacific Seahorse. If you are mesmerized by the Pacific Seahorse, pick up the phone and dial the number on your screen right now. The current high bid is also on the screen. Please don't hesitate to call. Once again, this is item 9B, Marvel of the Sea, the Pacific Seahorse by Janice Shank McLean, and the current high bid is on your screen. Any final thoughts before we move on, Kelly?
So this is a watercolor piece, and that's such an unforgiving medium. So she's very carefully and expertly laid down the color while also maintaining the luminosity of the white paper underneath. So that really makes the seahorse glow in this underworld fantasy.
Great. Now, if you love this piece, I recommend not hesitating, picking up the phone, dialing right now. You really help us continue to support the programs that we love to share with you. Anything else you wanted to share?
It's so beautiful. The movement, the luminosity, and the majesty. I love seahorses, and I want to see more of them in art.
Great. Thank you so much, Kelly. We're going to keep this open for just a few more minutes. Please don't hesitate to call. We're going to move on to the next item. Next item is 9C. Egret Blues by Betty Cedarquist. This is photography measuring 28 by 20. The retail value is $350. This photo shows a striking image of an egret with a blurred, misty, soft background. Kelly, where was this taken?
So this is so beautiful, majestic, ethereal. The artist often visits the Vic Fazio Refuge near West Sacramento off the Yolo Causeway, and it's a serene island of calm near urban environments. So she said great egrets often roam here, and she found this absolute beauty. And of course, she always tries to look at the soul of an animal and capture it and bring it to us, and she has done just that.
Yes, I love how if you can see how focused the egret is, but everything in the background is so blurry. It gives us this dreamlike feeling, and I also love the local native egret connection. I think this photo is ideal for anyone who appreciates a peaceful, simple, elegant decor, and our local egrets as well. If you want to, if you wanted to bid on this item, call now. The item number is 9C, Egret Blues by Betty Cedarquist. We have an amazing phone bank of volunteers who are waiting to hear from you, so pick up the phone. Once again, the retail value for this item is $350, and the highest bid is currently on your screen. Kelly, are there any other thoughts that you wanted to share about our Egret Blues?
And so the artist, I want to thank her. She's been on the auction before, so thank you for your artistry and your donation. This is a photograph, and when she goes into Photoshop and she uses third-party textures and filters just to kind of give it that atmospheric and moody and dramatic image that we see before us. And I love how the foliage here behind the egret, it kind of echoes bird feathers. So it's just accentuating this beautiful bird. And I love the composition. She's got the egret to the kind of far, the first third of the right. So, and the egret's looking over here to the left, and she's giving us room to follow that egret's gaze. So there's a little bit of story here. We kind of get to follow the egret's gaze and wonder what's off in the distance that they're staring at. So it's a beautiful composition, and I just love the light, that's echoing right behind the egret. So he just stands out like a majestic king of the bird world.
Perfect. So you can take a piece of the beautiful outside world and bring it to your home. Once again, this is item 9C, Egret Blues by Betty Cedarquist. This is photography measuring 28 by 20, so you can see it's a pretty large size. And the retail value is $350. The current high bid is on your screen. Please don't hesitate to call. This is the time for you to support KVIE. All right, we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Okay, thanks, Rose. Kelly, the number to call is on your screen, and right now is your chance to win one of these beautiful figurative works. Let's review the bids, starting off with item 9A. It is Playful by Stacy Pedri. This is photography, measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $250. You heard the bells. That means we have reached or exceeded our retail value of $250. We're currently at $300. Bidding is still open at 844 KVIE Art. One of our volunteers will answer the phone from Bank of Marin. They'll walk you through the steps of how to place a high bid and to win one of these items so you can put it on the wall of your house. Okay, so let's move on to 9B. This is Marvel of the Sea, the Pacific Seahorse. It is by Janice Shank McLean. This is watercolor, measuring 22 by 18 inches. Retail value is $200, and we have reached that high bid of $200, or the retail value. That's why you heard the bells again. This bidding is still open on Marvel of the Sea, the Pacific Seahorse. Make your high bid now. Item 9C is Egret Blues by Betty Cedarquist. This is photography, measuring 28 by 20 inches. Retail value is $350. We're at $175 right now, so you can push that $175 up to $200, $225. Let's try to meet that retail value on Egret Blues, item 9C. Retail value is $350. $175 is what we're currently at. Again, how it works is you call 844 KVIE Art, and you talk to one of our volunteers. They'll get on the phone with you. They will, you tell them what item you would like to bid on. They'll work you out. They'll tell you where our current bidding is, and then they'll work with you to coach you to make that high bid. And remember, every single penny that comes in from this donated artwork from Northern California artists goes directly into the programs that you support, that you embrace, that you savor, that's right here on PBS KVIE. Okay, let's review everything from the top again. 9A, item 9A is Playful by Stacy Pedri. This is photography, measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $250. Item 9B is Marvel of the Sea, Pacific Seahorse with Janice Shank McLean. This is watercolor, measuring 22 by 18 inches. Retail value $200. We're currently at $200. Bidding still open on these items. Item 9C, that's a bell ringer. 9C is Egret Blues. We are at $225. Our retail is $350. Again, bidding is wide open. Okay, we've got 3 more items coming up here in this half hour. That's the news from the recap station. Let's check out some more art with Kelly and Rose.
All right, we're back with the second half of this figurative break, continuing on with our next piece, which is item 9D, Aquatic Dreams by Catherine Robbins. This is oil on canvas, measuring 36 by 24, and the retail value is $600. This piece features a central figure of a woman with a serene expression, surrounded by a blend of abstract and natural elements. Kelly, there's so much going on in this piece. Can you break it down for us?
It's so beautiful. So this is based on a photograph of her daughter, an old photo of her daughter, and the artist is heavily influenced by Gustav Klimt, one of my favorite artists. So what are some of those influences, you might ask? I'm so glad you asked. So there's some ornamental patterning and use of gold. So you can see the gold in her dress here, and down here, down on the bottom, and a little bit on the lotuses. There's ornamental patterning over here, so it's creating this vibrant flow of movement. There's fluid organic lines that again echo that movement. You can see it over here on the right side where her hair is kind of swooping up over and echoing the curves of the koi as they're floating in this magical realm. And this creates a sense of elegance and a dreamlike fluidity. There's also symbolism and mysticism with the integration of symbolic elements such as the koi fish and the lotus flowers you can see here down at the bottom. This aligns with Klimt's work, and it's frequently incorporated to have allegorical and symbolic content. So this is a fantasy, it's fluid, it's gorgeous, it's majestic, it's ethereal, and it's just a great fantasy painting to look at over and over again.
You know, I've looked at this piece a million times, and it just occurred to me that her hair flows into the water. It's one of those pieces where you can keep looking at it and finding something new to admire.
It's so beautiful. So there's nature and how we are aligned with nature, and we're all connected in this kind of, you know, possibly a circle of life. So it's absolutely beautiful. Her serene gaze. I love the gaze an artist gives their subjects. And again, I love the integration of the koi with the lotus flowers and the ornamental elements and the colors. I absolutely love the colors.
Let's talk about the colors, Kelly.
So the colors, the artist is using a striking contrast, and I love it, with the warm reds and golds in her dress against the cool blues and greens of the background. So this not only enhances the visual impact, but it also creates a really harmonious balance with the figure standing out against that cool background. So there's a little bit of tension, but there's also a tranquility within that tension.
Great, thank you so much, Kelly. Once again, this is item 9D, Aquatic Dreams by Catherine Robin. If this painting resonates with you, dial the number on your screen right now. The retail value is $600, but the current bid is on your screen. You can support PBS KVIE through your love of art. Today is the day. This weekend is the time for you to for you to support KVIE's art auction and help us continue moving our mission forward in our community. We're going to keep this item open for just a few more minutes while we move on to the next item. Next item is 9E, Pacific Coast Ride by Deborah Ann Klensman. This is oil on board, measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $675. What we see here is a painting that features a rider on horseback galloping through shallow waters along the beach during what seems like a sunset or a sunrise. Kelly, tell us more about this painting.
No matter the time of day, it's so majestical to look at. Ocean is my favorite place on the planet to be, no matter where that ocean is. So the inspiration behind this painting, she often takes photographs at the beach, and she usually just sees birds or dogs, but this time she saw a horse, and she thought, oh, this is so exciting to capture the horse. And a couple of things that I love that she's done here, other than painting at the ocean, which I love, is the composition. She has set the horse and the rider over in the first kind of half, and they're galloping apace, going forward. What I love is that she's given us, the viewers in this painting, room to see how that journey's going and where they're going. And we just know they're going to gallop past the canvas, but we are involved in this journey. We get to see that progress and see that journey based on how she's composed the painting.
Oh, I love that perspective, Kelly. It does feel like when you look at this, I see freedom, I see adventure, I see that they're going somewhere together, and I love the friendship and relationship. I know that there's always a special relationship between a rider and their horse. Any other thoughts that we want to talk about for this painting?
Well, the colors she uses and the textures and her brushwork, especially in the sky and the waves. So you can feel these clouds, you can see their movement. They're going along on the journey with us and the rider and the horse. And I can just hear the splashing in the waves because of the brushwork that she's done and the colors she's used in the waves. So I just love her composition with the lines always going forward, left to right, and the movement in the clouds in the ocean and that journey of the rider and the horse.
Perfect. Well, I love this painting, and I think it would be a great addition to anyone's collection. Once again, we are talking about item 9E. This is Pacific Coast Ride by Deborah Ann Klensman. This is oil on board, measuring 16 by 20. The retail value is $675, but you can also see the current high bid on your screen right now. Please don't hesitate to call. These items are only going to be open for a few more minutes, and I don't want you to look back and regret not picking up the phone and supporting your local PBS KVIE station. Kelly, do we have any final thoughts before we move on?
Well, I want to thank the artist. This is her first time in the art auction, so that's really exciting.
Thank you so much.
And, you know, my niece is learning how to ride horses, so I think any horse lovers or ocean lovers, this is the perfect painting for them because it's wonderful.
Perfect. We are going to keep this open for just a few more minutes. Please don't hesitate to call, and we're going to move on to our next item. Our last item of the break is 9F Bird of Color by Cindy Bolger. This is watercolor measuring 16 by 20. The retail value is $150. What we see here is a watercolor that features a vibrantly colored bird perched on a branch with a very whimsical garden scene. What should we know about this piece, Kelly?
Oh, it's such a fantasy. I want to dive into this world. I want to live in this world. So Cindy is a watercolorist, but she's also using pen and ink here. So one of the favorite things I love about watercolor, and she has done so well here, is anytime you see, paler colors or the white shining through in the paper, that's the paper shining through. So watercolor is a very unforgiving medium, so you have to have a very deft hand at laying it down and knowing when to edit yourself. So she's mastered the paint technique so beautiful. And then she's used pen and ink to go in and give us all these beautiful details that you see in the foliage and the flora that's around this beautiful bird. And I love the composition. She's got, different shapes going different directions. And so the bird is facing to the right, but there's a different way to look at it all the way around in this painting, and it's so beautiful. The colors are so wonderful.
I love the colors. Do we know if this is a real bird or if this is a fantastical bird?
I think if we love this bird, it's very real to us. I think fantastical birds can be real. I don't know specifically if this is based on a bird, but that's okay. That's what I love about art, because it makes it so real and personal for us. And we get to decide as the viewer what the story is here. A couple other things I want to talk about is, very clearly we know these are flowers and they're leaves, but there's other kind of unusual shapes here. So there's a little bit of like magical realism going on here with these circles and everything that are echoed by the paint splatters up above. So you've got these very circular kind of organic material, and then you got the very, very organic that are not perfect spherical shapes in the paint splatters, and it just adds texture and movement and vibrancy.
Yes, I agree. And if your art collection needs whimsical, it needs color, it needs abstract, this is the painting for you. Please don't hesitate to call. This is item 9F, Bird of Color by Cindy Bolger, watercolor measuring 16 by 20. The retail value is $150. The phone number is on your screen, as well as the current high bid. Do we have any more thoughts about our artist or this painting?
Well, this is the first time that she's been in the art auction as well, so thank you. That's
I love our
so
first-time artist.
And again, the colors. She is a master at laying down the watercolor paint and really letting the luminosity and the brightness of the paper shine through to give us a beautiful moment.
Perfect. Thank you, Kelly. Well, we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. A big thank you to my favorite art expert, Kelly Rains, who joined us during this break. It's always a pleasure to be with you. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction activity.
Okay, thank you, Rose. Thank you, Kelly. Okay, let's review the bids for all of these open pieces in this figurative break. Now is your time to call, so here we go. We're going to start off with item 9D. It's Aquatic Dreams by Catherine Robbins. This is oil on canvas measuring 36 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $600. We're currently at $260. We have volunteers on the phone from Bank of Marin. They'll take your call. They'll coach you through the bidding process by calling 844 KVIE Art. Again, we are at $260, retail value $600 on item 9D, Aquatic Dreams. Item 9E is Pacific Coast Ride by Deborah Ann Klensman. This is oil on board measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $675. We're at $220. Let's bid high for public television programming here at PBS KVIE. Item 9F is Bird of Color by Cindy Bolger. This is watercolor measuring 16 by 20 inches. Retail value is $150. We're currently at $100, so bid up high. Help us meet that retail value of $150. That's the intention of all these artists that have donated their art to the KVIE art auction, is to meet that retail value, and those dollars go directly into programming here at KVIE. Maybe you can think about your favorite programs. I know my family sits down every Wednesday night at 8 o'clock for nature, 9 o'clock for Nova. I am really into Miss Fisher's Modern Mystery on Thursday nights, as well as the one from back in the 20s from Fernie Fisher's Murder Mystery. Those are the shows that I loved. Every time I hear these phones ring, that those dollars go right back into the programming here at KVIE. So think about your favorite programming, bid high on this artwork, and see those dollars go right back into this important institution in our community, PBS KVIE. Let's recap the whole half hour now. Item 9A is playful. It is $250 retail value. We did, in fact, meet, or we exceeded with a high bid of $350. That was a bell ringer. Yes. Marvel of the Sea was 9B. 9B, Marvel of the Sea, Pacific Seahorse, $200 is the retail value. We have met that retail value. It is also a bell ringer at $200. Item 9C is Egret Blues. Retail value $350. We are at $225. Opening all these bids. We are still taking bids on all these items. Item 9D is Aquatic Dreams. Retail value $600. High bid $260. And 9E is Pacific Coast Ride. Retail $675. Our high bid is $220. And 9F is Bird of Color. $150 is the retail. I love this piece. We're currently only at $100. Let's push that up to $150 and make it a bell ringer. We're going to be standing by here in the studio, 844 KVIE Art. Volunteers are here to take your call. They'll walk you through the process. We're asking you to bid high for this PBS KVIE television station that serves our Central Valley, and bid high and make your support heard. Stay with us now. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE art auction. Thank you.
Bank of Marin offers tailored banking solutions for businesses big and small, innovative and custom financing. With the responsiveness of a local community bank, Bank of Marin is proud to support PBS KVIE. Together, we are making our community a better place to live and work.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased artwork must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the sculpture category. Awards juried by Sandy Fong Whetstone. Sculpture features three-dimensional artwork in a variety of media. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm David Nash, and thank you for joining us for this sculpture break. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Okay, let's start off with item 10A. It is Purple Haze by Robin Slakey. This is mixed media, measuring 24 by 24 by 3 inches. Retail value is $500. Item 10B is Rocky World by Pramila Kriplani. That's Pramila Kriplani and Luis Jarquin. And this is mixed media, measuring 12 by 10 by 8 inches. Retail value is $450. 10C is Let's Party Platter by Dita Lewis Panter. This is ceramic, measuring 16 by 16 by 1 inch, and the retail value is $250. Item 10D is Mandala by Lynn Poitras, and this is glass measuring 22 by 21 inches. Retail value is $500. Item 10E is You Gonna Eat That? By Kathy Van Aken. This is glass measuring 13 by 12 by 1.75 inches. Retail value is $475. And item 10F is Frogs and Turtles by Robert Beers. This is porcelain measuring 14 by 8 by 8. Retail value is $400. Okay, the phone lines are open and ready to take your bids. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hello, I'm Christina Salerno, and thanks for joining us for this sculpture break. I'm pleased to be here with art expert Sandy Fong Whetstone. Sandy has been a professional sculptor for decades, primarily working in ceramics, but also has experience with painting, printmaking, and collage. She exhibits her work regularly and offers sculpting workshops in the greater Sacramento area. Sandy also served as this year's Art Auction Awards juror in the sculpture category. Welcome, Sandy, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
All right, well, let's get started with our first item. This is item 10A. It's called Purple Haze by Robin Slakey. This is mixed media, measuring 24 by 24 by 3 with a retail value of $500. Purple Haze, I love that title. What is the artist's inspiration for this piece?
So, Robin's inspiration was her long commutes over the, yes, you would think, commutes over the Sunrise Bridge in the morning.
Oh, wow.
She would take that opportunity to admire the river, and she would admire the changing beauty of it throughout the year, but mostly in the wintertime when it was foggy.
Oh, I love that.
And so that was her inspiration, the foggy winter morning over the bridge.
So many of us have commutes, and it's rare to be turned into something as beautiful as this art piece. So what a wonderful backstory. What do you like about this piece, Sandy?
I love that it's very meditative. It's calming and soothing. When I think of traffic, I don't think of that, but she has brought this beauty of the fog into her piece.
And some really interesting details here that we're looking at all around us. Can you tell us a little bit about these details that we're seeing in the work that the artist did?
So I believe these are little smalty pieces, and she's mosaicked them into this board here. And it looks like what she has is the grout or the matrix part that she's kept in that used to keep the pieces in. It's kind of a pink tone.
It has lovely pink tones and colors. Our camera can get in a little closer in there, and you can even see that some of those are different. Some of them have stars, some of them have shine to them. Each little mosaic piece almost looks different in this piece.
Yes, and I love how they move towards the middle.
Oh yes, so it draws your eye right to the center.
It draws it right there. It's almost as if it's like, when I think of the traffic, I think of all those, the lights, the tail lights.
Oh, coming together.
Coming together, right? This is much more beautiful than the
much more beautiful than that.
Yes.
This is item 10A. It's called Purple Haze by Robin Slakey. The mixed media, measuring 24 by 24 by 3 with a retail value of $500. The number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. Maybe you don't have a commute. Maybe you do have a commute. Maybe you just love this piece of art and these colors, because these beautiful purple colors would go so lovely. I could see this in a bedroom, somewhere where maybe you want to soften up or create a meditative space, as you mentioned.
Yes.
Kind of what would this bring to a space in your home? I like the word meditative that you used.
Yeah, it's very meditative and calming.
Calming.
I feel like the whole composition, the colors, have a very calming, soothing effect.
Soothing effect. I love it. All right, we'll keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on and move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 10B. This is called Rocky World. It's by Pramila Kriplani and Luis Jarquin. This is mixed media. It's measuring 12 by 10 by 8 with a retail value of $450. All right, Sandy, can you talk to us a little bit about the interesting materials that are used in this piece of art?
So this artist is a lover and collector of rocks.
Wow.
Right, so she finds these beautiful and interesting rocks, and she pairs them with metal objects. And I love how she's placed this just off to the side, almost as if it's about to tumble, or it's
right.
Yeah, but it's
like balanced on the edge there.
Right, but it's firmly on there. I also love the man-made object, the openness of it, the geometric form of it, juxtaposed to the natural, heavy, weighty rock, rough roughness. Yet the color, the monochromatic color, ties them both together. So you have both this juxtaposition, these metal man-made object and the natural rock, but then the monochromatic gold ties them both together.
Absolutely. A really interesting balance that this artist chose. And what an interesting piece that you could display in your home, maybe on your mantle, on a bookshelf, on an end table. There's a lot of places you could put a piece like this that would just draw your attention. Those bright colors really reflect. I think they're reflecting so beautiful off our lights in the studio, and I could see this reflecting so beautifully in someone's home as well. And as you mentioned, it's kind of open to interpretation. Is that something that...
Yes, I really love this piece because it's not a obvious narrative.
Right.
So that's open to interpretation. You have this open geometrical shape, and yet you have this solid, rough, natural piece of rock. And what does that tell you about our life? Is it a commentary about how we try to shape our world, how we try to form it and meld things that are man-made and natural?
Absolutely. This item is item 10B. It's called Rocky World, kind of touching on what you were just talking about with the world, and now I see the Rocky World balancing on it.
This could be the globe, right?
It could be the globe. Absolutely. This is by Pramala Kriplani and Luis Jarquin. It's a mixed media, as we've been discussing, measuring 12 by 10 by 8. Really good size for anywhere in your home, with a retail value of $450. The number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen. Just a reminder for folks out there, these are original pieces of art donated by artists to support the mission of PBS KVIE, the programs you love, the kids shows, the news programs, and the local shows that you love. We're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we'll move on to our next piece. All right, our next piece, item 10C. It's called Let's Party Platter, and it's by Dita Luis Panter. This is ceramic. It's measuring 16 by 16 by 1. This has a retail value of $250. Wow, what can you tell us about it? I think what jumps out the most to you, Sandy?
Well, the color.
Absolutely, these colors.
Colorful piece. It screams, let's have a party.
Let's have a party.
Right? Let's have a party. I love how these colors here are blended.
Oh, interesting.
How it kind of bleeds into, the blue kind of bleeds a little bit into the green. And I love this swirl. And you can't really tell from this angle, but this goldish brown is slightly raised, so it's got more texture than just a flat plate.
Absolutely. And if you're wondering, for our viewers out there, the stand comes with it as well. So this could be displayed perhaps on a mantle or a bookshelf and really bring that pop of color to a room, a bedroom or a living room, a dining room perhaps.
Yes, most definitely. It's just, it screams, let's have fun and party.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I love it. It's a lovely piece.
And you're a ceramic artist as well.
Yes.
So seeing a piece like this, I mean, what is it that you love about it? And the process that went into this?
It looks like it is artist made. It's handmade. It's not a production piece.
Exactly.
I love that. I love handmade pottery.
It's unique, one of a kind.
Right, and you can just see that, oh, that's not a machine. That's not like a computer making that. That is somebody's hand. The artist's hand is in this piece.
I love that. We live in such a mass-produced world. To sit and think about a piece that was made by an artist by hand. That's just such a wonderful point you made as well. And also, you've mentioned that you like the use of glaze in this piece. How is the artist using glaze?
There's layering, and there's not this fussiness about, oh, I've got to get this exactly right on this spot. There's just a looseness about it and a flow to it that's just lovely.
Lovely. Absolutely. We're looking at item 10C. This is called Let's Party Platter by Dita Louise Panter. I have to say it that way because it's a party, right?
Yeah.
Let's Party. I love it. It's ceramic measuring 16 by 16 by 1 with a retail value of $250. That's a really good size, too. That's 16 by 16. You can see in comparison to us how large this piece is. You don't always see platters that large, but that would really draw your attention in any room that you walk in. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. What a wonderful piece. All right. Well, we are halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Our volunteers are eager to take your bids right now on the items available this half hour. So let's recap the bid activities so far. Let's start off with item 10A. It is Purple Haze by Robin Slakey. This is mixed media measuring 24 by 24 by 3 inches. Retail value is $500. Our current high bid is $450. So we're just $50 away from the retail value. Let's bid high. Let's bid this up $50 to meet our $500 retail value. That's 10A, Purple Haze. Moving on to item 10B. This is Rocky World by Pramila and Luis Jarquin. This is mixed media measuring 12 by 10 by 8 inches. Retail value is $450. And we are looking for an opening bid. Retail value is $400, and we're looking for an opening bid of $100 on item 10B, Rocky World. Item 10C is Let's Party Platter by Dita Louise Panter. It is ceramic, measuring 16 by 16 by 1 inch. Retail value is $250. Our current high bid is $85. Let's bid high for PBS KVIE, where your dollars go directly into the programming here at KVIE. So let's make those bids high. Remember, we have volunteers here from the Bank of Marin. They'll take your bid, they'll take your call at 1-844-KVIE-ART, and they'll coach you through the process and how to bid, okay? From the top again, item 10A, Purple Haze, Robin Slakey. This is mixed media measuring 24 by 24 by 3. Retail value $500. Current high bid $450. Item 10B is Rocky World by Pramila Kriplani, and that is also with Luis Jarquin. This is mixed media measuring 12 by 10 by 8 inches. Retail value is $450. We're looking for a starting bid of $100 on that item. Item 10C is the Let's Party Platter by Dita Louise Panter. And this is ceramic measuring 16 by 16 by 1 inch. Retail value is $250. Our current high bid is $85. Remember, the intentions of these artists that have donated their artwork, Northern California artists that have donated their artwork to PBS KVIE, it's their intentions to reach the retail value on their items and to see those dollars go right back into the programming that you embrace, that you savor here week in and week out here at KVIE. So go over to your telephone right now. That's how it works. First step, you pick up your phone, you call 844-KVIE ART. You talk to one of our volunteers. They'll walk you through the process. They'll tell you, you'll tell them which item you would like to bid on. They'll tell you what the current bid is, and they'll work you up and help you bid to where you will receive and hopefully win that bid, and you'll have a piece of art hanging on the wall of your home. So make that bid high right now. Let's see some more art with Sandy and Christina.
All right, we're back for the second half of this break, continuing on with our next piece. This is item 10D. It's called Mandala by Lynn Poitras. This is glass. It's measuring 22 by 21 with a retail value of $500. Sandy, there's an interesting story behind this. What is the artist's inspiration for this piece?
So this mandala, she said she was inspired by Buddhist monks making those beautiful mandalas out of, usually they make them out of sand, so they're just temporary. And she wanted to create something more permanent.
Oh, wow. That's a lovely story.
And so what's super interesting too about this artist is she's just starting out in stained glass. She's still taking classes, and yet she was able to create this very impressive piece.
Absolutely. This is really a stunning piece. A beautiful use of colors as well. Can you talk about the different colors that we're seeing in this piece?
So generally mandalas are very colorful. So I think that she's done amazing job with her use of color, with the contrasts and these lines here. And I've done mosaics before, just with tile. And let me tell you how difficult it is to get curves.
Oh,
it is
interesting.
So difficult. So these curves that she's gotten here are just amazing. There's just wonderful symmetry to it and technical excellence. I really think it's a lovely piece, and I can just see this in a meditation garden.
I was just about to ask, how does it make you feel when you look at a piece like this?
Oh, it's just, I just think it draws me in, and I can sit and meditate on something like this for quite some time. I can see just getting lost in it.
Absolutely. Well, what a beautiful piece to have in a place in your home that you want to bring some of those meditative qualities, maybe a place to sit and think, maybe next to a reading nook or in a living room, a place where you do yoga.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different places, or listen to music, that you could bring a piece like this into your home. The number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen. We are so lucky to have talented artists. I can just tell in your voice how impressed you are with this artist's work, and knowing how difficult that medium is makes it even that much more special. Our camera can kind of zoom in on some of those details you were mentioning, all these curved pieces right here around the center. Do you have final thoughts on this piece?
Oh, I wish I could have a meditation garden so I could have something like this there.
Wonderful. All right, we'll keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we'll move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 10E. It's called You Gonna Eat That? And it's by Kathy Van Aken. This is glass measuring 13 by 12 by 1.75. Retail value of $475. And Sandy, this is such a cool piece. I love it. I really do.
I love it too.
And I know you said the same thing too. You love it too. What do you love about it?
Oh, well, first, the backstory is amazing. So the artist wanted to create just a simple sushi plate at first. Clearly, it's not now. And she wanted it to, well, once she decided it's not going to be simple, she created this piece here, just this piece of sushi here, with 40 different pieces.
Wow.
40 different pieces.
Wow.
And part of the story was so that she imagined a couple of friends going out for a meal of sushi post-COVID. So in
everybody gathering together, getting back together to eat once again.
Right.
And that piece of sushi, I want to point out real quick, our camera just jumped to that piece. I can't believe this has 41 pieces in it. That's really amazing detail that artist put into that and adhered it to that plate. So it just really stands out. And it's interesting she only chose one piece of sushi as well. It's kind of interesting composition.
So there's this story behind why she has just this one piece. So I think we've all experienced something like this. So when we have a communal plate, sometimes it's not evenly distributed, right? So there's maybe one piece left over. So who's gonna get that last piece?
Oh, hence the title, You Gonna Eat That.
You gonna eat that?
Exactly.
Right.
I can just picture this in the middle of a group of friends and everybody's looking at that lone piece of sushi saying, you gonna eat that?
You gonna eat that? Right.
I love the story behind this. It's a reminder that art is a story. And if you're somebody who gets together with friends over sushi or over other meals, what a great reminder to have in your home. This could be a piece that you could display in your dining room, in your kitchen room, to kind of bring everybody together. A reminder that we're all back together, and what a wonderful way a meal is to share that connection.
Yes, exactly.
The number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well for this piece, which is item 10E. It's called You Gonna Eat That? Again, by Kathy Van Aken. Glass, that's interesting. We didn't mention that was glass.
Yeah.
Measuring that 13 by 12 by 1.75 with a retail value of $475.
Yes, it's a lovely piece. I'd love to have something like this in my kitchen. What a wonderful conversation piece.
Absolutely. Beautiful conversation piece. All right, we'll keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on and move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 10F. It's called Frogs and Turtles. It's by Robert Beers. This is porcelain measuring 14 by 8 by 8. It has a retail value of $400. Interesting medium porcelain. What can you tell us about that?
So if you've ever worked with porcelain, you know it's really difficult. It just wants to, it feels wonderful, but it just wants to slump or crack or just,
it wants to do its own thing.
It wants to do its own thing. I work with ceramics a lot of clay, but I almost always avoid porcelain because of the difficulty in working with porcelain. So this is amazing that he was able to create such a complicated, intricate piece.
It's so complex, and our camera is going to kind of zoom in closer if we can get even closer here so we can really show off all of these details. Starting, it looks like we're coming up here at the top, starting with these turtles. And this, I'm going to turn it so we can see that it goes all the way around with those beautiful turtle details. You know, when I look at these colors as I'm looking at this, I think of Hawaii, I think of the Caribbean, I think of my ocean beach vacation, and wow, what an amazing piece of original artwork you could have in your home to remind you of that part of the world or those kind of vacations. So we have the turtles on top, and then as our camera zooms down, wow, look at the detail in all of these frogs.
Yeah,
it's
all
stunning.
These little bumps that, you know, frogs have. Frogs and toads are bumpy. And then the color, it's really a lovely, lovely piece.
And you mentioned the color too.
Blended.
Yeah, how do these colors all come together for you?
I love that they're all these different tones of green, and then these brown toads, frogs stand out.
They do.
From these that are more the green tones.
More your traditional greens and blues,
right.
And then you have those brown frogs there at the bottom.
Yeah, but the detail is just, it's stunning. You got all these little
details there. And I want to point out for our viewers too, the stand right here comes with it as well. So this can be something that's displayed in your home, bookcase, end table, mantelpiece, a lot of different places in your home where you want that big, beautiful pop of color. Again, I keep going back. I see the Caribbean Sea and I see all of that there. Those are the colors, but maybe it brings something else to your mind.
It could
the
be
number
the
to call
forest.
is on your screen. Absolutely. The current bid is on your screen as well. A reminder, we're looking at item 10F. It's called Frogs and Turtles, beautifully represented there by Robert Beers. Porcelain measuring 14 by 8 by 8 with a retail value of $400. And I should say, Robert is a multi-year contributor to PBS KVIE's art auction. We thank him very much for his donations. A reminder, all of the artists donated their work. This is original pieces of art to support the mission of PBS KVIE. All right, well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art that we featured in this half an hour. I'd like to thank our art expert, Sandy Fong-Whetstone, for joining me today and offering her expertise to discuss the artwork this half an hour. Thank you so much, Sandy. It was so great to have you.
You're so welcome. It was so fun. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, now let's go check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding.
Okay, this is it. We're wrapping up this sculpture break. Don't hesitate, or the piece you want will be gone in just a few more moments. Let's recap now. Item 10D, it is Mandala by Lynn Poitras. This is glass measuring 22 by 21 inches. That is a retail value of $500, and we're currently at $200. So we can push this up a bit, trying to reach that retail value of $500. Bidding high for PBS KVIE programming and the arts. Item 10E is You Gonna Eat That? By Kathy Van Aken. This is glass measured 13 by 12 by 1.75 inches. Retail value is $475. We're currently at $175, so we have a bit to go to meet that retail value. We have volunteers on the phone from the Bank of Marin to take your call. They'll walk you through the steps of bidding. You just simply call 1-844-KVIE-ART, and they'll help you with the bidding process. Item 10F is Frogs and Turtles by Robert Beers. This is porcelain measuring 14 by 8 by 8 inches. Retail value is $400. Hey, this is a bell ringer, folks. We are above the retail value. We are currently have a high bid of $450. All these items are still open. We still have bidding open on all these items. So bid high right now by going over to your phone, calling 844 KVIE Art. Talk to one of our volunteers. They'll step you through the bidding process. They'll help you win one of these items, and you'll be able to hang it on the wall of your home if you're the high bidder. So make that call right now. Let's go through the entire last half hour now and recap item 10A. It is Purple Haze by Robin Slakey. This is mixed media measuring 24 by 24 by 3. Retail value is $500. We're just $50 away from a bell ringer here. We're currently at $450 for a high bid, and again the retail is $500. So another $50, it'll be a bell ringer on item 10A. Purple Haze. Item 10B is Rocky World by Pramila Kriplani, and this is and Louis Jarquin. This is mixed media, measured 12 by 10 by 8 inches. Retail value is $450. We're currently, our high bid is $100. Bidding is still open on Rocky World, item 10B. Item 10C is Let's Party Platter by Dita Lewis Panter. This is ceramic measuring 16 by 16 by 1 inch. Retail value is $250. We're at $150, so bid high right now for PBS KVIE and our programming in the arts. Item 10D is Mandela by Lynn Poitras, and this is glass measuring. It's a little too quiet in here right now. We have volunteers on the phone, and bidding is open right now. Item 10D, Mandela, Lynn Poitras, glass measuring 22 by 21 inches. Retail value is $500. We're at $200. Let's step it up, folks. Step up for public television. Remember, all of your dollars go directly into our programming here at KVIE. All of this art was donated by Northern California artists. We thank them so much for, again, contributing their work to KVIE PBS. Item 10E, You Can Eat That by Kathy Van Aken. This is glass measuring 13 by 12 by 1.75 inches. Retail value is $475, and we are currently at $175. Bidding is still open on all these items. And finally, item 10F is Frogs and Turtles by Robert Beers. This is porcelain measuring 14 by 8 by 8. Retail value is $400, and that is we're currently at $500. That's a bell ringer. We are only $50 away from a bell ringer on 10A, Purple Haze. Purple Haze is item 10A. We are at $450. We are just $50 from that $500 goal. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the 43rd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Coming up next is artwork from the Short Center North. Since 1978, this arts-based program for adults with developmental disabilities has offered a venue to learn life skills, form meaningful friendships, and become more involved with the community. View all of the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hi, I'm Cindy. again, and thank you so much for joining us on the best weekend of the world, the KVIE Art Auction. And this portion of the art auction is sponsored by Bank of America. And Bank of Marin, so sorry. And we would like to thank them so much for their commitment to supporting the arts on PBS KVIE. And now let's overview all the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. So 11A is where we're going to start this great piece from Gold Rush. The artist is Bob Lin, and this piece measures 25 inches by 21 inches. The retail value is $250. And then 11B is called Lines from Irina Romero. This is an acrylic on panel. It measures 41 inches, good size, by 17. The wiring services are by University Art Center. We thank them so very much. The retail value is $200. Now let's go to 11C. It's called Brittany by Don Franklin. This is a mixed media. It measures 24 by 12. Wiring services by University Art Center again, and we thank them. Retail value $180. Next, 11D. This piece is untitled, but it's by Stephanie Seastrand. It's a mixed media measuring 26 by 14. Retail value on this piece is $170. And then 11E is called Airstream 34 by William Haddad. It's mixed media measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $200 on this piece. And then lastly, for this half hour, 11F is called Self-Portrait. This is from Stephanie Goodwin. It's acrylic on canvas, and it measures 20 by 20. Retail value of this one is $175. These are the pieces available to bid on during this break. So I hope you've got your credit card and you've got your phone in your hand. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and thanks for joining us for this break featuring artists from the Short Center North. With me in the studio is art expert Paul Basie. Paul is a multi-talented artist and musician, well known in the region for his still life paintings and humorous cartoons, as well as his sculptures. Paul offers instruction at the Short Center North to support the artist in expressing their artistic visions. And Paul, is great to have you back here today.
Thank you, Rob.
As this year's art auction expert. Want to tell me about the Short Center North real quick?
Well, okay, didn't have anything planned for that, but we're a program for adults with disabilities, and we've been there for about 30 or 40 years, something like that. And I've been there about 7 or 8 years, something like that. And this is about the 7th or 8th time that I've been on the air with you guys talking about our art and selling it to raise money for PBS. And anyways, it's exciting. That's all I can think of.
I think it's great.
Okay.
I love the Short Center North. So many beautiful pieces, and we're going to start with 11A, Gold Rush by Bob Sulin. This is mixed media measuring 25 by 21. Retail value is $250, and I love the pieces you have this year.
Yeah.
I mean, this is exquisite.
It really is. Thank you. Bob Sulin is one of our, he was a great artist. He passed away a couple years ago, but despair not. He had a nice long life. So here's a nice example of one of his pieces. Bob loved the National Geographic immensely, and if he wasn't reading it, that was his source material for visual stuff to make his paintings. And so this might be from the National Geographic. I kind of researched. I couldn't really find anything that had, two guys. I guess he's panning for gold. I'm not really sure. Maybe there's a creek. There's a saloon back there. It does say Gold Rush. I want to add also Sacramento was the Gold Rush and Sacramento are intertwined as far as history and a lot. So if you've got somebody out there that's very interested in Sacramento history, this would be a really fun piece for their collection.
That's a great point, and I think it's a great piece. The Short Center North has such fun pieces of art that can go anywhere.
Yeah. And Bob's are really great examples of that. So in my research, looking to see if I could find a picture that kind of had this, I couldn't find anything. But then it struck me all of a sudden, that looks like Bob Hope. And so maybe it's a Hope Crosby.
You know what? It does.
It does, yeah. So maybe it's like a still from a Hope Crosby movie. I kind of looked into that. I didn't find anything. And also, if he's panning for gold, that's pretty near a saloon to pan for gold. I know if I was panning for gold near a saloon, near a saloon, I don't think I'd have a lot of gold when I left the mountains, you know. But it's a great piece. It is. It says mixed media, but it is. I believe it's acrylic on canvas board, and then marker outline stuff.
I think
so
that's
those are the
hilarious.
materials, yeah.
Bob Hope, because the minute you said that, I saw it.
I know, and now you can't unsee it probably. But so if you're a Hope Crosby fan, history fan, Gold Rush fan. This is for you, Bob Sulen. Yeah.
All right, 11A, you're looking at Gold Rush by Bob Sulen. This is mixed media measuring 25 by 21, retail value $250. And this fun piece can be yours by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen. And if you are the winning bidder, then you can take this piece home with you. We're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next one in this half hour. Item 11B, my gosh, look at this. This is beautiful. Irina Romero. This is acrylic on panel measuring 41 by 17. Framing services by University Art Center. Retail value is $200. And Paul, this is just phenomenal.
It really is. This painting is by Irina Romero, but also Julie Phillips and Natasha Jones helped out. So there's more of a compilation sort of a thing.
Working together at the Short Center North,
yeah. And it fit right into this frame. It was just perfect. It looks so good. I know it's the ubiquitous drip painting. I think every art show has one. There's probably another one out there in the studio. We had one last year. We've had drip paintings in several of the auctions years past. But they're a lot of fun. They look exactly like what they're supposed to be, and Natasha and Irina and Julie have a lot of fun making these things.
How do you do it?
It involves, you put it on the floor or table and you kind of wave the stick around with the paint falling off onto the surface, and so the brush never touches the canvas.
Okay.
It's just sort of, so it's really kind of time and energy and all kinds of stuff. Or movement, yeah, absolutely. And it's, you know, you can really express yourself. It's kind of like dancing when you're making it in a way. And it looks really great in this frame. Super fun colors. What have I got here?
I agree with you, by the way. I think the frame looks great with this. It's as if it was made for it.
It does, yeah. And so then I was asking the artist, you know, tell me what this painting is like, and then Irina told me she had a lot of fun explaining to her mother the technique of making these things. Natasha said, I said, you know, tell me about this, Natasha, and she just looked square at me and said, I'm an artist. And I thought, well, I can't disagree with that. And that it helps her calm down and relax.
That's beautiful.
To make these things, yeah.
I hope that this is something that helps you feel calm and relaxed, and in the giving spirit. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, and this piece can be yours. This is a beautiful creation by the Short Center North. This is called Lines. It's 11B by Irina Romero and a couple of her
Natasha
friends
Jones
as
and
well.
Julie Phillips.
Yep, framing services by University Art Center, and the retail value is $200. Great size on this piece, not to overstep my bounds, but I think you could hang it either way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, in making it or whatever, I thought you could hang it either way, horizontally, vertically, or even the other ways around, whether that's the top or that's the top. It's just we had to decide, you know, to put the string on one side, and so that's how, you know, present it here. But
vertical can go so well anywhere by itself. So many spots in a home for a vertical, and also if you turn it horizontal, it could be above a door.
Above a door, or it turns into more of a landscape kind of a thing when you have that sort of horizontal
I love
thing.
it.
Yeah,
it's one of my favorite pieces in the entire collection.
Go.
I'm dead serious. I think it's fantastic. This, again, is 11B Lines by Irina Romero. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, and this can be yours. We'll keep it open and move on to the next piece. Item 11C is Brittany by Dawn Franklin, and this is mixed media measuring 24 by 12. Framing services by University Art Center, and the retail value is $180. The Short Center North items always are some of our most popular. They just go.
Of course, that's what we do all day.
It is what you do.
Yeah, yeah.
So tell us about
I'd
this
be
beautiful
doing it
piece.
there right now if I wasn't here doing
Yes.
this. So,
and I want to come do that with you one day, for real.
Sure. Just
All
give
right,
us
so
a call.
tell us about this.
Okay, Dawn Franklin. Dawn Franklin, like many people in this country, loves pop music, pop culture, and everything. So here is, of course, the great American songstress Britney Spears. And I just really love the painting for a couple things. Here's this, I love this very large area of just blue right there. It just really kind of centers the whole thing, and that great medallion with the gold paint right in the middle. And then it's also a pretty constrained palette. She just has that green and the blue are pretty much the only colors, a little pink here and there, but that just gives it a nice cool control, if you ask me. And then it's Britney Spears is, of course, Britney Spears. And Dawn Franklin, a couple years ago, I think we had a Harry Styles painting
cool.
that she had made, and
awesome.
So obviously she's into that kind
It's
of thing,
Britney.
but so are a lot of people, and
I love this piece. It's so cool, and you can say to the artist that, oops, she did it again.
Oops, she did it again.
Knocked this one out of the park.
Yeah.
And this is Britney by Dawn Franklin, mixed media, measuring 24 by 12, framing by University Art, retail value 180. This to me, honestly, and I say the same thing about the previous piece, the previous mid-century modern looking to me. This could be modern art at its finest.
it is.
Seriously.
I mean, it is, you know. And plus it's, you know, what am I trying to say? It's contemporary, you know, Britney Spears, and she used to be in the news a lot, and even I know what "oops, I did it again" means. But,
also, I love the color.
The color, yeah. That turquoise and the blue, and then not a lot of other stuff, just the shock of red, you know, on the lips and the eyes and the hair, beautiful blonde hair, I guess she has. But it's a really exciting piece, and if you have a pop music fan in the house or something like that, but it's just really great. Stood out. I thought it needed to be here this year.
Yeah, you nailed it with picking this one, and you always do with the collection, but this one is just superb. You are looking at Britney by Dawn Franklin, mixed media, measuring 24 by 12. If you are in the other room, just look at this fun piece of art. Look at the eyes. And look at the beautiful colors and hues that Dawn used. This is valued at $180, but it can be yours. Can you believe that? It can be yours by picking up the phone and calling the number on the screen. And Paul's got it for you right there, showing you what to do. So call in, and you can have this piece if you are the winning bidder. A lot of action. All right, we're halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding, updates, and more.
Thank you so much, Rob. You know, some beautiful works of art from the Short Center North artists. We are so happy to represent them today. Let's take a look at the bids so far. 11A Gold Rush from Bob Sulin. That is the mixed media, 25 by 21. So far we have a bid of 115. An excellent bid, but we really want 250, but that's a good start. And then the second one is 11B called Lines. Has a Pollock look to me almost when I think about it. That's from Irina Romero and her friends. It's an acrylic on panel measuring 41 by 17. And wiring services by the University Art Center. Retail value is $200. Where are we now? We're at $75. Again, a good place to start, but we'd like to see another bid come in. You'll be so happy that you did. And then 11C, remember what the guy said about this one? Britney. I love it. For Britney Spears. It's from Dawn Franklin, mixed media, 24 by 12. It would really go anywhere. Like the guys said, it's like contemporary art. And right now it's a retail value of $180. We're still waiting for a bid on that one. We just need $75. That's all we're asking. $75, and remember, you would have the piece of art and we would have the money to keep giving you the shows that you love so much here at KVIE. So why don't you pick up the phone right now? We've got a great phone bank. They're from Bank of Marin. They gave up their afternoon to sit here and take phone calls from you. If you have any questions about some of the artwork, also call the number on your screen because they're here to answer your questions, but mostly to take your bid. That's all you need to do. The number is 1-844-KVIE-ART. It's so easy to pick up the phone. You'll feel so good that you did it. And now let's look at it again. 11A Gold Rush from Sue Lynn. Retail value is $250. We're still at $115. We just need a skosh more on that one. 11B Lines. This is a great piece. Donor value is $200. And then 75. We're only at 75. If you came in at 100, we'd still be at 50%. Easy to do, and I bet it would look great on your wall. 11C Brittany from Dawn Franklin. Retail value is $180. Oh, we still need a bid on Brittany. You would feel great, and we would just love you to death if you would call the number on your screen and make a starting bid for Brittany. Get this girl going. So she's on your wall. The money is for for KVIE, your favorite public television station. And remember, this is the most important day of the year as far as I'm concerned, because we only do the art auction once a year. That's it. After tomorrow, you'll have to wait an entire year for this to happen again. So this is the only time you are going to get one-of-a-kind pieces of art to put on your wall, and the feel good that all the money goes to KVIE. All right, now let's head over to see more artwork from Rob and Paul.
I am back with our friend Paul Basie for the second half of the break for the Short Center North, and we are so glad to have you here. With our next piece, item 11D is called Untitled. This is Stephanie Seastrand. I love that name. Mixed media, measuring 26 by 14, and the retail value was $170. Tell us about Stephanie Seastrand's creation.
You're right. That is a great name. Stephanie Seastrand, you know. It's untitled, which is because we couldn't come up with any title for it. It's mostly pastel on panel. And then this has just kind of all of the qualities I like to see in a Short Center North piece. It's just super idiosyncratic, and it's finished in the colors. I wrote raucous and unrestrained here.
Hey, that's a good description.
But and it just looks like a lot of fun. Like you walk into a room and go, oh my God, what's that? I mean, it's kind of the opposite of, say, well, some of the other stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's what you do. You bring so much variety.
Variety, yeah. The individual will bring what they have to the piece. And so this is what Stephanie Seastrand brought to Untitled. And I think it's a great piece. It's been hanging there for years in one of the rooms. And this year I thought, I'm going to dust it off and put it in the auction and show it to everybody and see what happens. You know?
I love that, because clearly it's meeting with people. It is Untitled by Stephanie Seastrand. Mixed media, 26 by 14 are the measurements for this beautiful one-of-a-kind creation for you from the Short Center North. Retail value was $170. And again, this is always one of our most popular half hours with the Short Center North. So tell us, you know, this is such a fun piece to me.
I think so, yeah.
And I can only imagine how much fun the artists have while they're painting, because it shows.
It does show, you know. I mean, she probably spent a couple of days on this thing, and like I said, I think she made it like 3 years ago, and in a room that wasn't my classroom or whatever. It was a different instructor that she was working with, but I'm kind of like super happy with it, and made sure that it was here today. And I don't remember if she was really happy working on it.
Well, there's a big smile on it now.
It sure looks like she was happy, and so we'll go with that. But
hopefully it'll make you happy. So pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. These make a great gift for someone. I think that giving art is such a great gift from the heart. This would go great in any home or office, and the only way to get active in the auction is by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen. All of the money we raise goes to support the mission of PBS KVIE and bringing our content to you wherever you are watching or streaming us on PBS KVIE. I feel like this has a very contemporary feel. What do you think?
Very contemporary. I like stuff on panel. It's back to it's sort of we're repurposing a thing. You know, this might have been a shelf or part of a
is it
cupboard or something. It's on panel, yeah. And I think that's a fun material to use. It's very, very solid, and it's again, we didn't throw it out in the garbage. We put art onto it, and you know, it can still be used. You know,
that's so cool.
Yeah, I hope.
I love that. Okay, well, we're going to keep this gorgeous piece open and move on to the next piece, and we want to say thank you so much to Stephanie Seastrand. The next piece is 11E, Airstream, number 34. This is by William Haddad, mixed media measuring 16 by 20. And the retail value is $200. I have a piece of William Haddad's in my place, and people loved it.
Of course, yeah. I mean, William Haddad is actually a very intelligent and very prolific artist. His work is very intelligent looking, you know. And this is titled Airstream number 34. So researching this thing, let me tell you, if an RV had a cult following, it would be the Airstream. I mean, just kind of Airstream, people make art about their Airstreams. They travel all over the world with their Airstreams. There's a famous photograph of a bunch of them in front of the pyramids at Giza back in the 60s. And so they're, you know, who doesn't want to get an Airstream and quit their job and go park it somewhere and just live there?
They're popping up now as Airbnbs.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, that's
Isn't
amazing.
That cool?
Yeah.
You just said that. Live there.
Airstream B&B.
Yeah, that's a fun name.
Yeah, and so, you know, it has that appeal to it, but then also there's this intricacy that William Haddad's style. It reminds me a lot of Saul Steinberg, who is my personal favorite artist. You can have Picasso, Michelangelo, Saul Steinberg, and so I was just really impressed when William made this one because it just has that kind of funny quality that Saul Steinberg has. There's just a lot going on. It's fanciful, it's fun, but it's also kind of communicates something.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's just a lot of fun work in here. Just technically, I just love the way you just kind of worked it, that light yellow there. And there's
Do you know
a lot
the materials?
This is marker on canvas primarily. There might be some other things involved in that.
Look at the fun detail.
A lot of fun detail in there. It's just he spent, you know, a couple of days on this one. I think my only instruction was like, hey, you draw buildings a lot, maybe make a car. So that's how it went from car and kind of morphed into this Airstream thing. But it's just wonderful. And then we think this is actually some Arabic writing that he puts on there. So if you take it home, maybe you can look that up and see what it says.
That's cool.
It is kind of interesting, yeah.
Very neat. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. You can get involved in the PBS KVIE art auction. You are seeing this half hour the beautiful creations by the Short Center North with our art expert, Paul Basie, who is a regular here. We love Paul and all the contributions that come from the Short Center North, including this one-of-a-kind William Haddad piece that is on your screen right now. It is such a fun piece, and you said it expresses and shares a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot to look at in that one. It's, you know, I like simplicity and clarity. This one is not either one of those, but within that, there's just a lot to look at. There's little flowers here on the thing.
Are these dominoes?
Dominoes, you know, I was wondering if what that is. It looks to be just this cool graphic thing. I don't know what it is, but it looks cool on there, and that's what really matters.
Yeah.
You know?
All right, well, clearly it's connecting as well, so we're going to keep this piece open. Thank you, William, for this wonderful Airstream number 34. Item 11F is Self-Portrait. This is by Stephanie Goodwin. What a beautiful piece of art.
It really is, yeah.
Wow, acrylic on canvas, measuring 20 by 20, and the retail value is $175. This is a beauty. Take it away.
It really is a beauty, and Stephanie Goodwin did a wonderful job. This one is titled Self-Portrait, so I guess this is Stephanie Goodwin. Now, the next part, I'm glad it's the last painting of the segment because I have to bring up the dreaded artificial intelligence, or AI. So when they were discussing how we're going to make this painting, they ran a few keywords through AI, and I don't know, what does it spit something out at you? And so it had this kind of image of this woman, and it's lit like a Caravaggio painting. If you see, I love this strong light down here, and then it's just or a Delatour or something. Just really dramatic lighting. She's very bold with that much dark all over the place. It just really centers that figure, and the solemnity, you know, is just right there. And what I love, get this, is that number 2 yellow pencil. Yeah. Right there, my favorite art material is a number 2 pencil, and so I just find that so amusing that, you know, she's really considering the future. I don't know what she's reading here, or is she drawing a picture, but there's just a lot of wonderful things about this painting, and so good on Stephanie Goodwin for completing that.
I love how this pops through the monitor. Just
it really
look at
does,
that, Paul. I know that you must be proud of this piece as well as all the pieces here in this half hour. You're looking at 11F, Self-Portrait by Stephanie Goodwin. The blues are beautiful, as well as on the eyes here. Acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 20. Retail value is $175 for this one-of-a-kind creation that can be yours by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen. All of the money goes to PBS KVIE. Paul, what else? What are your additional thoughts on this?
I just love the way it just looks so classical. You know, I mean, a lot of our things are kind of funky, idiosyncratic or whatever, but this just this really looks like a classical image or you know, it's right out of the Renaissance, but she kind of updated it with that pencil again. And it's just absolutely beautiful, and it must mean a lot to her because she wanted it to be a self-portrait and really express herself. Wow. And again, just the negative space, these bold areas of the dark that she just went ahead and stuck in there. A lot of people think, oh, there should be something on a, you know, there should be more stuff everywhere, all this blank spot. But that just gives it such, you know, focus onto the figure, you know.
On her? Yeah, I think it's beautiful.
Really wonderful.
I think it's perfection. I really do.
Perfection. You heard it.
Right here.
That's perfection.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much to Stephanie Goodwin for this beautiful piece of art. Self-Portrait 11F. Well, we are nearing the end of the break. It goes fast, which means it's your opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. We want to thank our dear friend and art expert, Paul Basie, for sharing his expertise with us and his wonderful personality. Paul, it's been great having you here. Now let's head over to the recap station for an update on all of the artwork up for bid this half hour.
Thanks so much, Rob. You know, there's just a few minutes left in this break, and we want to hear from you, and it's got to be right now because in a few minutes, these pieces are gone. So here we go. Let's look at the last three that we just covered. So 11D is an untitled piece from Stephanie C. Strand, mixed media, 26 by 14. The retail value is $170. We need a starting bid of $50. $50 and you can have this on your wall, give it as a gift. But the best part is you'll be helping us here at KVIE. And then the next one is 11E, that really popular piece from Airstream 34. It's from William Haddad, someone who is a great contributor here at KVIE. Mixed media measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $200, and we do have a bit of that on $125. Oh, it'd be so great if we could get a bell ringer on that one. It's really a great piece. In fact, you can see he signs his name a couple times within the art. It's really a great piece. 81844 KVIE Art. It's very easy to call right now and help us get there, and I know you can. Let's look at the last one is 11F. It's called Self-Portrait. This surprises me that we don't have a bid yet on this one. It's from Stephanie Goodwin. It's really stunning. She's got a pensive look. It's beautiful. A lot of great technique was used in this piece. And it's a good size. It's 20 by 20. Retail value is $175. We still need an opening bid on this one. We need you to call right now. We'd love to hear the phone. It's so quiet in here. It's so quiet in here. We need people to call right now. We have great people from the Bank of Marin waiting to take your phone call. 1-844 KVIE Art, and you can do it right now. Let's look again. Do you want to know everything that we've seen so far? Yes. 11A is Gold Rush from Bob Sue Lin. Retail value, $250. We're still at $115. Next one, 11B Lines from Irina Romero and Friends. Retail value is $200. We have a bid, yay, at $100. I'm so excited. We have a $100 bid. Good for you. This is a good size piece. You're going to love it. And then 11D, the untitled piece from Stephanie C. Strand. Retail value is $170. Oh, we're still looking for a great opening bid on this one. I'm sure you can do it. Did I skip Brittany? I maybe did. So we'll go back to it. So right now, are we going to, there we are. Brittany, if she looks like Britney Spears, boy, you're spot on. It's 11C from Dawn Franklin. I hear the phone ring. This is getting exciting. The retail value is $180. Where are you, Brittany? Oh, we still need an opening bid. Only $50. That's all we're asking. And it's going to move very quickly. And then let's go to, where are we, 11E? Yes, we're 11E. I love this piece. William Haddad, thank you so much, William. It's Airstream 34. Retail value is $200. We're still at $125. Won't you be the one who calls in right now and say you'd love this piece too? The number's right there on your screen. And then lastly, this gorgeous self-portrait. It is a retail value of $175 from Stephanie Goodwin. There is no bid on this one right now. So yes, you can call right now. The number's on your screen and be the first person to call right now. So please stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Bank of Marin offers tailored banking solutions for businesses big and small, innovative and custom financing. With the responsiveness of a local community bank, Bank of Marin is proud to support PBS KVIE. Together, we are making our community a better place to live and work.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small on Masterpiece, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase, and through the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the contemporary category. Awards juried by Pam Avery. This category features abstract and non-objective works in a variety of media. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Hi there, I'm Cindy Shelton, and thanks so much for joining us for this contemporary break. You're going to love this artwork. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. 12A, Wish You Were Here. This is from Katie Chan. It is acrylic on paper measuring 22 by 30. Wiring services by University Arts Center. We thank them so much. Retail value, $500. And then 12B, Sunflower Sensation by Dawn Johnson. The acrylic on canvas measuring 23 by 19. Striking piece. Retail value on that one is $300. Next we have 12C, Life is a Dance by Therese May. This is actually a yarn piece of work. It's stunning, very large. It's 65 inches by 25 inches. Retail value is $500. And then 12D, Old Man Chung Saves Emmett in the Tunnels of Chinatown, which I'm sure you can see right there. This is from Annie Hughes. It's acrylic on panel measuring 17 by 24, and the retail value, $800. Next, 12E, called Faint Grove. Lovely. It's from Matthew Erickson. This is an oil on canvas. It measures 22 by 28. Wiring services by University Arts Center. We thank them so much. Retail value, $100. And then rounding up this next half hour, 12F is North Star from Mark Cardenet. Acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 30. Retail value on this stunning piece is $2,500, and you can definitely see why. So I hope what you're doing right now is you're getting your credit card, getting by the phone, getting ready to make that bid. You actually don't even have to wait. You can call right now and do it. The phone lines are open for bidding. So now let's see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thanks for joining us for the contemporary category. During this break, I'm pleased to be joined by art expert Judy Day. Judy has a BA in graphic design and was an arts educator for over 25 years. As an artist herself, she's worked in animation, sculpture, and photography, and illustrated 3 children's workbooks. Judy is most well known for her watercolors, and we're thrilled to have her work included in this year's art auction. Welcome, Judy.
Thank you very much. Pleased to be here.
Exactly. Let's kick it off with item 12A, Wish You Were Here by Katie Chan. This is an acrylic on paper. It's measuring 22 by 30. beautiful framing services by University Art Center with a retail value of $500. Judy, what can you tell us about this big, bold, gorgeous piece?
I know. So the first thing that came to my mind was that it's a circular composition. And it's like all sorts of pieces in the middle, but this pink that goes around the outside edge sort of pulls it all together so that it's like containing it and moving you around that piece.
It really draws your eye as you're looking around it.
Keeps you going.
And what can you tell us about some of the textures, especially over here? Can you point out some of those?
Okay, so down here, the texture is like with a pencil, and it's you can actually see the strokes over the top of the paint. And then up in here, which is actually my very favorite part, is where I think it's like the graphite or the charcoal possibly that she's used that is granulated, and it makes this really interesting pattern up in that area.
Absolutely. There's so many different textures to look at this piece. Your eye just kind of jumps around and really adds a lot of interest. A big piece like this would really bring a lot of interest to a large wall, an office, a living room, because there's always somewhere for your eye to look.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And is there a backstory to the artist's decision to make this piece?
Yes, she had lost her father, and she was painting her grief out. She said she likes to do, all of her paintings are based on emotional things that she has dealt with. But it not only has the loss of her father, but her new reality of healing herself. And she felt like anybody that had lost anything or someone could see that in the way the painting was laid out.
Wow, that really goes to show how art can mean so much to certain people.
That's right.
And I mean, whatever, your lived experiences, you could see that in a piece of art like this. It's a beautiful piece. We're looking at item 12A, which is called Wish You Were Here. And now that title really makes sense.
Yes.
Now that I know that backstory. Wow. By Katie Chan. This is acrylic on paper measuring 22 by 30. Framing services provided by University Art Center with a retail value of $500. The number to call is on your screen, and you'll see the current bid is on your screen as well. And I do want to point out the frame because we mentioned the framing services. How classic, but it just makes it pop. How does that really complement what we're looking at?
So because there's black in the picture as well, it kind of highlights that. It kind of keeps you from flying out with all the colors that are spinning around, but it also complements some of the colors inside the painting.
Absolutely. Gorgeous piece of art. We'll keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we'll move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 12B, is called Sunflower Sensation, and it's by Don Johnson. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 23 by 19 with a retail value of $300. Judy, I love this one.
So do I.
Wow, look at the colors in this one.
I know.
And the colors especially seem quite complementary. Can you tell us about that?
Okay, so it is set up with complementary colors, sort of a yellow-orange versus a blue-violet color. And they are just so... they just spark each other.
Wow.
So, and you notice too that the thing that this vibrant purple that's scattered in along the edge, I like that as well. It's on a diagonal piece, a diagonal format here, which kind of pulls your eye right into all those colors and shapes that are going diagonally across that painting.
Judy, you know what I love about it? It's an unusual perspective of a sunflower.
It is.
Can you talk to us a little bit about the perspective? You don't normally see a sunflower like this.
You are like up close and personal with this sunflower. So the center of it is right here, and the little petals radiating out. So the center has got a lot of texture in it with the drops of different color of paint in there. And then the sunflower little petals out here just flow out, and if you look at this, the way it flows, almost like a flame, the shape of that coming out there, I love that.
I love it too, and our camera's grabbing some of the detail in that sunflower right now, which is really fascinating. And you know, the title of this is Sunflower Sensation, and I'm wondering if, because for me it evokes a sun too. Sunflower, but also sun, rays of light that are coming off of this piece.
Yes, I mean, it's really quite interesting. I love that.
And there's an inspiration. What was the artist's inspiration for this piece?
Her inspiration was from YouTube videos that she's been watching on fluid acrylics.
Oh, beautiful.
And so she's really captured by that fluid acrylic idea. And she saw somebody doing a sunflower and thought, oh, I can do that and better.
And she did.
There you are.
She really achieved this one. And I love, as we're panning up here on the top, there's some glitter almost to this. It's kind of sparkles.
Yes, it does. And I was trying to look really close at that to see if it's sparkly, but I think it is sparkly in the paint. Right in here, the gold paint has a little sparkle to it. So it really does just shimmer in the light.
Shimmer is the perfect word for this piece. We're looking at item 12B, Sunflower Sensation. I love that title, by Dawn Johnson. An acrylic on canvas measuring 23 by 19 with a retail value of $300. You'll see the number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid as well is on your screen. And this piece, this one is going to be coveted by a lot of people because it's just so beautiful and unusual and would go so beautiful in somebody's home. What are your final thoughts about it?
Okay, I love this piece. And one of the things I really love about it is I love this textured area up in here where it just flows out across that. I just love how that looks.
She did a great job. All right, we'll keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 12C. It's called Life is a Dance, and it's by Therese May. This is yarn, and it's measuring 65 by 25 with a retail value of $500. Now, there's a lot to talk about here, but let's start with the size of this. As our cameras are backing up, you can see how large this is in comparison to you and I standing here.
It is over 5 feet tall.
Wow.
So it's huge. And it's amazing that it's all hand woven, on a loom, but the colors and the texture of the yarn that's used, and in so large a format, it's amazing.
It absolutely is. This is something that you could hang, and I understand it's got a piece that you can hang here on any room in your house, and wow, that would fill that with color.
Absolutely. It is so bright. It's just, to see it in person is even more incredible, the brightness of the yarn and the glitter. There's all this sparkly gold and silver pieces of yarn in here as well.
Let's get our cameras to zoom in close on that, because that is a great detail that you point out. There's almost different textures and types as you go through this piece. Can you talk about the different textures that this artist used?
So she has some of this yarn has little pieces that are actually tacked to yarn. So there's little dots on here that are actually little pieces of yarn, which are really interesting. And then you have the thinner ones that are the gold stripes, and then you have some very thick pieces of yarn. So there's all different types and styles, and you have some really thin ones down here.
As you pointed to that, I noticed that the colors changed from the top to the bottom.
They do. They do.
I just saw that as we're kind of going from the top to bottom. Can you tell me about the artist's choices
Okay,
there?
so the colors, she says she's a real color theory person. She really likes to involve that in her work. So if you notice, there's all these blues and violets over here, but on this side, oranges and yellows.
Oh, wow.
So complementary colors again, but the blues and the violets head down this way, all the way to the bottom, and the oranges go down that side, all the way to the bottom. But then there's all these crossover pieces. And in this area in particular, it's the violet that crosses over. And in this area, it's kind of a red that crosses over.
Oh, wow. There's so many intentional choices in this. I can't even imagine how long it would have taken an artist to produce this work of art. It's really stunning. Absolutely.
Yeah, it is.
All right, we're looking at item 12C, which is called Life is a Dance by Therese May. This is yarn measuring 65 by 25 with a retail value of $500. I want to touch on that title, Life is a Dance, because this is really celebratory. This looks happy. It brings me joy. It reminds me of celebrations maybe you would see, Mexico or the Middle East. It's just really gorgeous piece. All right, well, we are halfway through this break, which means that we're going to keep this piece open and we're going to check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Thank you so much, Christina. Some beautiful contemporary works this break, don't you think? Let's take a look at the bids on our open pieces while you call right now and get involved. Number 12A, Wish You Were Here, from Katie Chan. That acrylic on paper, 22 by 30. The retail value is $500. We've got an opening bid of $250. Nice starting bid. $250 is wonderful, and we can definitely go up from there. I hope you heard the story of how the title of this had to do with the artist losing her father. I just think this is touching and fabulous. 12B, Sunflower Sensation with Don Johnson. This acrylic on canvas, 23 by 19. Donor value is $300, and guess what? We have a bell ringer. Yay! I'm so excited! It's our first bell ringer! I mean, it's my first bell ringer, so it's a big deal. Anyway, don't let that stop you. If you still love this piece, go ahead and call and bid a little more, and it could be on your wall by tonight, believe it or not, or tomorrow. And then 12C is Life is a Dance. This is a huge piece from Therese May. It is over 5 feet, 65 inches by 25 inches. What a splash of color. In fact, on your TV right now, it just doesn't do it justice. The colors in this are bright and brilliant and gorgeous. The retail value is $500. We have a great starting bid at $200. Thank you so much for calling in. But if you want a great, beautiful, stunning piece of art in your home by tomorrow, maybe a kid's room, I see this in a hallway, or if you've got a high ceiling. And now let's take a look at some more art with call right now. The number's on your screen. It is 1-844 KVIE Art. Very easy to remember. Get your credit card if you got a question. Call the number as well and ask our great people who are giving up their afternoon right now from Bank of Marin. They're here to take your bids, answer your question. We only do this once a year. Don't wake up tomorrow and say, I had this huge white wall that would have loved that yarn. Beautiful work. Let's look at the art from the top. 12A, Wish You Were Here, from Katie Chan. Retail value is $500. We're still sitting at $250 on this one. Sunflower Sensation is 12B. Beautiful piece. That's the bell ringer, but you can still make a bid on this one. And wouldn't you love to have something this gorgeous? And then 12C, Life is a Dance. I love this piece so much. $500 retail, I would have said $2,000. That's how gorgeous this is. High bid right now, we're still at $200. We're not even at half the value. This is a showstopper. This is something that people coming into your home would stop and just want to get close to and examine. It's beautiful. All the money goes to your favorite public TV station, KVIE. We only do this once a year. Don't let that one go by. I know you want it on your wall. And now let's take a look at some more art with Christina and Judy.
All right, we are back for the second half of this contemporary break, continuing on with our next item. This is item 12D. The title of this is Old Man Chung Saves Emmett in the Tunnels of Chinatown by Annie Hughes. This is an acrylic on panel, and it's measuring 16 by 24. It has a retail value of $800. Judy, wow, there's a lot to talk about here. Where would you like to start?
Well, it's hard to say, but starting with the colors, because the colors are so bright, and that's one of Annie's hallmarks, is these really bright colors. And so she also, one of the other things is the many things involved in it. There's so much to look at. Now, normally she doesn't paint a human or any kind of figurative piece. It's all, you know, landscape, abstract houses. But this one has Mr. Chung right there, Old Man Chung.
Wow.
Huge right there
and
in the picture.
Let's have our camera zoom in close on this because you can really see that figure pop. And do we know the story behind this?
Yes, she always tells a story with her art, and this story is in the title. It's about how this gentleman saved a young man who was blonde-haired and blue-eyed and being bullied by all the people in the town who were different than he was. And so he hid him in the tunnels of Calusa.
Oh, wow.
And basically saved his life. And Annie read a story that another author had written about this and decided that she needed to paint the story because she grew up in Calusa and knew Mr. Chung, who was a store owner.
Wow. And there's a lot of different materials being used
Yes.
in this piece as well. Can you talk a little bit about the materials?
Okay, so she uses acrylic paint to start with, but this down here are stamps that are handmade stamps that she incorporates in her pictures. There's several places where she's put those stamps. There's also where you see this texture right here is oil pastels that she's used in the oil pastel area here. And so up in here also, wherever you see that granulated kind of look for it is oil pastels.
That's interesting. So pastels and stamps, and I love the colors in this one. It's so beautiful.
So bright.
I mean, a piece like this is really going to add not only a pop of color, but a conversation piece.
Yes, because it tells a story.
Because it tells a story. So absolutely, a piece like this. We're looking at item 12D, Old Man Chung Saves Emmett in the Tunnels of Chinatown by Annie Hughes. Acrylic on panel measuring 16 by 24 with a retail value of $800. This would be a beautiful piece to have in your home, your office, anywhere you really need a pop of color and want to tell a story.
I know.
The number to call is on your screen, and you'll see the current bid on your screen as well. We're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 12E. It's called Faint Grove by Matthew Erickson. This is an oil on canvas measuring 22 by 28 with wiring services provided by University Art Center with a retail value of $100. Now, Judy, there is some really interesting materials in this piece.
There is.
What can you tell us about it?
You know, he said they fell onto the piece as he was working on it, and he thought they added to what he wanted it to look like, so he left them. So if you notice, there's pieces of pine trees, pine needles, there's some grasses and other little organic materials over there. So it's really interesting. And I think if you stand back and look at it, you see one thing. You see that faint...
You see the grove.
The grove, right, that faint grove. But when you get up close, it's a totally different picture because then you're seeing all that texture and all those materials that are a part of that.
It's really interesting. I love how you describe that because as we zoom closer and closer, you start to get the details of all those interesting pieces on this as well.
Right.
Can you also talk about the colors that this artist chose and how they're kind of drawing our eye?
Okay, so the color's very yellow down here and very kind of granulated. I don't know what to quite call that. But then there is a base, and the base has texture going this direction, and some brown comes into it over here. And then this pink color that comes up the side just adds a really different kind of feel to it. It's really interesting how this kind of holds this whole side and like you're coming into walking through.
It brings a softness to it, maybe a sunset. I keep coming back to the title of this, which is Faint Grove. So maybe the sun is coming in on the grove. I personally see the grove right here in the center. But I love how it's open to interpretation depending on where you are, what you're looking at, what you're thinking of.
Right, and how close or far away you are from it.
Absolutely. This is a really interesting piece. It's item 12E. It's called Faint Grove by Matthew Erickson. Oil on canvas measuring 22 by 28. Wiring services provided by University Art Center with a retail value of $100. And just a very interesting piece to have in your home, a conversation piece. Contemporary, you bring it in,
Very
people will come up and look at it and ask you about the materials used in this. Maybe for a nature lover out there.
There you go. I think that's a good idea. I hadn't thought about that. But I think it's interesting that he likes to experiment. And this was an experiment, and I think the process is more to him than the finished product at this point, but I love it.
I love it too.
Yeah.
Wonderful. All right, we'll keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we'll move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 12F, and it's called North Star by Mark Cardenet. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 30 with a retail value of $2,500. Now, Judy, wow, this piece, big, bold, beautiful. I love it. Where do you want to start?
You know, it's hard for me to know where to start on this, but I think I'll start with the darks that kind of come around this corner and up here, which kind of bind this whole center part together. And not only that, but the browns in those three places kind of tie you in too. So it's called North Star, and he said he's inspired by the evening sky on a cold, clear night.
I can see that.
And so you kind of see, okay, so here's that clear, crisp sky and the brightness of the stars. I think it's kind of very interesting.
It's an interesting piece. It's a really large size. It's a square. It's 30 by 30, and it pops. It's gallery wrapped here. So this is going to be a beautiful piece. It would serve really well over a sofa or a mantelpiece to add some softness, but also some color to a living room, to an office, to a space where you really want to add some interest. And because of those colors you mentioned, it could really complement any kind of palette.
Just about, right, because it's got a lot of variety, but soft enough that it doesn't take over.
Absolutely. Can you talk about the textures that we're seeing as you get closer? It really pops.
So textures, you can see it really well up here. And he said he likes to use big gestural strokes.
Oh, interesting.
And so you can kind of envision those big gestural strokes across the painting. And that's what you see in some of these textural pieces. He also says that he pulls off paint. So he'll put it on and he'll take part of it off so you see through to see what he painted underneath. And I think that's kind of what's happening right here.
So for a piece like this, I can kind of get a calming mood, you know, very serene. What kind of emotions does a painting like this bring out for you?
I think it's very calming. I think you're right. But I think it says to me, oh, the North Star, that's your guiding light.
Oh, I love that. That's wonderful. We're looking at item 12F. This is called North Star by Mark Cardenet. It's an acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 30 with a retail value of $2,500. You'll see the number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. This is a beautiful piece of original artwork for you to bring home. Final thoughts?
I just think this is really interesting, and the more I look at it, I keep seeing other things involved in what's in the picture. So
absolutely, everything you look at, different ideas. I love it. All right, well, we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on the auction bidding.
Thank you so much, Christina. That's right. We're in the home stretch here with this break, and so now is the time to call in, place your bid to win one of these amazing pieces of art. So let's look at the last three that we just saw. 12D, Old Man Chung Saves Emmett in the Tunnels of Chinatown by Annie Hughes. And I hope you heard the story behind this. It was so interesting and based on an actual event that was very heartwarming. Donor value on this one, retail value I mean, is $800, and right now we have, we're looking for a bid of $250. And remember, when we say $800, if you went to a gallery, you would pay $800 for this original piece of artwork by a local artist. So now let's go to 12E, Faint Grove. What a lovely piece by Matthew Erickson. The oil on canvas, 22 by 28. Retail value, only $100 on that one. Oh, we got a high bid of $200. Yay! I get so excited with bell ringers. Thank you so much. We love bell ringers here so much. And then the next item is 12F, North Star. That is a fantastic piece by Mark Cardenet. It's an acrylic on canvas, and remember, it's a good size. It's 30 by 30. If you walked into a gallery right now, you would see the price tag on this one is $2,500. We are only asking an opening bid of $750. So easy to do. You would be getting a great deal on original artwork to put in your homes, but you'd also feel very proud. You can tell people you donated that money to your favorite PBS station, KVIE. We only do this once a year. Did I tell you that? That's it. Tomorrow, these will be gone. So maybe you're going to dream of them and think how great they look. You look on your wall. Call us right now and tell us. And also stay with us because, let's look at the entire half hour. It's 12A, Wish You Were Here from Katie Chan. That's that acrylic on paper. Retail value, $500. Where are we right now? We're still at $375. So close to a bell ringer. And then 12B, Sunflower Sensation. A lot of color in that one. Retail value, $300. Did I tell you, bell ringer? Woohoo! We're at 400. But don't let that stop you. You can still call right now. The number's on your screen and bid on that one. 12C, Life is a Dance. Retail value $500. $350 can take home this gorgeous, huge piece of artwork. And then 12D, Old Man Chung Saves Emmett in the Tunnels of China. Retail value is $800. Right now we're sitting at $300. 12E, Faint Grove. The retail value is $100. We've got that another bell ringer, $200. Thank you so very much. And then 12F is North Star, $2,500. We have a high bid. Oh, we have a high bid of $750. I'm so happy. Thank you so much, and stay with us because there's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction. I'm so...
Welcome to the 43rd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is artwork from Sutter Creek Gallery. Sutter Creek Gallery is located in the heart of Gold Country on Main Street in downtown Sutter Creek. For over 30 years, the gallery has featured regional artwork from a variety of painters, photographers, sculptors, and more. In addition to hosting exhibition events, Sutter Creek Gallery also offers framing services for artists and the general public. View all of the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hello, I'm Cindy Shelton, and thank you so much for joining us for the Sutter Creek Gallery Break. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. On the top is 13A, one of my favorites. This is Yosemite Firefall 2024, just taken this year. Richard Miles, what a photographer. Photography measuring 16 by 24. This piece won the People's Choice Award. This is a stellar piece of art. The the retail value is $800. And then 13B is called Primping. Oh, gosh, I love swans. It's from Susie Hoffman, oil on canvas, 19 by 23. This artist loves color. The retail value is $300. And then 13C, Allium Ozana from Joanne Ogburn. This is a watercolor measuring 27 by 23. Lovely piece. Retail value is $300. And then item 13D is Sierra Splendor by Judy Day. Beautiful, beautiful watercolor measuring 21 by 17. Oh, so serene. Retail value on this one is $250. And then we have 13E, Pretty in Red, by George Lambert. Acrylic on canvas, it's measuring 16 by 20. Another artist who loves color. Retail value, $650. And then rounding out this next half hour, 13F is Peaceful Drive by Lainey Holman. Acrylic on canvas, 16 by 20 is the size, and then retail value on this one is $300. So the phones are open right now, waiting for you to call. I can't wait for the phone to ring. We've got this great phone being, and we want to thank Bank of Marin so much because they gave up their afternoon, or the people did, to take your phone calls. And they are the sponsor for this half hour. So again, we thank Bank of Marin so very much for supporting us at PBS KVIE. The phone lines are open right now for bidding, so now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and our expert.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thanks for joining us for the Sutter Creek Gallery Break. With me once again is art expert Judy Day. Judy is a co-owner of Sutter Creek Gallery, and we'll be discussing all of the artwork featured from this gallery at us in the half an hour. Judy, it's so great to have you here.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
All right, well, let's start with item 13A. This is called Yosemite Firefall 2024, and it's by Richard Miles. This is photography measuring 16 by 24 with a retail value of $800. Wow, what a beautiful iconic image, Judy.
Isn't it gorgeous? And it's on a Chromolux or a metal format so that it's so bright and so, I don't know, it just shines when you look at it.
It's got a shimmer to it.
Yes, yes, it does. And I just love that this hole brings you right down here. This is my favorite part right here, where the glow is behind the trees. And so you see that glow from the firefalls behind these trees, and it kind of continues so that you see it in the sky over here as well. So I love that compositional piece that he put in there.
And now this is, can you talk a little bit about the process that the artist had to capture this amazing image?
Okay, so this only happens the last few days of February, and it's sort of a celestial, magnificent thing that occurs when the sun is on its way down, and it hits the falls there, Horseshoe Falls, and it makes it look like there is fire coming down there, or liquid gold, if you will, is what it looks like right here. And so he has to wait till that right moment, take the picture, and then he goes into his studio and he works on the computer to make sure it looks like what he wanted it to look like when he took the picture.
It's really a stunning image, really beautiful colors. And this is a piece that's, you know, beloved to our viewers, Yosemite.
Oh, absolutely.
Perhaps this is a place you visited with your family and you've been there, you've seen this image. What an amazing piece of original artwork that you can take home and have as a memory there. And there's also, I want to go back to the colors because they're just so stunning, and the way they complement this piece. I mean, it just takes my eye almost in a circle everywhere I look. There's a different color to admire.
I know. And this blue up here is so bright, and it's kind of not picked up down here, but you have a glow of it. Just these little tiny pieces that are still that same kind of blue. So it pulls across the page as well.
And with that aluminum backing that you mentioned, this is a sturdy piece. It's ready to be hung, ready to go in your home, your office, anywhere you want this really beautiful, serene image of Yosemite. The number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. We're looking at item 13A, Yosemite Firefall 2024 by Richard Miles. Photography measuring 16 by 24 with a retail value of $800. Final thoughts,
Okay,
Judy.
so I love the statement he said about it, is that everybody loves to go to Yosemite, and that nature gives us a fleeting glimpse of almost unimaginable beauty.
Oh, what a lovely statement.
And so I just think that says that picture right there.
I know, and that's something that I know a lot of our viewers can relate to, a place near and dear to our heart, absolutely. We're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on and move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 13B, it's called Primping by Susie Hoffman. This is an oil on canvas measuring 19 by 23 with a retail value of $300. I love that title, and I love this piece, Judy.
I do too.
Primping, and you can see it happening. What can you tell me about why do you love this piece?
Okay, so first of all, I love this S shape. It's just a great compositional tool. And it keeps you going because this brings you back up, and oh my gosh, you're going back around again. So I love that part of it. And I also love the fact that it's blue and orange. It's that complementary colors that everybody so likes.
One thing I love about this that you mentioned, it's impressionistic, but it's also realistic.
Yes, yeah, the feathers are not painted. They're just indicated. That's that impressionistic part of it. But look at the face, because it's very much you know that's the face.
Oh, absolutely.
It's painted clearly. So
let's have our camera zoom in on this face, because that has so much character in just this little 1 inch of the painting. I can see the character, I can see the primping, I can see the face, and I love that detail.
I know, and I love it that you can see a little tiny feather in his beak here when you look close.
Everywhere you look, there's a little detail. There's detail down by the feet as well. Everywhere you look on this piece.
That's right.
It's beautifully done. And what can you tell us about the complementary colors in this piece?
Okay, so the blue and orange are complements on the color wheel, and that really makes it liven up when you use those complementary colors in a piece like this. And it also, it softens some areas. So the shadows, instead of being harsh, are kind of soft looking. And I like that part too. So it's not like it doesn't have darks. It's real dark over here, and you see that real light on the edge. She did a wonderful job of getting that swan to look just glowing.
Absolutely. We're looking at item 13B, Primping by Susie Hoffman. This is an oil on canvas measuring 19 by 23 with a retail value of $300. You'll see the number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid is on your screen as well. I want to point out too this gorgeous frame, because this is a piece that you can take home and hang immediately in your home, and wow, it almost adds an elegance, I would say, to any room that you're going to put it in.
It does. And I think her title of it goes with the frame, because it's like he's waiting to go out on a date or something. You know,
I love that. Again, it's a piece that you could take home. Once you place the bid, you win the bid. It's a really fun process. You're able to take these pieces home within a matter of days and hang them in your home, in your living room, in your bedroom, your hallway. And a gorgeous piece like this is almost a conversation piece, would you say?
It is. I just think that swan is great. And she took the pictures at Acapulco and brought them home and thought, oh, I can paint one of these swans, and here he is.
Oh, what a great piece from your gallery, and thank you so much to the artist for donating it. All right, we'll continue bidding on this piece and move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 13C, Aluminum Ozawa by Joanne Ogburn. This is watercolor measuring 27 by 23 with a retail value of $300. Wow, this is beautiful, Judy. I love the colors on this. Where would you like to start?
You know, I'd like to start by explaining what it is, maybe. It's a puff of flowers on a long stem, but instead of Joanne showing us that whole puff, she has taken us right down into the center of that.
Oh, interesting.
And so instead of just seeing a clump of flowers, you see the little tiny bell shapes that make up that clump of flowers. And so I like that perspective. It's a little bit different.
It's an unusual perspective. You almost look, now that I see that, you're looking down, into the bouquet.
Right.
And the colors in this one as well. Can you talk a little bit about the colors the artist chose?
So the colors of this sort of pink color, magenta pink color around the outside edge here, and then again up here. I love how that kind of just keeps you in here, but the color is so vibrant. And then the green, being almost opposite of that, kind of pops that pink color out. So that works really well as a compositional tool.
I always love gorgeous flowers like this, because these flowers don't wilt. You can keep these in your home all year round, and you will always have a gorgeous bouquet to look at. Something like this would really bring a softness to maybe a bedroom or some lighter color furniture that you could complement with something like this, with this gorgeous frame surrounding it too. Almost a natural look to that frame.
Yeah, so her inspiration was her neighbors grow these, and they're
I love that.
commonly called Japanese onions. And she thought they were so gorgeous, so she started looking them up. And in Fine Gardening magazine, she found some better pictures of the inside of them, and that's what inspired her to
It's an
paint
unusual
that.
flower. I love that backstory.
It is.
We're looking at item 13C, Allium Ozawa by Joanne Ogburn. This is a watercolor measuring 27 by 23 with a retail value of $300. And I want to point that out too. Watercolor is kind of famously difficult to work with, and she's really gotten some amazing details here.
She does. Flowers are her main topic that she likes to paint, and so she's really good at looking at those tiny details and getting them down in front of a flower.
I want to have our camera zooming in on some of these flowers, and you can really see the detail as we pan through that she's put into some of these flowers.
Even the little centerpieces on some of them here.
The pop of color, the pop of yellow down here.
Little tiny pops of yellow there.
Absolutely. And just a reminder to our viewers out there, these are original pieces of art that have been donated by the artists to support the mission of PBS KVIE, to support all of the programming that you love, the kids shows, the local programming, the news, the documentaries, and the dramas. All of this is supported by the donations that these artists have made to go to KVIE, and all the proceeds from these go to support the mission of PBS KVIE. So we thank all of our artists out there for their donations. All right, well, we are halfway through this break, which means that we're going to keep this piece open and checking over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Thank you, Christina. We have ourselves an auction this weekend, and you can take away a beautiful piece of art when you are the winning bidder. Here we go. This is so exciting. That first piece that I told you about, Yosemite Firefall 2024, it is a bell ringer. It is $800 as a retail. I see that there's 9 or 10 bidders, I think. All you need to do is call in and go over that. You don't have to stop at $800. Remember, this one piece won the People's Choice Award this year. And who doesn't know about the Firefall? You know, when I was young, I thought that fire was being pushed over the end. This only happens once a year. It's not fire. It is the sunrise that's hitting the falls. You want this in your home, I'm telling you. Call the number on your screen right now and come in with a higher bid. 13B is Primping. Oh, this is a stunning piece. It is by Susie Hoffman. Oil on canvas, retail value is $300. And we have 300! Yes, we have another bell ringer! Woohoo! This is very exciting. You know good art when you see it. I love this. And then 13C is a Liam Ozawa from Joanne Ogburn. Retail value is $300. We're at $100 right now on this lovely floral piece. You can call right now, give us your best bid. You can have this piece or the Firefall or the Swan hanging on your wall tomorrow, and you will be so happy you did because you gave us your support. You love the programs here that we give you at KVIE, your favorite PBS station. And so if you call the number on your screen right now, you're telling us that you like what you're doing and you're going to walk away with a great piece of art. This only happens once a year. Have I told you that? So you got to call right now. The number's on your screen, 1-844-KVIE Art. It's so easy to remember, but there is that beautiful, beautiful piece. We're still at $800. This is surprising to me. I would come in if I were you and just do a clean $1,000. It's well worth it. It's a beautiful presentation. It only happens once a year. Oh, so does the KVIE auction. So does this piece. 1-800-KVIE Art. You've got to call right now and have it on your screen. And then 13B Primping. Beautiful swan. Another bell ringer. Again, we're at $300, but come on in at $350. And then the next one is 13C, a Liam Ozawa from Joanne Ogburn. And we have a bidding war right now on this one. Oh, 300, we're at 175, but there's a bidding war. If there's a bidding war, just come in at 300 and take it. You don't want someone else to take your piece. If you love these flowers, let us know and take it and hang it on your wall tomorrow. So let's take a look at some more art in this break with Christina and Judy.
All right, we are back for the second half of the Sutter Creek Gallery break, continuing on with our next piece. This is item 13D. It's called Sierra Splendor, and it's by Judy Day. This is watercolor, measuring 21 by 17 with a retail value of $250. And we have the perfect person to discuss this piece of art right here, the artist herself, Judy Day. What can you tell us about this gorgeous painting?
Well, this painting was done at June Lake on the eastern side of the Sierras, and my favorite thing to paint is fall colors.
Oh, I love it.
So this is my painting of the fall colors, and if you know June Lake in the fall, it becomes gorgeous with all the yellows and oranges and rust colors, and I just love that. So
it's so nice.
It's one of my favorite places to paint.
It's so beautiful. I love the colors that you chose for the lake and the fall colors as well. Can you talk us about the colors you chose?
Okay, so the colors I chose, I was trying to represent what I was seeing as I was sitting there, and I did some plein air sketches, and none of them looked like that brilliance. So I took it back to the studio, and I did it on Yupo paper, which is a plastic paper, and it has to sit flat, but the paint sits right on top, and therefore its brilliance doesn't diminish by soaking in. So these really bright reds and magentas that are on the edges of these come out much better and show up so much more brilliantly.
Oh, beautiful. I love the detail, and using watercolor, that I imagine that must be a little bit difficult to bring out those details in it, and you did such a masterful job with that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no.
I was just going to say that the other thing about Yupo paper is it the paint flows. And so it flows, and I tried to use that flow of the paint too to keep what it felt like to sit there.
Absolutely.
The wind and.
What a beautiful piece for those of our nature lovers. I know many of us have probably visited June Lake, and this is a beautiful piece of nature to bring into your home. We're looking at item 13D, Sierra Splendor. Oh, I like that title as well. By Judy Day, watercolor measuring 21 by 17 with a retail value of $250. This is a really good size piece, beautifully framed with this natural looking frame to kind of complement this piece. This is something you could take home, hang immediately, have a beautiful pop of fall color in your home. Maybe to remind you of those trips you've taken with your family
Absolutely.
or friends out in the Sierras. But also, for me, it evokes a really calm feeling. Is that how you felt as you were out there painting?
Yes, as I was sitting there, there was a little tinkle of the leaves in the trees, a little gurgle of the water, and it was just so wonderful to sit there and hear those, and I tried. That's what I was aiming for.
Well, you did a wonderful job. It came through, absolutely. Well, the number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. Pick up the phone, get involved in the bidding on a beautiful piece of original artwork like this. We're going to keep it open for you to continue bidding, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 13E, is called Pretty in Red, and it's by George Lambert. This is acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $650. This one has such cool detail in it, Judy. I can't wait to hear about it. What can you tell us about it?
Well, the painting is so interesting in that there's so much going on. There's these blue dots that bring you across the painting. There's these almost heart-shaped bodices on the girls. There's the flow of almost thinking leaves up here at the top, and it's pretty grounded here at the bottom. But there's so much texture also in the patterning that he's put behind where they're sitting.
And is this typical of George's work?
It is typical. He always has so much going on in his work, so many bright colors, and you never know what you're going to see. So it's always an experience just to look at it.
There's some really neat details as we kind of zoom in on here. It almost has an impressionistic style, as you mentioned, but I also see the details in these faces.
I know.
They really pop. They're very clear to me as well.
The faces are so cute. I mean, they really are darling. But look at that hair. The hair makes me sort of laugh.
It's almost electric.
Happy. I know.
It does. It brings real happiness, but I go between happiness, but also there's a lot of thoughtfulness behind it, especially when you look at the expressions in this face. It's really beautiful. Is there a story behind this piece?
Well, George said he was trying to make something that was not really representing any one person, but happy souls.
Oh, that's lovely.
And so I think they are happy souls.
I think he did a great job of bringing that out. This is a piece that could absolutely bring happiness to your home. And I think it would be a really fantastic conversation piece as well.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I want to ask you a little bit about the texture in this, because it does look like there's quite a bit going on.
And part of what I think is interesting about the texture is these little dots on the sleeve almost look like they sparkle, like there's little gems on the sleeves of those.
He did a very lovely job on this piece. I love this piece. If this is a piece of art that you would like to have in your home, all you have to do is call the number on your screen, and the current bid is on your screen as well. This is an original piece of art that you could take home, have in your home within a matter of a couple of days, and really bring some interest to your home. This is a piece that would bring some interest, a conversation piece, that bright pop of red color. I could see this fitting in a lot of decors because you have those cool greens and blues, but you still have that red too. So really complimentary about anywhere you would place this.
And it's got some in-between tones that kind of calm it down a little bit.
That's a good point. Some neutrals right in the middle.
Neutrals right in the middle.
We're looking at item 13E, Pretty in Red. Really nice title by George Lambert. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $650. We're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on and move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 13F, is called Peaceful Drive by Lainey Holman. This is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $300. Judy, really beautiful, peaceful drive. I can see that.
It is.
Where was this painted?
So she took the picture from a spot on Highway 88, just south of Pine Grove. So she was driving down the street. The sunset was there, and she just thought it was such a peaceful view. But it's got a lot of symbolism for her. And I think part of it is the kind of the difference between a lot of texture and smooth. A lot of texture and then the smooth grasses. So it's kind of a contrast between man-made and nature.
Can you talk a little bit about the composition, too, because it's drawing my eye as I look right at it.
It does. It takes you right down this yellow line and around that corner, and you say to yourself, where did the road go? What am I going to see next? So it does have that mystery involved in it as well. And you think, oh, am I going to see this gorgeous sunset better when I get around the corner? Or because the sunset is, though it's a very small piece of the total painting, is vibrant.
I
really
love how you
gorgeous.
mentioned the mix between man-made and nature, because often we see sunset images and they're set along a lake or a mountain, but then it kind of surprises your eye to see a road there, and you think it's very interesting.
Yes, it is. And I think part of what she wants to say is that it, for her, it's a calm start, but you have mystery. Where are you going? What is the unknown future for you? And I think that's her statement in a lot of her work has roads in it. So that's kind of a common theme for her.
I love it. And I want to point out this beautiful frame, too. It's almost floating in this frame, which, I mean, really makes it pop as well.
Yes. And she's such an interesting lady. This frame, I'm sure, she gets a lot of her things herself. She's a mother of 6 who homeschools her children. So when she has time to paint, it's amazing, but she is probably the most prolific painter that I know.
Oh, wow. I'm even more impressed now.
Yeah,
and that's wonderful. This is item 13F, called Peaceful Drive by Lainey Holman. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $300. You'll see the number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. Maybe you've spent time in this part of our area,
That's right.
of our region, but also just I like the contemplative nature of this too. What kind of emotions do you get? For me, it's contemplative, it's serene. How does it make you feel?
It makes me feel like, oh, look at what I'm heading into, that gorgeous sunset. I love that just opens up there at the end. Possibilities.
Wonderful.
Thank you. That's the word.
All right. Well, we are nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. A big thank you to Judy Day for joining us here as an art expert. Judy, thank you so much for discussing all of the artwork from Sutter Creek Gallery this break.
I had a great time. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Oh, you're welcome. All right, let's go check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding.
Thanks, Christina. You know, there's just a few minutes to go here in our Sutter Creek Gallery break, and oh my gosh, what a break it's been. It's amazing. Let's go to 13D Sierra Splendor. It's what? A bell ringer. I'm so happy. Donor value, or the retail value, is $250. Right now we are at $300. Oh, thank you so much. See, that's what a real auction is supposed to do. And now let's go to 13E. Remember about that auction? Pretty in Red still does not have a starting bid. Look at the value of this piece. If you went into a gallery right now, it would be $650. That is the value. You can come in right now, no kidding, at $150, you would have an original piece of artwork from a local artist no one else has, just you. And then 13F, Peaceful Drive, lovely piece. Retail value on that one is $300. The high bid is $200. So that one may still be a bell ringer. The number's right there on your screen, 1-844-KVIE Art. And this is very exciting. I love saying this. I really do. So the first one was 13A, Yosemite Firefall 2024. Yes, I'm so happy. Retail value of $800. We have a high bid of $1,850. $1,850. Oh, it's a double bell ringer. A double bell ringer. Woohoo! I am so happy. Thank you so much. I love you people out there. And then 13B, Primping. Oh, beautiful swan. My mom would have really loved that. Retail value is $300. Also a bell ringer at $500. You know good art. You know good art. I am so happy. 13C is Eliam Ozawa, is Joanne Ogburn. The retail value is $300. $325. We're at $325. We have another bell ringer. Yay! Okay, and then 13B Sierra Splendor, $250. We're at $450. $450. Bell ringer. Yay! And then bell ringer. And then we need an opening bid still on Pretty in Red of only $150 right now. Be the one to call. I'm going to wait for your phone call right now. And then finally, 13F Peaceful Drive. $300 is the retail value. $250 is the high bid. It's $300. Oh, I'm so excited. Another bell ringer. Woohoo! Oh my goodness. So stay with us, please. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Yay!
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased artwork must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/artauction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the photography category. Awards juried by Wes Davis. This category features a selection of photographs, limited editions, and etchings. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Hi, I'm Cindy Shelton. Thank you so much for joining us for this photography break. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. 14A, Nature's Palette, Ocean and Rock. This is from Joey Johnson, photography measuring 19 by 25. The retail value on this one is $300. And then 14B, Sea Wonders from Mary Ann Carrasco. Photography measuring 20 by 28, good size. Retail value, $400. 14C is called King Art. Beautiful. From Michelle McCormick, photography measuring 22 by 26. Retail value is $625. 14D Serenity from George McCamey. Photography measuring 16 by 24, the retail value $325. And then 14E, Sunset Symphony, stunner from Ted Holm. What a photograph. 20 by 30 is the size. Retail value is $500. Mesmerizing color. And then the last one to round out this half hour is 14F, Windows of the Soul by Shelley Carlisle. And then it's a photography 16 by 20. Adagio Custom Picture Framing, we thank them very much for the honorable mention that they won in this year's art auction. And then the retail value on this one is $160. So if you love photography, like I do, I hope you're ready to call us right now. And then now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hello, I'm Rob Stewart, and thank you for joining us for this photography break. I am so pleased to be here with art expert Wes Davis. Wes is a professional photographer in the greater Sacramento area, well known for his diverse and wide-ranging artistic portfolio. In addition to being a sought-after wedding and commercial photographer, his work has included commissions, murals, and other regional art projects and icons in our area. Wes also serves as this year's Art Auction Awards juror in the photography category, and we welcome Wes today. Good to see you.
Thanks. Good to see you.
Thanks for being part of the art auction.
Absolutely.
Glad to have you on air.
Great to be here.
So this first piece is 14A, Nature's Palette, Ocean and Rock by Joy Johnson, photography measuring 19 by 35. Retail value is $300, and I turn to you for an explanation. What do we have here?
Well, it's a beautiful detail of a piece of slab of rock on a coastal, it could be really anywhere California coastal. It's just a beautiful interpretation of a piece of a tide pool. And the rock has been shaped and carved and painted really by the friction of water and sand over the years.
This is a 19 by 25 for the size, and I'm curious, Wes, like, where would the photographer have been?
Well, to find something like this, they're scrambling around slippery rocks, exploring the detail. Something like this, you know, depending on the equipment that they're using, and depending on the surface, it looks like it's straight overhead, looking straight down.
Straight down. Okay, gotcha. And I would imagine it takes a lot of patience.
Well, to find a detail that has this kind of impact, the specific look, the framing, the composition, yeah, it probably took quite a while to find such a unique set of things happening in one frame.
It tells such a story.
Yeah, oftentimes if you're looking into like details like this, if you're in a place that has a lot of rocks carved over time, it's hard to find something that can stand out or that can be a complete composition when there's just so much going on. So it's really great that the artist was able to find this kind of complete composition centered around this eye-shaped pool in the middle.
I love it. I hope this is resonating with you as well. Pick up the phone, call your number that is on the screen right now to be involved in the PBS KVIE art auction. Call a friend and have them join you as well, or put on social media that you're watching the auction and form your own art auction parties and bid against each other. If you are interested in this piece, the number's right there on the screen. Again, it's 14A Nature's Palette, Ocean and Rock by Joey Johnson. Photography measuring 19 by 25. The retail value is $300. Tell me what else you have here. What else you'd like to say about this?
Well, the first thing that struck me when I looked at it was that it looks like an eye. And I think it really kind of evokes this like primal feeling about the living qualities of the earth.
It does look like an eye.
Yeah, to me it looked almost like a whale's eye, which makes sense. It has this kind of coastal feeling. But in a way, it's so much deeper than that, because I've spent a lot of time in Death Valley, and there's a place we like to go called Mosaic Canyon. And you get a lot of the same kind of swirly, textured patterns in the rocks that have been eroded by water over time. And it makes you feel this like ancient sense of like our planet is so vastly older than any of us can comprehend. Like
than we can even get our brains around.
But these rocks, they've been shaped like that for hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions of years.
This captures a moment in time, and your moment is here. If you want to buy this piece, you need to pick up the phone and call, because they go very fast. They move just like that, and you need to get active and get on the line and call, because it's the only way to buy a piece here in the auction. We're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next. Item 14B is Sea Wonders by Marianne Carrasco. This is photography measuring 20 by 28. The retail value on this piece is $400. And what a beautiful piece of art. I love the action captured in this. First thoughts?
First thoughts with this one is that she really was able to find that decisive moment. And photographers often, are looking for that moment, that decisive moment when movement is happening and things just align naturally in a beautiful way. And so you talked about patience earlier. you know, to get the timing right with the wave and the way that the birds are lined up, it is a really great representation of that decisive moment.
Yeah, patience is important for this. We don't want you to be patient with these pieces because you've got to act fast. 3 minutes, they're on the air and they're sold within the half hour, which means you have to be well into the process. Just get on the phone and call if you're interested. And we have a phone bank of friendly volunteers standing by right now waiting to talk to you. Again, retail $400. You see the price on your screen. The current bid is Marianne Carrasco's piece, Sea Wonders. What does this have an emotion feel to you? Does it evoke emotion?
Oh, absolutely. I think that when a photographer is able to capture that decisive moment in such a unique way, it is stirring. It really is. You know, when you're relaxing seaside and things tend to line up, when the birds fly out of the bush and the waves splash at the same time, it really evokes this deep feeling. It's kind of hard to explain, and I think that that feeling kind of can become evoked by a photograph when that moment is right, when that moment is just right.
I love the light captured in this, and that it's captured in the wave and the water too.
Yeah, it's really the position of the sun is doing the wave quite a bit of justice because it's coming in from behind and it's illuminating the seafoam green in there, right in the center of the image, has that beautiful pop of seafoam.
This is 14B that you're looking at right now. Sea Wonders, Marianne Carrasco, photography measuring 20 by 28, a beautiful piece of art. Retail value is $400. In 15 seconds, because we're already out of time on this one, tell me your final thoughts as to why someone should buy this piece.
It's just a really beautiful, brings you straight to the beach. The lines through it are incredible with the way the birds, and then the line of the rocks, the line of the sea. And it's in a beautiful frame that has that feeling of beach wood. It's just a great way to transport you to the beach and feel that moment of being there.
I think you just sold it. I think you just did it. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen to get involved, and hopefully you will be the winning bidder on this beautiful piece by Marianne Carrasco. We'll move on to the next. 14C is King Art by Michelle McCormick. Photography measuring 22 by 26. How pretty is this? Retail value is $625. And I love this piece. I love it. It's so sweet. It feels loving, like, almost parenting. It's tender. Take it away.
Yeah. One thing that's really neat about penguins, and it captures it well in this image, is because the photograph is so sharp, it's such a well shot image, you get this sharp quality to the details of the penguin, but it's so soft at the same time. So you get this feeling of this sharp and soft, and then the hard contrast, the black and the white. So it's really it's captivating. Yeah.
It really is beautiful, and I also think that this could be a great piece in a modern home or in any collection. Frankly, I've always wanted a pet penguin, and I can't do that, but I could have this, and this would be a great reminder. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen right now. There you see the current bid. This retails for $625. Again, it's by Michelle McCormick. King Art, 22 by 26. Composition thoughts?
It's beautiful. It's just it's very simple. The way it sits in the frame, it has this shape of a heart.
Oh yeah, it does. I didn't realize that till you said that, and I see that now. Yeah, and that might be that feeling of love.
Yeah, and the nice thing about penguins, they really evoke that sense of love and compassion. They mate for life. The way that they take care of their babies, it's so loving. They're just community is all about love. So just having this image in your presence gives you that sense. It kind of lifts your heart and kind of makes you feel the love.
Its little eyes are closed too. I just saw that as well.
It's such a peaceful moment.
It is. It is a peaceful moment that can be yours forever by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen. I have to tell you, calling in is the only way to place your bid while we are live and active here at the art auction. So it is important to pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. I think that this piece is just generating a lot of interest. King Art by Michelle McCormick, 22 by 26 and $625. Tell me about as a photographer, the technique of doing this?
Well, it's difficult for one. Michelle had to travel to the Falkland Islands, which are off the southern tip of South America, way down in the Southern Ocean. So just being able to get down there, dealing with the elements, there's not a lot of comforts in the Falkland Islands. I've never been there, but I'm sure. So being out there with your equipment, out in the elements, out in the cold, so far away from home, is difficult. And then on top of that, you have to have the right gear. You have to have patience, because wild animals aren't going to just stand where you want them to stand.
And you got to have a penguin show up.
So it takes a lot of dedication. Yeah, you got to have the penguin show up. It takes a lot of dedication to get something like this.
Well, dedication is why we do what we do, because we are dedicated to bringing you the arts, education, entertainment, and inspiration through however you watch PBS KVIE. We are halfway through the break. They fly by, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for more bidding updates right now.
Thanks, Rob. All right, we have some exciting artwork available this break. Let's take a look at the current bids on these items. 14A Nature's Palette, Ocean and Rock. You know, they loved it as much as I do. It's from Joey Johnson. Retail value is $300. Guess what? We're up to $550. Bell ringer. Woohoo! You know, this one's going to be a double bell ringer. This is the most mesmerizing photograph. Look at that. It's a accumulation of rocks, but it looks like an eye. It's fabulous. The donor value again is $300. We're at $550. Don't let that stop you. You can call in right now at $600, and you might take this away tomorrow. 14B Sea Wonders from Mary Ann Carrasco. This is a photography measuring 20 by 28. Retail value is $400. We are at $175, which is a great starting bid. That's a great starting bid. So why don't you come in at $200 or $250? Remember, this would be worth $400 if you saw this hanging in a gallery right now. It's really stunning. It's a great picture. And then 14C is King Art from Michelle McCormick. Michelle specializes in avian photography. She is amazing. The retail value of this is $625. Right now, we've got a good starting bid at $200. But don't forget, this is worth $625. All the money goes to us here. Every penny of it goes to us here at the station. She is donating this piece. All the artists this weekend are donating their pieces generously because they feel very strongly about what we do here at PBS KVIE, and I hope you do too. So all you have to do right now is get on the phone. The number's right there on your screen. I say there, but it's probably right there. It's 1-800 or 1-844-KVIE-ART. Have your credit card. You can talk to some great phone bank volunteers who have given up their afternoon just to talk to you and take your bids. We only do this once a year. We're doing photography, and you're going to love these pieces. Let me go through them again. 14A, Nature's Palette, Ocean and Rock. Retail value $300. We're still at $550, which is that bell ringer, but we would love to see $600. 14B, Sea Wonders. $400 is the retail value. $175. You can still come in more on that one. And then 14C, King Art from Michelle McCormick. That's a great piece. The donor value on that one is $625. We're at only $200. Again, that's a good starting bid, but it's worth $625. And if you love photography, this one might be yours on your wall tomorrow. And now we're going to head over to the art for a second half of this break with Robin West.
That's right. The number to call is on your screen, and when you do, you'll be supporting PBS as well as the arts right here in our region. Let's continue on with our next item and our art expert this half hour, Wes Davis. We're talking about item 14D, Serenity by George McCamey. The photography piece measures 16 by 24. The retail value is $325. And so many questions for you on this. First of all, I just want to know your initial impressions.
Well, my initial impression was that it could really be anywhere, and I was curious by what the artist wrote. He didn't really mention where it was, and that could have been intentionally.
On finding serenity wherever you are.
That's right, yeah, and I think that the title really does kind of capture what it is, because once you remove that like need to know, then it is just peaceful. It kind of transports you away. So.
That's very, very cool. I like that. You can be, you remove the need to know. That's a cool sentence. This piece can be yours by picking up the phone, calling the number on your screen. You see the current bid there. $325 is the retail. What is this printed on?
It's transferred onto metal, which is a unique way to present photographs. It really enhances the contrast and the color and the clarity. Everything just shines on metal. So it's if the piece was yours, you could see it's a thin piece of sheet metal, and if you flicked it, it would ting.
Yeah.
But it's a conversation starter when people see it, because as you walk past it and see the light changing, it really does reflect in a unique way.
Now you mentioned
and makes
the light.
Those colors.
Yeah,
just really
absolutely.
pop.
You mentioned the light. There's shadowing in this. So what do you have to do? Wait on the right time of day?
Yeah, time of day, it does have something to do with, creating something like this, being able to get the quality that you want out of the light. It's really nice to have those reflections of all those different things that are in the water too. And
it's a beautiful piece, and if you are watching right now, you are watching the PBS KVIE Art Auction, where we bring you art all weekend long here from our Sacramento studios, broadcasting across Northern California. And you can have anyone in the country call and watch with you. Reach out to them, tell them where they can find the auction, and they too can place a bid by calling the number on your screen. But you gotta act fast, because these pieces move fast, just like Serenity is right now moving. Where would you put it?
I might put it somewhere where I spend time meditating. Because even though you see houses, there's no human activity. It just seems so very calm.
That's a good point.
The only kind of moving life is the little tiny bird on the nose of the plane, who is also just seems to be waiting and just in no rush to go anywhere.
That's Serenity. That's what we all need to find, and you maybe have found it here with this piece, and if so, pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, place your bid right now. This is a retail of $325, and everything we have just goes, so we need to make sure you get active if you'd like this piece in your home office or as a gift. I love giving art as a gift. We'll keep this piece open and move on to the next. Item 14E is Sunset Symphony by Ted Holm. Photography measuring 20 by 30. The retail value is $500 on this piece. And we are going to start off with your first impressions.
Well, my first impression is a lot more profound now seeing it in person.
Yeah.
I've previously only seen it digital form. But seeing it in person, it's really, it's pretty incredible, the amount of color.
It's explosion of color.
It's just an explosion of color, exactly. Yeah, the way it's printed is, it's soft, but it's so bright at the same time. It's really nice. It's nicely printed. And
I love the horizon line. This is, I guess, something you have to really wait on to in time just right.
Sure.
And hope that nature shows up with its brilliance of color, because it doesn't always happen this way.
Right. Yeah, this is probably a place that he's been many, many times, the photographer.
It's a beautiful piece. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen for George McCamey's piece, and you see this is photography measuring 16 by 24. I apologize, this is Ted Holmes' piece. Photography measuring 20 by 30. Ted did a great job of capturing that. I love how the light just pops through the monitor that Ted captured in this beautiful Sunset Symphony. Is that hard to do?
Oh, absolutely. Sunsets can be more challenging than I think most people think when you're photographing them. So finding a composition that's going to enable you to have reflection, dark, light, shadows, you're going to get a lot of blacks, but finding a composition where it works, where all those elements can be seen and details can still be seen.
Yeah, because I just realized it's pretty much all in focus. It's amazing to capture such a wide, beautiful moment in time. We've been talking about moments in time during this half hour, and the importance of capturing that in photography. This again is Sunset Symphony by Ted Holm. Photography measuring 20 by 30. You see it on your monitor. The color just pops through the screen. $500 is the retail value, and the current bid is up on the screen right now. I never can get a sunset captured correctly. Every time I try to, it just kind of blows out the whatever I'm taking. You must have taken sunsets as well. Degree of difficulty?
I mean, it really just depends on what nature wants to give you that day. In this case, he had this incredible bank of clouds that was moving in. He had a higher bank of clouds to reflect the sun behind the lower bank of clouds, and he got it right before the sun kind of dipped out behind the clouds. I mean, it's just timing. The timing is great. The clouds are incredible. Those clouds like that you don't see too often.
And the light on the water, all of it's just beautiful. And we hope that it's resonating with you as well. If you want to capture this moment in time, do not wait. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen for Ted Holmes' beautiful Sunset Symphony. We will keep this piece open and move on to the next one, okay? 14F, Windows to the Soul by Shelley Carlisle. Adorable. Photography measuring 16 by 20, framed by Adagio Custom Picture Framing. The retail value on this is $160, and I think that is adorable. What are your initial impressions?
Yeah, absolutely. It's it really gives you a sense of connection to the creature. He's looking right at the camera, and it's just it makes us feel like, you know, that there is so much more going on with the world. It takes us away from the hustle and bustle, and it puts us in this perspective of this beautiful animal.
Yeah, we need to be reminded of how small our lives are in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and how precious life can be.
Oh yes, and this looks like, I think it is a young pup right there on the coastline, as we have many places across California where you can capture these. And I'm also told this won an honorable mention and best frame design competition, which is cool. So Shelley's piece, Windows to the Soul, is active and open right now. Call the number on your screen. You can see the little window to the soul of this precious little baby. Look at that. I just love pictures like that. Anyway, $160 is the retail value. And tell me your thoughts on this as we talk about, I'm curious about the tone as far as the color tones.
The color tones are beautiful. I mean, it's very subdued and muted, but the color of the environment is so matches with the color of the animal, and it's really just it's a calming tone. This would be great for a kid's room.
Oh yeah,
because it's playful and friendly, and it you know, how could you have any kind of animosity towards nature when you have something so beautiful hanging, you know?
It's a beautiful piece, and it can be yours by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen. The focus and the back, the back focus and the sand in the foreground. Tell me about that. Is that all in editing, or is that in the actual piece photography?
Yeah, that's a technique chosen by the photographer. Shallow depth of field, which just really brings everything to the face and to the eyes, and it really brings you into the mood and the how this animal feels.
I just saw the whiskers.
Yeah, the whiskers are razor sharp. It's really interesting. The eyes are so dark, but so
awake.
Awake, yeah.
Which is, I think, very fitting for the site. Very fitting to the title, Windows to the Soul.
Absolutely.
A beautiful piece here. This can be yours by picking up the phone, calling the number on the screen, and you can take home Shelley Carlisle's beautiful Windows to the Soul. Okay, well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that it's your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I would love to thank our art expert, Wes Davis, for sharing his expertise with us during this half hour. Wes, thank you so much.
No problem.
For serving also as our awards juror this year for photography, okay? It's great to have you here with us. And now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction activity.
Thanks so much, Rob. Just a few minutes left in this break, so you got to call quick if you like any of these pieces. Let's look at the open bids on the items featured in this last half hour. 14D Serenity from George McCamey. The 16 by 24 retail value is $325, and so far we have a bid of 100, which is a nice start. That's a nice opening bid. But remember, the value of this for retail purposes, $325. Item 14E is my favorite. Is it okay to tell you that? It's my favorite. Sunset Symphony. Ten Holmes is an amazing photographer. His colors are mesmerizing. Retail value is $500. We have a bid right now of $225, only $225 of this stunner, and then 14F, Windows to the Soul. Retail value is $160. We're at $150. We need 10 more dollars to make this a bell ringer, and that's it. 14A, Nature's Palette, Ocean Rock. Retail value is $300. Bell ringer at $550. Thank you so much. Sea Wonders is 14B. Retail value is $400. Another bell ringer, $425. Thank you so much. And then 14C, King Art, $625. Right now we're at $200. 14D, Serenity, $325. We're still at $100. We can go up from there. And then 14E, Sunset Symphony. It's worth more than $500 to me, but right now we're at $225. You can come in a lot higher on that one. And then 14F, Windows to the Soul, $160. We're still at $150. Won't you call in for 10 more dollars when we get that last bell ringer? And then stay with us because there's more art coming up in the next half hour of PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 43rd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Coming up next is artwork from the Lodi Community Arts Center. Located in downtown Lodi, the Community Arts Center is a member organization designed to stimulate and encourage interest in the visual arts, offering a gallery space, art instruction, and more. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hello there, I'm Dr. Steve Wenlock, and thanks for joining us for the Lodi Community Arts Center break. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bidding during the next half hour. Item 15A is Yosemite Late Autumn by Caroline Henry. This is a scratchboard measuring 20 by 16. Retail value $450. Item 15 is Lock by Marilyn Edgar. This is oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16. Retail value $800. Item 15C, Reaching for Blue Skies by J.C. Stroke. This is glass measuring 20 by 16 by 4. Retail value is $350. Item 15D is Santa Fe Beckons by Dean Taylor. This photography measuring 16 by 23. Retail value is $300. The item 15E is California Poppies by Joy Quay. This is a fabric measuring 30 by 24, and again, Joy Quayle. This retail value is $800. Item 15F is Panther Creek by Galen Sanders. This is an oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $250. All right, the phone lines are open. Now let's head over to the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and thank you for joining us for this segment featuring artists from the Lodi Community Arts Center. During this break, I'm so pleased to be joined by Patty Kennedy. Patty has been a longtime member of the Lodi Community Arts Center and now serves as the board president. She has decades of experience as an artist, ranging from painting to printmaking and photography, and she's also an arts educator and enjoys working with community programs that increase the accessibility of the arts in schools. We are so glad to have you here with us. Thanks, Patty. I love what you do with schools. That's the E in KVIE, education.
Yes,
but today we're all about arts and arts education. And we're going to start with this first piece, which is 15A, Yosemite Late Autumn by Caroline Henry. This is scratchboard, measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $450. What a beautiful piece of art. And what is scratchboard?
Well, scratchboard it's a special paper that has kaolin clay applied to it, and then black India ink is applied over that. So what the artist does is they go in with special tools and they scratch off the black. So every place that is not black is an area that the artist had to take off to create the image.
And so the colors were already under it?
No. What Caroline does is once she's completed the scratchboard work, she uses Ban Me inks, which don't spread. They don't spread as much. So she's able to apply those inks carefully and know that they're going to stay where she applies them, that they're not going to bleed into areas that she doesn't want them to go into.
What I find so phenomenal about this piece, and by the way, if you're glued to it like we are and just captivated, don't get stuck doing this. Pick up the phone and call because you want to get active in the auction because they go so fast. But while I'm watching this, I look at this piece and it makes me realize how much work goes into every single stroke, the artist's hand.
Yes. And this is 16 by 20, which is very large for scratchboard. And Caroline generally works about half this size, a quarter of this size in scratchboard.
The trees are exquisite.
They are. And you can tell that it's autumn. The color is just speaking to you.
I love this piece, and I hope you do too. Pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. We are a member of the community, and we bring you news, education, inspiration, and the arts. And right here, you're watching the PBS KVIE Art Auction. Pick up the phone and get involved. Dial the number on your screen. This has a retail value of $450. You are looking at Yosemite Late Autumn. Take it away.
And I would like to say I love that Caroline's piece is the first piece in the Lodi Arts Center section.
Good.
Because she embodies the Art Center. She has been a member for decades. She is a lifelong member now. And this piece in particular has won several awards at shows. Her scratchboard almost always takes awards at shows. She's been doing it for about 12 years. She also is our membership chair, and she works with our kids events. And just an all-around support to the Art Center, not just with the work that she brings in, but with the work that she does on our behalf.
Yeah, and we also thank Caroline for what she's done for PBS KVIE, because this is given to us to bring to you, to sell, to bring the proceeds to our mission here at PBS KVIE. This piece is right now retailing at $450. Real quick, Yosemite Late Autumn by Caroline Henry. Pick up the phone and get involved right now. We'll leave this piece open and move on to the next one, which is 15B. This is Lock by Marilyn Eager. This is just such a lovely piece of art. 15B, Lock by Marilyn Eager, oil on canvas, measuring 20 by 16, and the retail value is $800. This is just gorgeous.
It is. Marilyn Eager is a master. In fact, she earned her Master of Fine Arts while teaching full-time at Bear Creek High School in Stockton.
Wow.
And this is Locke. Anybody who has visited Locke recognizes this inspiring scene.
Absolutely.
This is where Marilyn has gone for many years to do plein air painting. This is a piece that she was working on when she plein air painted with a friend in Locke. and that friend is no longer with us. And Marilyn completed this painting feeling her friend's muse at her shoulder.
What a lovely tribute and what a lovely gesture
Yes.
to take such a special moment.
Each stroke is a prayer, each stroke is a thought.
How beautiful. And then share it with us and we get to bring it to you. Please pick up the phone and get involved in this wonderful auction. This has a retail value of $800 and there you see the current bid on your screen right now.
And Marilyn's mastery of her color, her composition, her strokes.
Look at this.
It's paint. There's no doubt that it's a painting. You don't have to look at it closely. And when you do look at it closely, you see just a little flick of color is defining things.
It's spectacular. I don't know how you, an artist, do this because you capture the light, you capture the shadowing, and I look at these tables and I'm like, who would have thought to put those colors on there? But it's just amazing. And I hope it's connecting with you too. Right now, the number is on the screen for the PBS KVIE art auction. We have a wonderful phone bank of volunteers ready to speak with you. They're very friendly and they would love to talk to you about this fantastic piece by Marilyn Eager. What else?
I like to say that, you know, we go out and buy flowers and we buy knickknacks and we bring hostess gifts. Why not start by giving the gift of fine art?
I completely agree because it lasts forever.
It lasts forever, and you can start a tradition in your family.
And also, we are having price points all across the board, so
Yes.
there's something for everyone here this weekend. We're the largest art gallery right now in Northern California, and it's right here on television. And you have this beautiful piece, which is 15B Lock by Marilyn Eager, oil on canvas, measuring 20 by 16, retails at $800. We got a lot of interest in this, which is fantastic. We're going to keep this spectacular piece open and move on to the next, okay? The next piece is 15C, and wait till you see the colors on this. This is Reaching for Blue Skies by J.C. Stroat. J.C. she's just phenomenal. She's been with us and you for quite a while. Glass measuring 20 by 16 by 4. Retail value is $350. And JC also does garden stakes.
She does garden stakes. I know that interests you, Rob.
That's so beautiful. But this right now is the spectacular piece that she gave to PBS KVIE for the auction. And it was jurored in. Take it away.
So this is fused glass or warm glass, and JC works almost exclusively in fused glass. So that means that she's designed the image and then she has cut the individual pieces of glass, and then they are fused together in a kiln. But it's not as simple as just dropping it in the kiln and having it work. So something like this requires 4 to 6 different firings.
Wow.
And each firing takes, let's see, 14 to 16 hours because you have to bring up the heat and then bring it down properly for the chemistry of the glass so that you don't create thermal shock or create lingering stress in the glass that's going to eventually crack. So there's a lot of science involved in that.
And those hours are monitored hours. You just can't throw it in there and let it go.
Exactly.
My goodness, that is amazing. Just look at what you're seeing right now on your screen. And if you're hearing us and not looking at your monitor, this is one you want to come over here and take a look, because this could just be spectacular anywhere with light popping through it.
It's wonderful in sunlight.
Okay.
It could go outside if you manage to secure the stand.
And it is on a nice metal stand.
Yeah, it's on a very nice minimalist stand, so what you see is the wonder of the piece.
Wonderful. Just look at that. It is so California looking to me.
It is.
The skies, the blues, the greens. And this is a great way. This is a fantastic price point too. The retail on this is $350. Again, I'll tell you, it's 15C, Reaching for Blue Skies by J.C. Stroat. It's glass, measuring 20 by 16 by 4. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen because the items move fast. And the Lodi collection is always a popular collection.
And let me add, we have coming up in Lodi on October 19th and 20th, we have the Lodi Open Studio Tours.
Cool.
And all of these Lodi artists are taking part in that.
Nice.
So if you're interested in knowing what a glass studio looks like, J.C. Stroat's studio is going to be part of that tour, and you'll be able to see her work as well as how the work is created.
It's fantastic, and you can also have this J.C. Stroat in your home if you pick up the phone and call and are lucky enough to be the winning bidder. I'm just captivated by watching that on the screen. All right, we're halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for an update on the bidding right now.
All right, some great works from the Lodi Community Arts Center in this break. We're looking to hear from you right now to place your bid and win art. Quick recapture of the bidding activity. Here we go. Listen, we've got 15A right now, Yosemite Late Autumn by Caroline Henry. Right now the bid is at, the high bid is at $350. That means that we have more of you that want to have this piece. And remember, this is a retail value of $450, which is just terrific. And when I was listening to them talk about it, the strokes, the involvement, how this artist really put her passion into making Yosemite so beautiful. I just can't get over how beautiful it is, and I know you would want to have that in your home. Item 15B is Lock, and this is by Marilyn Eager. And this oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16. And guess what? It is, I love, again, the passion that this artist has put in really looking at Lock and being a part of it. We have a high bid right now of $600. So as we said earlier, this is a retail value of $800. But you might want to think about how important this might look in your family. I mean, it just jumped to $650, so that means there's more room for you to come in and bid. What I'm so impressed with this, it is a piece of the Sacramento region that has been captured so beautifully. And in some ways, it could be like forever you would have in your home a piece of the Sacramento County region. You know? Let's look at 15B. So 15B is Reaching for the Blue Skies by J.C. Stroat. And I have to tell you, I had the honor to stand right next to the artist last year when we were talking about this piece, who was also an art expert on there. And I tell you, it was one that I love her work with glass. And one of the things that you notice that we keep saying, it changes as the light, different light sources on this reflect so beautifully. And now I know that was JC's really plan, that you look at this and from that. Remember that the retail value on this is $350. We have a bid right now of $115. And what we want is what you want, which is to have this piece right in your home right now. And it's glass, and again, I just want to let you know, it's 20 by 16 by 4. Just remember, and now let's head back to the art with Rob and Patty.
All right, we are back for the second half of this break, and moving on to our next piece with the Lodi Community Arts Center is 15D. Santa Fe Beckons by Dean Taylor. This is photography measuring 16 by 23. Retail value is $300. It's ready to go in your home, office, or as a gift. And what a beautiful piece. Tell me about Dean Taylor's piece of art.
So Dean captured this subject when he was in Santa Fe walking around in the plaza on Thanksgiving morning. And it certainly gives the feeling of a lazy Sunday morning. And he saw this bench and felt like it was asking for somebody to sit there.
Mm-hmm. It's a rarely empty place.
Yes. And he first viewed it without the tree. He was looking at it differently. And then as he came up to it, as he's taking shots, he saw that with the tree there, it just created this inviting place to sit and just stop and take a rest.
I think this piece is a nice meditation piece.
Yes.
Because it takes you to a place where you can sit and belong and be sheltered and nourished by a beautiful tree.
It's almost as though you are being hugged by that tree.
Yes, absolutely. And we love the stories behind these pieces. And you can add your own story to this piece of art if you are the winning bidder by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen. You see the current bid right there on the screen. This is a $300 retail. So get involved in the auction because this is your chance to take home a piece of art from the PBS KVIE 43rd Annual Art Auction. Okay, so tell us more about this piece. What jumps out at you?
Well, the first thing that struck me when I saw this piece was, of course, the bench, but how the light leaves over here are hanging over it as if to bestow a blessing or to shelter or umbrella.
That whole Santa Fe Center, too, feels like it encourages that type of environment, and this captures it because there's no one in it. You can be the one in it.
And this is how you can imagine what it would be like if you did get there on a holiday morning.
Is that another tree behind the bench?
I believe it's shadows of trees.
Got it.
On the wall.
Explain to me why do you know why the use of black and white? Just choice, artist choice?
Artist choice. You can certainly get lots of contrast. You can also create a mood with black and white. You can create a mood with color. So it's just like using a palette for a painting. You're going to create the mood that you want with what you choose to use for your palette in a photograph.
That's very interesting. I've never heard it put like that. I think that's great. This can be yours if you pick up the phone and call, and you are lucky enough to be the winning bidder. You are looking right now on your screen at Santa Fe Beckons by Dean Taylor, a beautiful piece of art right now in the PBS KVIE art auction. Love this photograph. We'll keep it open and move on to the next piece. 15E, wait till you see this. California Poppies by Joy Kuo. This is fabric, okay? Fabric, measuring 30 by 24. Retail value is $800. California poppies and the sheen. I did not know this was fabric. You take it away. You're the art expert. Tell me about this.
So Joy does a lot of work on silk. So this is actually fabric dye that she has painted directly onto silk that is stretched onto a frame like you would stretch a canvas. Joy also creates scarves and ponchos, wearable art, by painting on silk. She also teaches classes at the Lodi Art Center.
Is this silk painted as well, all of it? Was it just a plain piece of silk?
Yes.
Okay. The poppies are exquisite, and the outline, the details around the poppies, they really just pop. I mean, it's gorgeous.
And the control of color on the fabric to keep the poppies as poppies and not completely blending into the background.
Yeah, that blows my mind. This can be yours by calling the number on your screen. I love this piece of art. Poppies are quintessential to California. They are just such a statement piece, and I love that she also creates wearable art. Your home would wear this very well by calling the number on your screen, and this has a retail value of $800. It is a big piece of art. 30 by 24, and all of the money goes to PBS KVIE content, keeping you informed, entertained, educated, and inspired, and about the arts.
And I would like to add, as I said, I like the idea of buying art for special occasions. This is painted on silk. Silk is the symbol of the 12th wedding anniversary as a symbol of resilience and strength. So if you have a 12th anniversary coming up, you need to buy this piece.
How cool is that? Because definitely about 12 years, it's resilience. And a lot of strength.
And a lot of strength.
Between 7 and 14, but that's a whole different story. So this is a beautiful piece, and I love that the dozen years of marriage, that this could be celebrated for that, or of a relationship. Again, you're looking at 15E California Poppies by Joy Kuo. Fabric, measuring 30 by 24. Call a friend, text someone, and say, get involved in the auction because you got to see this. This retails at $800, and there you see the current bid on the screen right now, and the beautiful poppies that are just coming right through your monitor. What are your final thoughts for 30 seconds?
Well, I love the vibrancy of it. I love the celebration of California with the poppies.
I also love, by the way, the color in the background.
Yes.
Because it's so California sky.
Yes, yes.
And it's also the colors of the water in Tahoe up there at the top.
Yes.
It's just, I just love it. All right, we're going to keep this piece open. Thank you so much, Joey Kuo, for a beautiful piece of art. And we're going to move on to the next piece. This is, ta-da, this is 15F. Panther Creek by Gay Lynn Saunders. This is oil on canvas, measuring 20 by 16. The retail value is $250. And right now, this is the piece that is up for auction in the PBS KVIE art auction. Okay, first impressions.
I want to be there. Yeah. I just want to step into that beautiful, calming place on Panther Creek up in the Redwoods. And Galen has spent many vacations camping and spending time up there.
Look at the detail in the trees, too. We always say, you know, we're your window to the world, but this is a window to the world.
And this was a year, 2019, when the salmon were running pretty high. So there were lots of fish and fishermen there, and just very lively. And Galen's only been painting in oil for about 3 or 4 years.
Wow, it's a beautiful piece of art, and it can be yours by calling the number on your screen. This has a retail value of $250. What a beautiful gift for someone who loves the great outdoors, or fishing, or redwoods, or water, or nature. It's all here in one.
And Galen, as most of these artists, will be participating in the Lodi Open Studio Tour on October 19th and 20th.
How cool. We love that this piece and all of these pieces were given to PBS KVIE and then jurored in. We had a huge amount of art submitted, I mean a ton this year, and it was very difficult, but these all made it and we're thrilled. This piece is something that really captures the essence of Northern California. It really shows the beauty that we are so lucky to have in our own backyard. And to continue something coming in your own backyard, which is PBS KVIE, we need you to stay involved in the PBS auction. Go ahead.
And what a wonderful way to support PBS by bringing something like this into your home, into your office, and sharing it with your family for decades to come.
It's absolutely beautiful, and we hope that you pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. Share this with friends, blast it out on social media that the auction is in full swing right now, because these are the examples of the beautiful pieces of art. But right now, we're talking about Panther Creek by Gay Lynn Saunders, oil on canvas, measuring 20 by 16, retail value $250. I just have to tell you that as I'm watching this piece, as many places as I've been around California, this piece takes me there. It leaps you into an experience. It leaps you into a place of peace and of beauty. And I just love your artists. All of them are great. These are beautiful pieces. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, because we're nearing the end of this break, which means it's your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. So let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding.
That's right, we're wrapping up this break, which means time is running out. Let's review the bids. 15D is Santa Fe Beckons by Dean Taylor. And actually, it's a bell ringer, so we can really yell that out right now. But you know what? That doesn't mean you can't have it if you still want it, because it's beautiful. When you think about that, you sit and you reflect. It's just, you know, I love this piece because it's like meditation right there. Retail value at $300, and as we said, we've got a high bid right now at $350. Make sure that you give a call in. Excuse me, $300. So give a call right now. 15E is California Poppies by Joy Kuo. And this is a fabric, and you know, it's just stunning. When I'm looking at it, I'm thinking about I could actually pick those poppies. That's how real they look in this area. They're just really, there's fabric measuring 30 by 24. It's just exciting. The retail value on this, as we look at, is $800. Guess what? We have a bid right now of $260. Let's make this one a bell ringer. So I want to hear from you right now. 15F, which is Panther Creek by Galen Saunders. And again, this is oil on canvas measuring 20 by 26. We have a bid right now, $175. Guess what? This has a high bid of $250. It just went up to $200. So that means that someone is out there. Did you notice in there? I was looking at, God, I think those are redwoods that are up there in that area, which is very exciting. So, you know what? You need to call in. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour, but we want to make sure that we go through all of the ones that we've had in this half hour. First of all, 15A, which is Yosemite, Late Autumn by Caroline Henry. Keep that in mind. This is great. It's a high bid is at $350 right now. Give a call in now. 15B is Locked by Marilyn Eager, which is really, she's eager to make sure that you have this in your home. And guess what? It is a bell ringer right now at $900, which is great. Keep calling in. 15C, Reaching for the Blue Stars by J.C. Strogan. Again, it's that glass piece that is just stunning in the way that it lights up and can light up your home. 15D is Santa Fe Beckons by Dean Taylor. And again, this is a piece, a really kind of meditation piece was what we've talked about. 15E is California Poppies. As we said, you can really grab that. And then finally, we've got Panther Creek by Galen Saunders. All those, which is also a bell ringer. So this is an exciting time for you to kind of look at. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small on Masterpiece, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase, and through the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the Still Life category. Awards juried by Susan Ballinger. This category depicts natural or human-made objects focusing on form, color, texture, and composition. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Hi there. I'm Dr. Steve Wenlock, and thanks for joining us for this Still Life break. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 16A is Lemons for the Blues by Catherine Knightsby. It's acrylic on paper measuring 25 by 25. Retail value is $575. Item 16B is The Busy Bee by Emily Blake Kessel. This is photography measuring 16 by 20. Retail value $200. Item 16C is Sunflowers at the Lake by Elaine Schaefer Hudson. This is a watercolor measuring 22 by 28, framed by Skyline One Framing. Retail value $1,800. Item 16D is Discarded Roses by Rochelle Schubert. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 40. Retail value is $550. Item 16E is Fields of Sunshine by Judy Lou Luce. This is a watercolor measuring 24 by 36. Retail value $2,300. Item 16A is 16F of A Trio of Tulips, one of my favorites, by Suzanne Humbleton. This is photography measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $350. Lots of great art this break. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart. Thank you for joining us for the Still Life category. During the break, I'm pleased to be back with our art expert, Patty Kennedy. Lots of great artwork, Patty, to talk about in this half hour, and we're so excited to explore. So come explore with us. Okay, Lemons for the Blues, item 16A by Catherine Knightsby. I love Catherine's work, and she always sends me the coolest messages with her artwork inside of it. Acrylic on paper, measuring 25 by 25. Retail value is $5.75. Tell us about this beautiful piece of art.
Well, you see the abundance of those lemons. You can almost smell them. You can smell the sunshine coming off of them. And she was inspired by living in the Salida area and the wonderful abundance around her. And also her personal lemon tree was overabundant one year. And as she picked the lemons and brought them into the house and they filled the house with their wonderful scent, she thought of that phrase, when life hands you lemons, you make lemonade.
Or art.
So she turned it into Lemons for the Blues. So you take the lemons and you cheer yourself up with them.
I love that. I love the story behind that, and we love the story of art here. Look at that on your monitor. That is so beautiful. The leaves, by the way, I love the way Catherine did the leaves because they're just as beautiful as the lemons. All of it is.
And the form on the lemons and the shadows are just, they're delicious.
Absolutely love this piece. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, get involved in the auction. These pieces go so fast, and this is a very popular half hour, the still life category, so it's not something you want to debate about and wait and think about. You have to act fast because each piece goes in less than 5 minutes is our on-air period, and the half hour goes very fast, I promise. So this is, again, Catherine Knightsby, the beautiful Lemons for the Blues, 16A. What else strikes you about this piece, and is this a hard medium?
Acrylic can be much more forgiving than watercolor. Watercolor, when you make a mistake, you have to find a way to mitigate or live with it. Acrylic, you can sometimes paint over or change things. Catherine here is working on paper, which is a little less forgiving than working on canvas or a hard surface. But again, with acrylic, if you have to, you can go over and fix things that you might not be happy with or perfect things that you think need perfecting.
Catherine did such a good job capturing freshly picked lemons.
And just look at the top of the stem there.
And this is exactly what, I mean, it's just it's exquisite, and I love this piece. And I've been looking forward to this piece because there's such a special story behind it. Turn lemons into lemonade, and it helps. It helps.
And you've got, this abundance here.
All right, we're going to keep this beautiful piece open. Lots of interest that we see here for Lemons for the Blues by Catherine Knightsby. Catherine, thank you. We're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next, which is 16B, The Busy Bee by Emily Blake Kessel. This is photography. It measures 16 by 20, and the retail value is $200. What a beautiful, beautiful photograph. Tell us about Emily's creation.
So Emily has been inspired by the wonderful sunflowers we have here in Northern California, and we are spoiled by our fields of commercial sunflowers.
And the multiple colors of yard sunflowers that people grow.
Yes. And so she was inspired by seeing sunflowers and how nature is so restorative, to contemplate nature, to be in nature. And sunflowers are so resilient. They stand so tall. They stand up to wind, they stand up to rain, and they follow the sun.
Mm-hmm. They will always lead you to the light.
They will always lead you to the light.
And Davis, when you go through Davis, you see so many sunflowers on the side of 80. I mean, they're all over Northern California, but this piece could be all over your home or your heart or as a gift to give someone. We love talking about giving art as a gift. It is truly one of the greatest things you can give because it shows truly a story.
This might be a good piece to have in your office to encourage everybody to be busy bees.
And bees are smart workers.
They are.
So that's another thing. Work smarter. Work smarter. So this is Busy Bee by Emily Blake Kessel. Photography, measuring 16 by 20. There's that beautiful bee right there in the middle of the sunflower. This is a retail of $200, and you see the current bid on your screen right now. So pick up the phone and get involved. And as we say, we love it when you share the auction with someone else. We have lots of people who do art auction parties in person as well as online. They have competitions and try to outbid each other, which we love that. But hopefully you are the one who is outbidding someone else right now, and this could be in your home very soon. Final thoughts on this piece?
Well, I like that Emily says she is impressed by her camera's ability to capture images. But I think that her camera captures the image and she finds the magic in that image.
It certainly is beautiful, and the fine detail is exquisite, and the lighting is just spectacular. All right, pick up the phone and get involved, and we will keep this piece open. Just let me tell you one more time, because we have so much art, that this is 16B, The Busy Bee by Emily Blake Kessel. Photography, measuring 16 by 20, retails at $200, and there you see the current bid right now on your screen. Okay, thanks. We will keep this piece open. Item 16C is Sunflowers at the Lake. I love this, by Elaine Schaefer Hudson. Oh, it's watercolor. It is watercolor. This is watercolor, measuring 22 by 28, framed by Skyline One Framing, and the retail value is $1,800. This is so interesting. Why?
Well, she puts a lot of whimsy and mischief into her work. And I think one of the reasons this is so fun is the way these sunflowers seem to be dancing.
They do.
They have a sense of movement to them.
I love that the watercolor has the outline in it, or if you will, is that correct? Is that what you would call it?
Well, she's added the ink after painting, so she has sort of defined areas.
Wow, that means she saw all of this in her wonderful vision of the sunflower to bring it to life. And we hope that you have that same drive to be involved in the PBS KVIE art auction. Just look at this gorgeous piece on the monitor right now, Sunflowers at the Lake by Elaine Schaefer Hudson. Watercolor, it's a great size. It measures 22 by 28, framed by Skyline One Framing, and there you see the beautiful sunflowers.
And the wonderful blues and yellows and oranges against one another.
And look also in the center of the sunflowers. I love the multiple colors in there as well. As an artist yourself, how does this make you feel?
It makes me feel not quite calm, but energetic. It makes me feel energetic. It makes me want to get out there and paint those sunflowers.
Makes you happy.
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, I love how you prepare. I'm looking over my shoulder at your, and you've made art out of your notes. That's a true. Just look at this. That's an artist right there. You've turned it all of the art into or notes into art. What are some things that you wanted to say about this piece, because it has a price point on it of $1,800, and I want you to talk about that.
Well, she was inspired by being up at Lake Tahoe and seeing sunflowers against the blue of the lake, and captured it with some sketches and some photographs, and then went back to her studio and created the composition and painted in her studio. But the looseness of the sunflowers is something that really impresses me. We've got the water in the background, we've got reflections in it, but it's calm and very horizontal. And then we have these sunflowers that are just dancing against that blue.
It's just beautiful.
It's beautiful.
So much time and work goes into these pieces, and that is reflected in this gorgeous piece of art. We are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open for you and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
1844 KVIE Art. That's the number to call and win art right now. We have volunteers standing by to help you to bid. Let's review the opening items right now. So 16A was that stunning piece that was the Lemons for the Blues by Catherine Knightby. And again, right now, we have a high bid of $525 on that, which is just fabulous. You know what? It's almost a bell ringer right there, so I want to hear from you. I love this piece because I was thinking you could probably smell this piece when it's in your home, which is so exciting. You know, it makes you very happy. Happy in the sense about every time that you look at the lemons are just perfect in so many ways. 16B is The Busy Bee by Emily Blake Kessler. And keep in mind that this is a photograph, but as I'm looking at this, it's like a photograph that's been painted. You know, it is just stunning again. Emily Blake Kessler is our artist around in this photography that she picked. And again, this is a bell ringer right now, and so we're looking forward to having you call in and continue to have this. You know, she finds the image. That's what she does in taking this photography. That's so stunning. It's just stunning. 16C, as you start to look at it, is the sunflowers at the lake. And again, Elaine Schaefer Hudson, which is just fascinating. You know, I love this. The sunflowers are kind of like dancing in the sun. That's what I pulled from this, really. And I also want you to note it has such beautiful framing that also adds to the picture. You know, it's so important that our framing makes sure that it complements and adds to the picture. And this one is done very well by Skyline 1 framing. It's dancing. Again, retail value is $18. We have right now a bid of $575. So let me tell you what you need to do. All right. This is your time to call in. The numbers on the screen, make your bid. This is your time to make sure that you get, don't wait. Don't kind of look and say, I'll do this later. This is a time. If you see a piece that calls to you, this is a time to make sure. All right. All right, just to make sure that we have the lemons for the blue, for the blues. I love that. $575, and it is a bell ringer. You want to make sure that that's a part of it. And again, this is by Catherine Knightby, which is great. Acrylic on paper. 16B, which is The Busy Bee by Emily Blake Kessler. And this is, again, photography that is unbelievable and just stunning. And guess what? It is a bell ringer. So guess what? This means there are a lot of people out there that will love it. So this is your time to call in. Don't wait. And then finally, we have in 16C, which is Sunflowers at the Lake, again, by Elaine Schaefer Hudson. And again, this is like the sunflowers are dancing with the sun. It's just beautiful. And again, the framing is very stunning. That has really complemented the picture that's been. And guess what? It's up to $625. All right, let's head back for more art in the second half of this break.
And we are back for the second half of this Still Life segment. And we start off this portion with 16D. This is Discarded Roses by Rochelle Sherbert. Acrylic on canvas, measuring 30 by 40. I love the size of this gallery-wrapped acrylic on canvas. Retail value is $550, and it is a beauty. What's your first impression?
Well, the first impression I had from this is there's got to be a story in there somewhere, and I want to know what the story is. And certainly, if you look at this, you're not going to have the story handed to you, but
do you know it?
What Rochelle has shared is she was walking along one day and came upon more than a dozen roses in the gutter of the street, discarded, beautiful florist roses just there in the street. And she was struck by the delicacy and the sweetness of the roses against the bitter hardness of the gutter that they were lying in.
Translation, life. I love that piece, and I love the story, too.
And then she wondered about the story. You know, did somebody throw them out of a window? Were they...
Or throw them up in celebration?
Yes.
Who knows?
So she snapped some pictures, and then she completed this in her home studio.
In her home studio?
In her studio.
I love that someone could take that example, right, and turn it into something beautiful. That's the power of an artist. You can take something and just make it so beautiful, and you do that so well also. Rochelle has done this very well with discarded roses. Acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 40. Retail is $550 for this beautiful piece, and just look at the roses there on your monitor. I love this. Is this typically the medium, the primary medium for Rochelle?
She started off working in other mediums, but she's working now. This is not just acrylic, but it's acrylic that she's doing in layers of glazing. So there are areas where it looks very transparent. And even on the roses, there are areas where it's transparent and color is added to water and an acrylic medium, so it's very thinned out.
So is that sort of like where some is transparent?
Yes,
okay.
Some is transparent, so that as colors you let it dry, and then you put your next glaze layer on, and it creates different layers of color as you build it up.
Beautiful. I didn't know. I thank you for telling us that, because I did not know what it was that would take you into that area of the finely lined versus the transparent and the flowing. And that is so cool that it's a technique. Artist techniques blow me away. This can be yours by picking up the phone, calling the number on your screen, and when you do, tell our wonderful volunteers that you are interested in 16D, Discarded Roses by Rochelle Sherbert. Acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 40. Retail value is $550, and you see the price that we have right now on it, the amount that people are bidding on for it right now. We hope that you win this piece if you want it. We'll keep it open, okay? And move on to the next. Item 16E is Fields of Sunshine by the very talented Judy Lou Luce. This is watercolor measuring 24 by 36. Retail value is $2,300. And this is such a gorgeous piece. It fit many categories, right? Yeah. Landscape. I mean, it's just one of those pieces that, and I have to tell you, her work is highly collected and very popular, and we see why looking at this so closely. And again, the retail value, $2,300. Take it away.
So this is a very non-traditional use of watercolor. In fact...
watercolor, that blows me away.
I know, and Judy said that she's been doing this for about 35 years and has not been well received among watercolorists because
but it is now.
So different.
That's the thing. She's been doing this so long, but it's just exploded.
Just catching on.
Yep, it just is. And this could be your chance to get in on this highly experienced artist whose career is blooming, just like these beautiful sunflowers are. Do you know about this process?
Well, this is pointillism, where you've got dots of color that are used to create the image. And the dots, in this case, she does layer dots on top of dots to create new colors as they work on top of one another. But even just having different colored dots next to one another starts to create that sort of blending of color that your mind wants to do.
The first time I saw her work, I was standing like this, and then I walked away and I looked at it, and it's just so interesting to see how her technique comes to life from different distances.
Yes.
And then if you look at it up close, like you are right now, you get to see that fine detail of pointillism that's coming through your screen right now. pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, and get involved in the auction. If you are the winning bidder on this gorgeous piece, you will be very happy with this Judy Lou Luce creation.
And what Judy says is, every dot paints a tear, and happy dots heal the soul.
Oh, how lovely. And so do sunflowers. They really do. I think that this is a great chance for you to get involved in the art auction by picking up the phone. If you're on the fence about this, do not wait, because the pieces move so quickly. You will blink and a half hour will have gone by, and so will the piece that you have wanted. We have so much remorse calls afterwards. People wish they would have gotten involved on it when they are already gone. Is it still open? Is it still open? Nope, you waited too long. Don't be that person. Call right now, okay? We welcome all calls. We're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next. Judy, thank you. 16F is a trio of tulips by Suzanne Hamilton. This is photography measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $350. And there's a lot to talk about on this beautiful piece of art. I am stunned by the lighting.
This piece amazes me because it is a photograph, which is a mechanical process.
See, I thought it was, yeah, interesting. Keep going.
And then it's on metal, which is hard. But this image just speaks of 18th century still lifes and the old masters and low lighting.
And it will be timeless because it is on metal. It will stay this way.
Exactly.
It is such a unique and I think a wonderful experience when something's printed on metal, because it just has something tangible about it.
There's something crisp to it.
There is. It's a crispness that you said, I loved earlier, that it makes it look like it's something very old but very new, 18th century.
It looks like it's a candlelit still life.
It does. Tell me about the composition.
The composition is brave.
Oh.
To put that tulip right in the middle, I think it is very brave. And this is obviously the star.
Yeah.
And it has its supporting players. What I find interesting, I keep coming back to this, is I'm wondering where these petals came from.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. You can wonder that as long as you want when you buy this piece and it ends up in your home, and you can ask everybody that comes in, where do you think those three little beautiful petals came from? And I bet you can find out, too. This is a trio of tulips by Suzanne Hamilton, photography measuring 20 by 16. And I said that, you know, when I initially read this out, it was photography. But when I look at it, I'm just stunned that it's a photograph. Retail value, $350. And this is printed on metal, which is such a cool technique. What else strikes you about this? You know, the symbolism.
So artists have used still life as symbolism for centuries. Here we're getting, these flowers are fresh and they're upright for the most part, but we're reminded that they are transient. They're not going to be there always, so we need to appreciate them while we have them.
Yeah, I love that. Still life. Still life. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen, and there you see the current bid right now for 16F, a trio of tulips by Suzanne Hamilton. Again, this is photography at 20 by 16. All of the money raised during the auction goes to bringing you PBS KVIE in your home, in your community, and in your heart. We are nearing the end of this break, which means it's your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. I'd like to thank our friend and art expert, Patty Kennedy, for joining us today. It was so great.
My pleasure.
To have you. Love working with you, Patty. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction bidding.
Okay, thanks, Rob and Patty. Just a few minutes left in this break. Let's review the bids. Here we are, 16D, Discarded Roses by Rochelle Sherbert, which was so beautiful. It's acrylic on canvas, measuring 30 by 40. Just keep that in mind. It says discarded roses that have life. They're just beautiful. art in action. Just so that you know that when you look at that, it looks like the roses have life and an involvement. We have a bid of 200 for that, and make sure that you look at that. 16E, Fields of Sunshine by Judy Lou Luce. It's a watercolor measuring 24 by 36. Again, the retail value is $2,300. And when you look at that piece and you look at, we have a bid right now of $775, which says that there's more people out there that are interested in making this one of the things. I love this one. It heal with the soul because of the happy dot. I can see this in so many places, private, public places where we all would view sunflowers that are just fields of sunshine. 16F is a trio of tulips by Suzanne Hamilton. This is photography measuring 20 by 16. And did you catch when the artist was... when our art expert was sharing, this was on metal, which was really very interesting, and a combination of kind of the old way combined with the modern one. She talked about that it was 18th century artwork that was, it is stunning. Let me tell you, it's just beautiful, and it is $140 is the bid. So all of these are so important. You know what? This is the time to call in, do your bid, really say, I want this because I want it now. Don't hesitate and say, I'll think about it, because there's something that talked all the way that called your name, I'm sure. Let's talk about making sure in this break. 16A is Lemons for the Blues by Catherine Knightsburg. And keep that in mind. It's acrylic on paper measuring 25 by 25, and it's retail value at $575. And guess what? That's our bell ringer. 16B, The Busy Bee, which is by Emily. There we go, Bell. And Emily Blake Castle. And again, that is a bell ringer, which is really exciting. Remember, that's a photography. It is stunning. It really has those pieces that capture so much. It's hard to look at it in a sense and not say, this is artwork in so many ways. 16C, Sunflowers at the Lake. Keep in mind, Elaine Schaefer Hudson did this. It's a watercolor, Dancing in the Sun. Again, if you love sunflowers like I do, you would want to have that all the time in your home. And the bid is right now at $750. Let's look at 16D, making sure they discarded roses that come to life. Retail value, $550. We have a bid of $200. Make sure that's a P. Fields of Sunshine. Again, those sunflowers that are just dancing in there has a bid right now of $775. Make it yours. A trio of 16F, a trio of tulips. It's yours. Make sure you give a call in. We have a bid right now of $175. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 43rd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Coming up next is artwork from Auburn Old Town Gallery. Established in 1995, the Auburn Old Town Gallery is an artist cooperative located in Auburn's historic Old Town District. The gallery features fine art and unique gifts and exhibits the works of over 50 local artists who explore a wide range of media. View all of the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hello, I'm Dr. Steve Wenlock, and thanks for joining us for the Auburn Old Town Gallery break. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be coming up for bid during the next half hour. 17A is What You're Looking At by Sandy Limbaugh, an acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 20. Retail value, $595. Item 17B is Lover's Quarrel by Kathy Trillo, and it's a photography measuring 22 by 22. Retail value, $300. Item 17C is Fragrant White by Dawn Antrim. And this is a mixed media measuring 29 by 24. Retail value is $800. Item 17D is Cabri 2 by Gina McNutt. And this is an acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 12. Retail value is $325. Item 17E is Balance by Douglas Park. This is a photography measuring 26 by 36, framed by Midtown Framing. Retail value is $475, and it's also a Curator's Award. Item 17F is Around Lower Yosemite Falls by Sonia Hamilton. This is a watercolor measuring 18 by 18, framed by Blue Bus Framing. Retail value is $500. The phone lines are open and ready for your bid. Now let's head over to the art and our art auctioneer and art expert.
Hello, I'm Christina Salerno, and thanks for joining us for the Auburn Old Town Gallery segment. I'd like to welcome our art expert, Doug Parks, here to talk about some beautiful pieces this half an hour. Doug is a lifelong photographer, well known for capturing the natural wonders of our region, from the Pacific Coast to the high peaks of the Sierra Nevada mountains. Doug, welcome back to the auction. We're so happy to have you here again.
Great to be back. Always great to be back.
Excellent. All right. Well, we'll get started with our first piece, item 17A. This is called What You Looking At? And it's by Sandy Limbaugh. This is acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 24 by 20 with a retail value of $595. Doug, this one is a showstopper. I love it. Tell me about it.
Colors.
Colors.
Everything is about colors with Sandy, and she takes, in particular, this one was taken from a photograph.
Interesting.
Of another artist in the in Auburn Old Town Gallery, and then it inspired her to do this because she loves animals, but she loves color, as you can tell. So the thing I love about it is, since the background is very, very subtle, the face of the bison just pops off the canvas at you.
And it's not just the face, it's this expression that's really getting to me. I feel like no matter where you go, this bison is looking at you.
And almost like a New Yorker, right? What are you looking at? What's going on?
The title of the art, What You Looking At?
He's staring right at you, and it's such a bold animal with bold colors. How can you go wrong?
Absolutely. And can you talk about those colors? We've got some beautiful oranges and reds, but it kind of changes over here when you go to the side as well.
I think that's what I love about this is the color palette is a full range of colors from the blues and the purples all the way into the warmer tones of the oranges and the yellows. And of course, just the whites on the horns, but even those aren't pure white. She adds touches of pink to even bring color into the things that would normally not have a lot of color.
Where there'd normally be a lack of of color. I love it. Item 17A, what you looking at? The best title ever by Sandy Lindblad. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 20 with a retail value of $595. Now you'll see the number on your screen. That's the number to call and place your bid. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. This piece I could see going to an art lover, but I mean, an animal lover, art lover, but anybody who wants just that pop of color and interest in your living room or office or bedroom.
Exactly. I mean, so many of us have our houses are very neutral toned, and we use art such as this to bring color into the room. And this one definitely brings color into the room.
And is this pretty typical of Sandy's work?
Very typical, very typical. Again, she is around, since she lives in, I believe, Nevada City, she's around animals a lot. So she is very much inspired by animals, and then, boom, throw the color at it.
And speaking of color, let's look at our close-up camera is just panning over some of those colors, because there's also some texture, too, that I think that we can pick up here. Can you talk a little about that? It's kind of pops in a lot of different areas.
Absolutely. So great word, texture. There's textural depth throughout the entire piece, but especially in the face of the bison, where she's layered on different colors of paint, and that gives it even more texture in the face against a lack of texture in the background.
In the rounding. Love it. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 17B. It's called Lover's Quarrel, and it's by Kathy Triolo. This is photography. It's measuring 22 by 22 with a retail value of $300. Doug, we've had some fun titles so far. I love this one, Lover's Quarrel. What's going on here?
So to me, and I think what captured Kathy's eye is, it is a younger horse and an older horse, probably male and female. Not really sure. Don't want to go down that path too much. But you can see one is quite upset and the other one is trying to calm the other horse down. And then with the use of textures in the background, it just kind of softens the entire thing. But it is a photograph. It is not a painting.
And I wanted you to talk a little bit more about that process of photography. And I mean, how was this all put together by the artist?
So it's done in post-processing. And what she does is she takes the image and then she puts it into Photoshop. One of the post-processing, and I believe it's Photoshop for her, one of the post-processing pieces of software. And then she overlays textures. And that sounds really easy, but it's really difficult to make a texture look good on a photograph and bring that painterly look into a photograph.
I like how you say painterly, because when I first saw this one, I thought it was a painting until you told me that it was a photograph. And I love that. It's, you know, if you want painting, a photograph, what a great combination of both.
And it, you know, and the thing I also love about it going back to the painterly kind of thing, is the difference in tones that are inside inside the photograph. You're drawn, you know, our eyes are drawn to highlights, and so that's just going to bring you right into these horses and not let you escape into the eyes. It's just wonderfully done.
I love how your eye goes all around it. Our camera was just up here on the hair of the horse, which kind of pops. It's got kind of a glow to it, a light source or something coming to it. Can you talk about that composition?
Absolutely. So I think the key to the composition is mainly the size of that she's come in and she's really taken the size of the horse's heads, not showing the body or anything else, because this is where the emotion is anyway, but also because she's backlit it. All of these stray hairs on the mane just light up and just takes my breath away.
Makes it pop, absolutely. We're looking at item 17B. It's called Lover's Quarrel by Kathy Triolo. This is photography measuring 22 by 22 with a retail value of $300. The number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. This is for our horse lovers out there, our animal lovers, people who need a gorgeous painting in their house. And I do want to point out, too, how beautifully matted and framed this is and how all of the colors come together, Doug.
Everything. This is very complimentary rather than being a frame that is just, you know, taking away from the art, and the matting colors as well. While it's not specific to the colors that are in the piece, it is very complimentary, and it makes those warm tones just pop out.
It really does,
especially in the consoler in chief in the beginning.
In that phase. All right, we'll keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on and move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 17C. This is called Fragrant White, and it's by Dawn Antrim. This is mixed media, measuring 29 by 24 with a retail value of $800. Doug, a lot of interesting materials used in this piece. What can you tell us about it?
Oh my goodness. So, you know, I always tell Don I have a hard time not touching his pieces because they're so tactile. And part of that is because he uses a molding paste inside his pieces. And then in this case, he uses dichroic glass to just give that little pop, just that little extra that's going on in here.
And what is that exactly? What type of glass is that? Because it's colorful.
It's called dichroic. Now, I don't know how dichroic is made, but if you see a piece of dichroic glass, there's all kinds of colors in it, and it's almost jewel-like.
It does. It has a jewel-like quality to it that I hope our cameras can come in close on some of those pieces of glass because they are really sparkle, especially when you're looking up close here. Wow.
Yeah, amazing. And especially as you're, you know, it's surrounded by not monochromatic tones, but very subtle tones. And then you get this pizzazz of color coming at you.
And I love you talked a little bit about the colors, but can you talk a little bit more about the pinks and the pastels that we're looking at overall here?
I think that's what I love about Don's work is that he will go through a color range just like most really good painters. And even if you just look in this one leaf, you can see he's gone from these really rosy reds into the greens, and then it starts to blend into back into some warmer tones, but back into mostly whites and kind of monochromatic kind of tones.
I think it's a beautiful piece. I could picture this in somebody's bedroom or living room next to a soft floral couch. There are a lot of places in your home you could place a piece like this. And I also want to point out how big it is with such a beautiful frame. You can see it's a 29 by 29. And this frame, Doug, wow, how does that bring it all together?
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked a little bit about the monochromatic pieces, parts of the photograph, and this pulls it right in. But it's dark enough to where it keeps your eye in the piece of art itself, not letting your eye travel out of the piece of art, which sometimes that can happen if the frame is overpowering. But usually the people that are doing framing, especially for KVIE, do such a masterful job.
Oh, absolutely. And almost you can imagine the rest of the flowers coming out the top almost like this with the flowers around the frame. I just love it. All right, we're looking at item 17C. This is called Fragrant White by Dawn Antrim. This is mixed media, measuring 29 by 24 with a retail value of $800. You will see the number to call on your screen as well as the current bid on your screen. Doug, final thoughts about this beautiful piece.
I can't leave this piece without pointing out white flowers. White flowers are a symbol of peace and tranquility. So Dawn paints a lot with white, and I think that's why a sense of peace comes over you when you look at Dawn's pieces.
Wow, wonderfully put, and this piece could bring peace to somebody at home as well. All right, well, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and checking over at the recap station for bidding updates.
If you're looking to get involved in the bidding right now, the number is on your screen. Volunteers are standing by and eager to help you win art. Let's look at the bidding activity for this break. Let's go to 17A so that you can understand what you're looking at by Sandy Lindblad. I love this. It's acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 20. It's, I love what the art experts were saying about the issue about the face pops. What are you looking at? Expression, how that would always be in your home. The range of colors that are a part with that. We have right now a bid of $300. So you want to make sure that you get involved in that right now. Give a call. Don't let that get away from you. 17B is Lover's Quarrel, which I love, by Kathy Triolo. And it's a photography, which is very interesting as you're looking at it. It's measuring 22 by 22. Some things, it says calming. The combination of photography and painting, and it takes, I heard the art expert say, it takes my breath away. Wouldn't you just love to have this in your home all the time, having your breath taken away every time that you looked at it? Also, we want to note that it's got excellent framing, which is important to look at, and which is always a piece. I love the issue about when our framing complements the painting because it extends the painting itself. In so many retail prices, $300 is a part of that. Wow, that is great. And the bid right now, so that you know that it's out there, is $100. Let's move this to a bell ringer because we know that there are a number of you that are out there that are interested. Item 17C is Fragrant White by Don Antrim. And this is a mixed media measure. It's 29 by 24, so it's a large piece. It's great. I love the comments that we're saying. It's one that you may want to reach out and touch every day in your home when you have it there. It's the picture symbolizes peace, which is so beautiful. The jewel-like quality. I'm just picking up the words that I heard from the experts that really said, this is a piece that's a part of it. And just keep in mind that this is one, it's got a $400 bid, you know, and actually just jumped to $450. So you may want to make sure that you call it. Sorry, that's right now. This is a retail value at $800. And again, this is a reach out and touch. You want to make sure that that's a part. All of these are ones that you want to look at during this break. Make sure that you call in. You know, I just want to say that I'm so proud of the artists that are in our region. Don't we have this talent that is unbelievable? So, great. Now let's see some more art with Christina and Doug.
All right, we're back for more art from the Auburn Old Town Gallery, and we're starting with item 17D. This is called KVIE 2. It's by Gia McNutt. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 12 with a retail value of $325. Wow, Doug, the first thing I thought when I saw this is, look at those colors.
Yep. Caribbean colors. I think that's, was her inspiration. And it was actually her flying over the Caribbean that she saw this. So that's how she came up with all of the natural shapes and looks and flow for the piece. And as you can tell, I'm a big fan of the tropics, so I fall in love with colors like this. But she offsets them not only with the opposite side of the color wheel with the reds and oranges, but also she introduces texture with the crackles.
The crackles are amazing. I'm going to ask our camera to get real close up on some of these crackles because I want you to talk a little bit more because it really brings something extra to this piece that's really interesting.
I think what it reminds me of anyway is that it's that intersection between land and water.
Absolutely.
And land has cracked earth. You know, it's never perfect like the surface of water. Unless there's a wind, but the surface of water tends to be very perfect. So I think it was very intentional where she put the crackles.
And the other part of this painting is textured as well. So it's not just the brown earth. It almost looks like the water is textured as well.
And she comes from a mixed media background. So that's something that you see in most of her work. And sometimes she even includes like pieces of metal and things of that nature into her pieces. But this particular one, I think she just did it via the medium itself rather than introducing a third medium into it.
I love it. And I know a lot of our viewers are going to love this one too. This would be perfect in your beach house, or maybe you're somebody who goes to the beach, goes to the Caribbean, Florida, Hawaii. What a beautiful piece of original artwork to remind you of some of those amazing times that you have. And I also want to point out, we discovered that there's different wiring on the back of this so that you can hang it either vertical or horizontal to fit in really any room in your home, Doug.
Yeah, and in small spaces or large spaces. You don't really, some of us have those little areas, especially in the hallways, that are very narrow. So you hang it vertically and just catch that piece of joy as you're making your way by.
Piece of joy. I love it. We're looking at item 17D, KVIE 2 by Gia McNutt. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 12, that great size you can turn any way you'd like, with a retail value of $325. Final thoughts, Doug, on this beautiful piece?
I wish I will probably be bidding on this one.
Here's who you have to compete against.
Just because the colors are so pleasant to me, and just exactly, and it's very much an area that I would love to spend more time.
Wonderful. All right. Well, we'll keep this piece open for you to continue bidding, maybe against Doug. We don't know. And we'll move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 17E. This is called Balance, and it's by Douglas Parks. This is photography. It's measuring 26 by 36, beautifully framed by Midtown Framing with a retail value of $475. And I have to mention, this is a winner of the Curators Award, and we have the best person possible here to talk about this. Doug, take us away.
So Eastern Sierras, all of us love, the high Sierras that live in this area, obviously. And this was taken in the Alabama hills, very much planned on being there at this time. The reason I wanted to be there at this time is because it's morning, so the sun is lighting the granite with warm tones, and yet it's very cool and the moon set. And I waited until the moon just barely touched the peaks. So some people that know the Eastern Sierras will know that this is Mount Whitney, our highest peak in the lower 48, excuse me, and then all of the needles and things that go off of that. But there were two reasons I shot it at this time. Number one was the difference between the blue sky and the warm rocks, but also between the jagged rock and the softness of the moon.
Oh, yeah. I love that you point that out.
Those are the two main reasons I was there, and it was, like I say, it was very well planned it was planned. I'll say it's very well planned, but and then you get some of the cooler tones in the shadows as well. So it's the warmth versus cool, hard versus soft.
I love hearing the background behind this from the artist, yourself. I mean, how long did it take for you to really get this? Were you sitting there waiting for this perfect moment?
Well, to be honest with you, I almost missed it because one of the things that I was doing, I was playing around with a time lapse because I was, watching the moon coming into the peaks. And then I realized I need to get back to my camera because it's moving much faster than I thought.
Wow.
And then most people don't understand how quickly the moon moves because there's really nothing to judge it against until it gets down close to the horizon.
So you got to rush back and get that perfect shot. I love it. I also want to point out the size of this piece, 26 by 36. It's a really great size for a large wall, an office, a lot of places where you need to fill a big space with a big, bold, beautiful piece. And the framing is just stunning because it's simple, but it makes it really pop.
It's so classic.
Classic is a great word.
I love what they do with black frames, white matte piece of art. It's just a classic look, and most people think of it in terms of black and white, but as you can see, the black and white against the color photograph even
provides
more
that contrast,
and
yes.
Then the back frame, as we've talked on other pieces, continues to keep your eye inside the photograph itself.
It really does. Beautiful piece. We're looking at item 17E, Balance by Doug Parks. It's photography measuring 26 by 36, that really big, bold size. Framed beautifully, thank you so much, by Midtown Framing with a retail value of $475. And again, I do want to mention this was Jill Estroff's Curator Award. Congratulations, by the way. How did you feel when you learned this was a Curator's Award?
Well, surprised.
Surprised.
to begin, and honored that KVIE would do that for me.
Well, we appreciate your donation so much. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on and move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 17F. It's called Around Lower Yosemite Falls. It's by Sonia Hamilton. This is a watercolor. It's measuring 18 by 18, beautifully framed by Blue Bus Framing with a retail value of $500. Yosemite, Doug, it's a place near and dear to so many of our hearts.
Myself included.
Oh, absolutely. What can you tell us about this piece?
Well, the first thing I'll point out is that it's round.
Mm-hmm. Different, unusual.
And it started out as a square piece of paper, and Sonia hand tore the edges to get it to a round piece. So it's fine art watercolor paper that has been torn. And the thing I love about a round piece like this is it contains you. There's no need for the extraneous pieces of paper out here when it's fading out into a softness to begin with. So just masterful. She's just masterful when it comes to that.
I like that you point that out because it's a different composition than we're used to seeing, and it really draws your eye right into that beautiful waterfall. I'm hoping our cameras can come up close and really show some of the detail that we're seeing in the waterfall and the trees right below. But Doug, as you've mentioned before, watercolor is a really difficult medium to work with.
Extremely difficult. I tried it once and went, no, this is not for me. Yeah, this is not for me. But she is masterful because she has it to where there is no detail where she doesn't want you to look, and high detail where she wants you to look.
Oh, interesting.
And so it really brings out the waterfall itself.
I mean, you can almost see the carving of the granite rocks surrounding it done beautifully with watercolor, and that must be very difficult to achieve.
And you know, one thing is when you're in Yosemite next time, look at the rocks because they do have a rosy color to them. Most people think of granite being very, you know, cold and steely, but a lot of Yosemite has very warm tones in the granite. It's just beautiful. And,
absolutely.
And if you go there in the morning, which I'm sure this is when it is because that's the only time you're going to get, you know, the foggy atmospherics in there, then you're going to get even more of the rosy tones.
Right, it really brings your eye to it.
Yeah.
This is a piece that I know our viewers who maybe you spend a lot of time in Yosemite. It's a place you visited with your family. You grow up visiting there. What a beautiful piece of original artwork, I'd like to remind you, that you could have in your home. All of the art donated by artists is original piece of art donated to support the mission of PBS KVIE, the television shows that you love, everything from our kids shows to our local programming to our news and documentaries. That is the mission of PBS KVIE. Right now we're looking at item 17F, Around Lower Yosemite Falls by Sonia Hamilton. Watercolors we've been discussing, measuring 18 by 18. Really nice square. We haven't even talked about that. Beautifully framed by Blue West Framing with a retail value of $500. All right, well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour from Auburn Old Town Gallery. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update on all of the artwork.
That's right. We're down to the final few minutes before we wrap up this. Let's keep the phones ringing. 17D, KVIE 2, which is Gina McNutt, which is great. We have a bid right now of $265. We can make that even higher because I know this is a great piece. Retail value $325. Item 17E, which is the bid right now is $150, which is great, but we'd like to, $50 more would be great as you want to look at this. Retail value $475, and it really captures the moon. I love that. Item 17F is, right now we have a bid of $150, which is great as we start to look at this. But let's think about, this is one that you want to make sure that you have in your home. Retail value $500. So let's recap all of ours that have been involved. This is where we're at. Let's look at all of the ones in this. 17A is What You're Looking At by Sandy Lindbaugh. And keep in mind, this is a bell ringer right now at $600, but you want to make sure you call in. Retail value $595. Item 17B, which is Lover's Core by Kathy Triolo. And this is an excellent framing job. The retail value is $300. We have a bid right now, $175. This is one you want to not lose. Call in now. Fragrant White, 17C by Don Antron, which is right now the bid on this is $425. And we're looking at the retail value of $800. You might want to make this, you don't want to lose this piece as you're starting to look at. Where you're at, is this the art piece I want? Item 17D is KVIE 2, which is again, right now, it's at the $350, and guess what? That's a bell ringer right now as we're looking at this. Bell ringer retail value at $325. 17E is Balance, which is right now $225. You want to call in now. Retail value $475. Item 17F is Around Lower Yosemite Falls by Sonia Hamilton, and the bid right now is $150. Retail value $500. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased artwork must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art-auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is artwork from Gold Country Artists Gallery. Located in historic downtown Placerville, the gallery is owned and operated by over 45 local artists and exhibits a diversity of artwork, which includes painting, photography, jewelry, woodwork, ceramics, glasswork, and more. View all the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Go to the handheld.
Come back to camera 8 if you'd like. Yeah, let's check in. How it goes.
Is Morning Dew by Randy Honorlaw. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 36 by 18. The retail value is $970. And item 18C is Fall Colors by Anca Statescu. This is mixed media, measuring 35 by 16, and the retail value is $260. The phone lines are open and ready to take your bids. Now let's head over to see the art with their auctioneer. We want to make sure that we have that information ready for you. So item 18D is Stingray and Friends by Terry Gray. Photography measuring 20 by 30. Retail value is $450. Item 18E is Rushing River by Connie Hardy. This is acrylic on panel, and it's measuring 36 by 24. Retail value is $400. Item 18F is Milky Way Number 3 by Carol Clark. This is photography measuring 18 by 24, framed by Skyline One Framing, and the retail value is $300. The phone lines are open. We're ready to take your bids. Let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi there, I'm Christina Salerno, and thanks for joining us for the Gold Country Artist Gallery segment. During this break, I'm joined once again by art expert Doug Parks, who will be representing the gallery today. Doug, it's so great to be with you.
Always a pleasure.
Wonderful. Let's kick it off with our first item. Item 18A. It's called Waiting for Dinner, and it's by Lori Anderson. This is an oil on canvas. It's measuring 23 by 19 with a retail value of $300. That's a fun title, Waiting for Dinner.
And I think that revolves around the fact that these egrets can stand so still for so long that they're waiting for their dinner to just show up for them. And what drew her into the piece was the backlighting, and which you can see in the piece along the edges of the egret, just to give it that little bit of pop, and then of course on the log that it's sitting on. But she did take a photograph of it, so that way there she was painting from the photograph, but of course her memory gives her the colors and the emotions and the feelings that she had while she was painting.
I want to point out the texture in the grass up here, because it keeps drawing my eye to how textured it looks.
Yeah, she's a master of texture, and you can see that same mastery of texture in the bird itself and in the log. It's just crazy. And then I love the dancing light on the water is what usually draws my eye. I'm a kind of a water person, but that outline of the backlit, and then because it's backlit and these are backlit, but you're not seeing the backlighting on it, it darkens it up and makes that bird just pop off the canvas.
It really does. And the frame kind of adds to that natural beauty with this gorgeous wood as well. How does that bring it all together, Doug?
I think just the size is perfect. I think just the width of the frame itself is perfect for the size of the piece in order to be complementary rather than to detract. And then it pulls in some of the darker tones that you see in the grasses that drew your eyes in as well. And then, of course, the browns here come into the browns.
It's beautiful. What I like about this too is it's such representative of the Sacramento region, our local waterways, our creeks. I understand this one was painted at Laguna Creek, and it's seeing these, these images is something that we're so familiar with. And so this is such a great painting, maybe a gift for the bird watcher in your family, the wildlife lover. Maybe you've walked along a creek and seen a similar image. What a beautiful, amazing, original piece of artwork to take home.
I agree. And the birds themselves, I think now, once people understand that these birds stay so still for so long, of course, they're going to fly if you walk right up on them, but if you can spy them from afar, they'll be there for you to enjoy for some period of time.
We're looking at item 18A, Waiting for Dinner. You can see that bird waiting for his dinner by Laurie Anderson. Oil on canvas measuring 23 by 19 with a retail value of $300. You'll see the number to call on your screen, and you'll see the current bid on your screen as well. Such a beautiful piece. We're going to keep it open for people to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 18B, it's called Morning Dew. It's by Randy Honorlaw. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 36 by 18 with a retail value of $970. Doug, I gotta say, my initial impression was, wow. Look at those colors and the size. What can you tell us about it?
Bold. That's I love Randy's pieces because they're so bold. And to me, it reminds me of looking at a stained glass window.
Absolutely.
Because you just have these bold colors that are popping out like you would in stained glass. And then, again, bold. Just the boldness of the brush strokes in here are crazy. And he gets to those bold colors through, the time of day that he takes his reference photographs as well. So this was taken early morning in the dew. That's the title as well.
Morning Dew.
But what that does is it helps pop those colors so he can really envision those colors.
And I love how it goes from, can you talk a little bit about the composition? Because we kind of go from these loose colors over here to a lot of detail as your eye kind of travels down this beautiful piece.
And that's one thing Randy is known for. When he first started out, he was very loose, and he also did pure abstracts.
Wow.
And as he's gone into painting more the natural world, then he's starting to get that flow. So you get that flow, or not starting, he's been painting for a number of years, but you get that flow from the brightness down into the darkness, but without being too much of a distraction as you go along, because it's quite a complex piece.
It really is. And I want to point out again the size of this. You can see it compared to us. A piece like this would go beautifully on a tall window, maybe a tall wall or a hallway, or somewhere where you need to bring some really big, bold colors into your home, into your office, into your bedroom. There's a lot of places that you could place a piece like this, Doug.
Exactly. I am fortunate enough to own one of Randy's pieces, and it is one of those pieces where every time you walk by, you have to stop and look.
Oh, wonderful. That's so great to hear.
And I've had it for years, and you're never going to tire of Randy's pieces.
I love that. And just a reminder to our viewers out there, these are original pieces of artwork that are donated by local artists to support the mission of PBS KVIE. We're so grateful for their donations. And this is a way that you can collect art, collect original artwork in your home with a big, beautiful piece like this. The number to call is on your screen. You'll see the current bid on your screen as well. We're looking at item 18B, Morning Dew by Randy Honorlaw, acrylic on canvas, measuring 36 by 18, that big size we've been talking about, with a retail value of $970. Additional thoughts, Doug?
To go back to your last question, I do want to throw in there that one of the things I love about Randy is he moves light to shadow.
Oh, interesting.
So you were talking about shadow and darkness down here, but that's what it is. He's moving from the lightness to the shadow in the photograph. So there's a great flow from the subject all the way through.
It really does bring your eye through that piece. It's lovely. All right, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 18C, Fall Colors by Anka Statescu. This is mixed media. It's measuring 35 by 16 with a retail value of $260. Excuse me. Doug, really interesting materials. This is a mixed media piece. What kind of materials are used in this?
So it's ceramic and metal.
Interesting.
And it's so representative. As soon as I saw this, I knew it was Anka because she loves fall.
Oh, great.
And so, in fact, she's about to travel travel up north for fall colors into the Canadian region.
Wonderful.
So, but she also has such a delicate flow through her pieces, even though she's using pretty hard, media between ceramic and metal. But those colors are just amazing, and you can't help but think of fall.
Absolutely. Let's get some close-in shots of these gorgeous leaves, because the color and the detail that you're talking about, Doug, it almost looks like a real leaf to me. They're so detailed. Can you talk a little bit about how she's doing that?
Well, I think the interesting thing about ceramics is the glazes. You really don't know what the color is going to be, for the most part, of what the end product's going to be when you apply glaze. But she's been doing this for so long. She knows, I put this glaze on, I get this color at it. So she's very good at blending the greens and the yellows and the reds and those colors that you're so used to seeing in the fall scenes, especially here in California.
Oh yeah.
You might have to travel up to the Sierras to see some of the shapes. Like these kind of remind me of aspen leaves, but just that flow of color on each of the individual leaves. So this is not a stamped out, this leaf, this leaf, this leaf. They're all individually put together.
And what a perfect time to be taking this piece home. I've got to mention, too, if you win a bid and you get a piece home, you can have this in your home within a matter of days. So perfect for right in time for fall. We've got Halloween coming. We can feel the cooling finally coming to our area. Yeah. So what an amazing piece of original artwork that you can bring home and have in your home for our fall lovers out there who want to grab a cozy sweater and bring a piece of fall inside to their home.
Yeah, and we have Thanksgiving coming, so you would be sharing this piece with your family and friends as you gather. And
what a great point. Put that over the Thanksgiving table.
Put it close to the table and let people look at it. It's because it's a statement piece. It would be something that I would want to inquire about. So
absolutely. I love that. All right, we're looking at item 18C, Fall Colors, as we've been discussing, by Anka Statescu. This is mixed media, measuring 35 by 16 with a retail value of $260. You will see the number to call on your screen as well as the current bid. All right, well, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
We are. We're halfway through the break. Our volunteers are ready. They're eager to take your bids right now on the items that we have this half hour. Here we go. 18A is Waiting for Dinner by Lori Anderson. You heard our art expert talk about how still the bird stands. We've all been that hungry, haven't we? This is oil on canvas measuring 23 by 19. The retail value is $300. And it's a bell ringer. $425 already coming in. Wonderful. This is what we need you to do for every piece of art that you see. The next one that we're going to see is 18B, Morning Dew by Randy Honorlaw. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 36 by 18. Those striking, bold colors, that purple and green, really are bold. The retail value is $970. Our high bid right now is $300. 18C, the beautiful ceramic and metal piece by Anka Statescu called Fall Colors. This is mixed media, measuring 35 by 16. The retail value is $260. Our high bid right now is $150. All you have to do is look at the bottom of your screen. You will know immediately what phone number to call to bid on the piece of art that you're looking for. And don't wait too long, because these aren't available forever. It's just this short period of time that you have to bid on the piece of art that's your choice. And it's going to look beautiful in your home no matter what you pick, won't it? 18A, Waiting for Dinner by Lori Anderson. Oil on canvas, measuring 23 by 19. Retail value $300, and a bell ringer with $500 in. 18B, Morning Dew by Randy Honorlaw. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 36 by 18. Retail value is $970. Our high bid is $300. Keep going and call in right now. 18C is Fall Colors by Anka Statescu, mixed media, measuring 35 by 16, retail value $260. Our high bid right now is $150. This is your opportunity to get one of these beautiful pieces of art to put in your living room, in your kitchen, in your den, in your dining room. Maybe give it for a gift to someone you know who is a big fan of art. And everything that you do, everything that you contribute to get the art is actually a contribution to PBS KVIE. So it works so well for everybody involved. And now going to head over to the art for the second half of this break with Christina and Doug.
All right, well, some great work this break, and we're continuing on with our next piece. This is item 18D. It's called Stingray and Friends, and it's by Terry Gray. This is photography measuring 20 by 20 with a retail value of $450. Doug, there's got to be a great backstory behind this one. What can you tell us about it?
Underwater. I mean, these are the things that 99% of us don't get to see.
Absolutely.
Because none of us are divers. She is a diver, and she was trying to get as close as she could to the stingray without scaring it away or making it become aggressive. But one of the things I love about it is that the stingray is actually looking right at you, and in fact it was making its way towards her, and she freaked out a little bit. But the permit fish are just kind of hanging around thinking maybe we can get a free meal out of this situation as he's digging through the sand.
Oh, interesting, and kicking up that sand.
And kicking up, you can see the little bits of sand that are in there.
Let's have our camera zoom in on the eye right there, because that is exactly what you're talking about. That stingray.
That ghostly
looks
eye.
right at you.
Yeah, it's those things are, I mean, they've killed people. Steve Irwin, they've killed people in the past. So the other thing is there's just a little touch, it's mostly blue and white, but there's a little touch of green in here just to give you a little visual interest as things go on. But I love it because I'm a diver, and so I like to see images made underwater because we share it with the people that don't do that.
And I imagine it's very difficult to do that, to set up your camera and get ready for that shot when you're also trying to swim and breathe and do all of these other things.
Exactly, because you have lighting you're carrying with you, so you're not only trying to make sure that you're breathing, but you're also being very aware of what your lighting is doing while you are underwater in order to get the perfect white balance so it doesn't look blue, it doesn't look, off color. So it is not an easy thing to do, that's for sure.
And Doug, I want to point out too, this is printed on aluminum, and it has what is the benefit of having aluminum for an image like this?
So when you have an aluminum print, and this is actually a matte version of aluminum, some aluminums are very glossy, they're archival. They'll be around forever. You don't need a frame. So they're easy to hang, and as you can see, she's decided to put it on a float, so it kind of sets out a little bit away from the wall, so you kind of feel like you're looking through a window, but you don't see many windows looking into the ocean.
Oh no, this is a beautiful piece. We're looking at item 18D called Stingray and Friends by Terry Gray. Photography measuring 20 by 30 with a retail value of $450. Maybe you yourself were a diver, or you have family or loved ones who are a diver. What an amazing gift to bring home and kind of remind you of those amazing times that you spent underwater, as you said, looking at other pieces of the world. What about the composition of this, Doug? Because I noticed we've got all this blue and then the white, and wow, it really contrasts.
But there's also this harmony between the animals here. There's a harmony of life between the permit fish that are opportunists here and the stingray itself. So not setting the horizon in the middle, so that it's just very, very well done, very well thought out, even though she is submerged.
Absolutely. All right, we'll keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on and move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 18E, is called Rushing River, and it's by Connie Hardy. This is acrylic on panel. It's measuring 36 by 24 with a retail value of $400. And Doug, I love that title, Rushing River. Now, was that the inspiration for this piece of art?
Absolutely. She spends a lot of time along the American River, so again, very close to us. And these are some of the tones that you will get in the river, especially around fall, where the leaves around the banks are starting to turn, and the banks, of course, are brown. So she sees all of these colors in the river itself, and then goes home and pours and lays down different colors of acrylic, and there's layers of acrylic on here. And then she finishes off with a clear coat to protect it as well. But just a great abstract of our natural world.
It is, and I want to talk about the colors too, because there's some natural ones, but there's some unnatural ones, and it adds so much interest when I'm looking at it to see all those different colors mixed together. Can you talk about the choice of colors here?
I think, well, of course the blues are easy because that comes to the river itself, but I think one thing that she was trying to get through the difference of the colors here is fluidity of motion. So she gets motion through this, which brings us back to the river as her inspiration here. And just like we had seen earlier, where water meets land, you have, just pretty even tones, and then where the land is, you start to get kind of broken up tones.
Where our camera is zoomed in right now, you can almost see some droplets as well, Doug. That's an interesting kind of added piece to this as well.
And that's the thing I love about her work is she throws just about everything you could think of into a piece. I mean, as you walk by this into the future, you're going to see something new every time you go by. So you're gonna notice, maybe you'll see a shape in here, maybe you'll just see the color, but then you'll see the offsetting color. So it's always going to be a fresh piece for you to look at.
It is, and I want to point out too how large this is. You can see in comparison now that we're zoomed out here. This is 36 by 24, so it's a really good size to have as a focal point in your living room. And what I like about these colors too is it could go with a neutral palette, but it also has these colors. If you have a blue palette, if you have whatever colorscape your living room is, this is going to complement it.
Absolutely, it's going to bring out whatever you're trying to bring out. If you're trying to calm the room down with blues, then she has the blues in there. If you need that energy, maybe it's going into an office, then you have the red energy and the brown energies that are going to bring you energy while you're in the office.
It's lovely. It's item 18E. It's called Rushing River, as we've been talking about that beautiful river inspiration by Connie Hardy. It's an acrylic on panel measuring 36 by 24 with a retail value of $400. The number to call is on your screen, as well as the current bid. All right, well, we're going to keep this piece open for you to continue bidding on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 18F, is called Milky Way number 3, and it's by Carol Clark. This is photography. It's measuring 18 by 24, framed by Skyline One Framing with a retail value of $300. Wow, Doug, what a beautiful, serene image. What can you tell us about it?
So this was taken in the White Mountains. Carol was there photographing the ancient bristlecone pines.
Okay.
And she decided, I'm going to hang out here and I'm going to see what the Milky Way looks like, because it was a moonless night, I'm sure, which is how she was able to get the stars are just tack sharp, and of course the one really popping out. And then this is Bishop.
Oh, interesting.
Down here. So these are city lights. So you have that mix between earth and sky, but the stars, just like any time you're looking up at the stars, help make you feel so small.
And the colors, too. I'm hoping we can zoom in a little bit on this purple area, because as you get closer, that purple becomes so bold. And it's just really draws your eye in, Doug.
Yeah, and that's, that's the things that we have a hard time seeing, especially at night. And the cameras today are so good at seeing colors and light in low light situations that we cannot see. So that's what I love about it, and I love the amount of detail she has in the nebula right here in the middle as well. But these little stars that are just poking out. Also very lucky because she doesn't have a streak of an airplane going through
right,
the middle
exactly.
of it
No
either.
light pollution.
Yeah.
And as a photographer yourself, can you talk a little bit about the process and the time that probably went into an image like this?
Well, so you can't shoot for too long, because if you shoot for too long, these stars will become lines. So this is probably, I purely a guess here, it's probably a 20-second exposure. So it's on a tripod. You have to do everything to try and keep that camera as still as possible for 20 seconds. And it still picked up the sunset at the bottom here. So fairly long exposure, and that's how we typically are able to grab these things.
It's beautiful. And I also want to make sure that we are pointing out this frame, because the frame and the golds, I mean, it's just stunning the way it complements this piece.
Holy cow, yeah. That, as we talked at first, that the frame is just so dynamic, and then these golds in the frame pulling out the area around the nebula. It's just wow.
That gold really wow.
Yeah.
I love that. That's a great one. Item 18F, Milky Way number 3. This is by Carol Clark. It is photography measuring 18 by 24, framed beautifully. I mean, we've been talking about that frame. It's so beautiful, by Skyline One Framing, with a retail value of $300. All right, well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half an hour. I'd like to thank our art expert, Doug Parks, for sharing his expertise with us today. Doug, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, we've loved it. All right, let's head over to the recap station for bidding updates.
All right, we're wrapping up this Gold Country Artist Gallery break. Let's review the bids. 18D is Stingray and Friends by Terry Gray. Photography measuring 20 by 30. The shades of white and pale gray just glow on this piece. The retail value is $450. We have a high bid of $150 so far. That means you have an ideal opportunity to bid a little bit higher and take this piece home. Item 18E is Rushing River by Connie Hardy. This is acrylic on panel measuring 36 by 24. You can really she captured the motion of the river, and you can really appreciate that when you see it. The retail value of this piece is $400. Our bid so far is $150. Again, an opportunity for you to bid higher. How about $200? You can do that so easily, and it'll put you in the top bidding place for Rushing River by Connie Hardy. 18F is Milky Way number 3 by Carol Clark. Who knew there were so many stars in the evening sky? We forget sometimes. This is photography measuring 18 by 24, framed by Skyline One Framing. The retail value is $300. We have a bid that's close to that. It's $275, but we want to make sure that we can get to $300 to have the bell ringer, and let's even go beyond that. That would be ideal. Now, let's look at the whole list of everything we've seen. 18A, Waiting for Dinner by Lori Anderson. Retail value $300. We had a bell ringer with this by a long shot with $700 bid for Waiting for Dinner. Item 18B, Morning Dew by Randy Honorlaw. Retail value is $970. We have a bid of $500, but we can push that up a little bit. Let's see if you can bid $600 for Morning Dew by Randy Honorlaw. 18C is Fall Colors by Anka Stătescu. Retail value for this beautiful piece that's ceramic and metal, retail value is $260. We have a bell ringer here too with a bid of $400. Great, thank you. Aren't you fortunate to be taking this piece home? 18D is Stingray and Friends by Terry Gray. Photography, retail value of $450. We have a high bid of $150. Let's push that up to $200. If you make the next bid, $200, and this Stingray and Friends piece could be yours. 18E is Rushing River by Connie Hardy. Acrylic on panel with a retail value of $400. We have a bid of $150. Again, let's see if we can get that up to $200 with these vibrant colors reminiscent of our rivers in our area. It's perfect, and it's going to look so great in your home. And the last piece is 18F, Milky Way number 3 by Carol Clark. A beautiful piece of photography here, framed by Skyline One Framing. The retail value is $300. We are so close to that amount with a bid of $275. Let's just push it up a little bit more. Okay? Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 43rd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Coming up next is artwork from Viewpoint Photographic Art Center. Located in Midtown Sacramento, Viewpoint focuses on the thriving, energetic, and supportive photographic community through exhibits, lectures, and events. View all of the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hi there, I'm Donna Appadoni, and thanks for joining us for this Viewpoint Photographic Art Center break. Now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. We start with 19A, called Triumph by Rhonda Campbell. This is photography measuring 16 by 20. It's framed by Midtown Framing, and the retail value for this piece is $275. 18B is Mute Swan, American River, Sacramento, California, by Louis Kemper. This is photography measuring 22 by 28. Framing services by University Art Center. This was an honorable mention in the frame design competition. The retail value for this piece is $400. Item C is Pretty Pink by Alan Fischleder. This is photography. It measures 20 by 30, and the retail value for this piece is $500. We want to talk about 19D, which is The Andalusian by Jan Lightfoot. This is photography measuring 24 by 18, and the retail value is $450. 19E is X and O by Wendell Minshew. This is photography measuring 11 by 9. It's framed by Skyline One Framing, and the retail value is $530. And 19F is Masked Tree Frog in Curled Heliconia Leaf by Leonard James. This is photography measuring 24 by 24. The retail value is $925. These are the pieces available to bid on this half hour. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hello there, I'm Michael Sanford, and thanks for joining us for the Viewpoint Photographic Art Center break. I'm pleased to be here with art expert Rebecca Gregg. In addition to being a well-known photographer in the greater Sacramento region, Rebecca is a founding member of Viewpoint, which has been serving Sacramento for over 30 years. Rebecca continues to serve on the organization's board of directors. Thanks for being here today, Rebecca. Let's get started with item 19A. Triumph by Rhonda Campbell. This is photography measuring 16 by 20 inches, framed by our friends at Midtown Framing. Retail value is $275. What a beautiful motorcycle, and beautifully captured, huh, Rebecca?
And it has a interesting story behind it, too. In fact, Rhonda prides herself in characterizing her work as storytelling, and says that sometimes it's her story, sometimes it's someone else's story, but it's all imaginary. So there's magic in this, and made up in a way, because she's added the red. She's on a bicycle trip with her son up into the Santa Monica Mountains to see the rock shop and hear all the motorcycles, and this is her capture from that. Very graphic in its quality, and it was in black and white, and she adds the flaming red.
Well, how interesting that she did that, yeah.
It is interesting, because photographers have been adding color since the very beginning, because most of them in the beginning were painters, and so they added for the black and white. But interestingly here, the tight framing and very graphic quality of this, I think, makes us feel the energy of the bike, even though it's seen so close. We have to supply the rear wheels ourselves, you know,
That's a very good point. And I think we all know that motorcycle design has been renowned and revered for so many years. Motorcycles can be absolutely beautiful. And of course, the Triumph motorcycle is known as one of the most beautiful motorcycles ever made. And the fact that she was able to capture it, as you say, in a close-up, but still you get a sense of the lines and the smoothness and the flow of this.
Even in the Triumph name, it has that swish kind of feel, you know, that. So everything about it, it's still life in a way, but implies motion, you know.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. And of course, the chrome offsets the red quite nicely.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that this motorcycle, I don't know how old it is, but it's certainly in great shape. It's probably been restored. And it must have she must have just been drawn to it. When Rhonda saw this, she said, I have to take a picture of it.
I think so. She, you know, is there with her son doing a household kind of family visit, you know, and that's part of the power, I think, of photographs, is the ability to remind us of a situation, especially when it's in your own home, if you're a motorcycle lover.
Absolutely. Well, the current bid is on your screen, and the number is on your screen as well. Now's the time to put in your bid for this beautiful Triumph by Rhonda Campbell, 16 by 20, retail value $275. It's such a nicely framed photograph as well, because I think it offsets, again, the bright colors in the middle.
It does, especially with the broad island kind of mat, you know, that has this white surround. It picks up this part and adds to the drama of the graphic quality. And we don't usually in photography, we're kind of picky about not using black mats. Oh my gosh, when you break the rules, look how stunning.
It is really stunning. Again, this is item 19A, Triumph by Rhonda Campbell, 16 by 20 inches, framed by Midtown Framing. We were just complimenting their framing efforts. Retail value of $275. I would think you don't have to be a motorcycle aficionado to really appreciate this. This is artwork in its own right, regardless of the fact that it's a beautiful motorcycle.
And the handling of the highlights on the chrome alone is very beautiful.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, we're going to keep the bidding open on this and move on to our next item, which is item B, 19B. 19B is Mute Swan, American River, Sacramento by Louis Kemper. This is photography measuring 22 by 28 inches, framing services by University Art Center, and its retail value is $400. Rebecca, this is another great example, I think, of the incredible wildlife in our region and the fantastic photographers who go out and really undertake a lot of effort to capture that beauty.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because it doesn't just happen. You know, Louis has been going out kayaking on the American River for over a decade now, and he goes early in the morning when the river's quiet, the animals are waking up, and his ability, he's a teacher, a writer, a wonderful photographer, his ability to know, to seek out light. In fact, when people ask Louis what he takes pictures of and what he enjoys most, he says, good light. You know, and so that's what's here. You know, this is shooting into shadow. The mute swan, which is the swan of European fairy tales and Russian ballets, it has been introduced in America. So it's not a native to us, but it's so enormous, you know, 4 feet wide, wingspread or larger. It's just amazing, and he's captured it in the clarity of this and his high shutter speed. Individual water droplets that are coming off the bird, as well as the spread of the wings that are so beautifully lighted. It's typical of Louis's work.
Typical of Louis's work. And there are, as you suggest, there are many things that make this so compelling. First of all, the clarity of the picture itself. The fact that swans have been, you know, celebrated throughout history and captured in art in so many ways in so many countries for centuries. The swan itself is such a beautiful animal. And then the lighting, as you suggest. This looks to me like maybe early morning or very late afternoon. Yeah.
Very early morning. And it's just enough in the background to give the hint of the bank of the river. And one of the most pleasurable things to me, and is the cock of the head just slightly toward you, and you know, when it's looking at you as the camera moves up, you're going to see the bird's head turn just like he recognizes Louis and is going to safely take off.
The swan saying, I'm taking off, but I know that you're there, and here's my beautiful wingspan, and off I go.
Off I go.
I should mention that this is an honorable mention for the frame design competition. So the frame itself, I mean, University Art Center did such a great job with it. It's a simple frame. You know, the light wood is very nice, but I think it plays off the light that you see on the swan.
Because the light is so golden here, especially along the neck and in where it's showing the spread of the wings. That's the perfect choice. It even pulls you into the reflection from that choice.
Absolutely. Well, you see the bid on your screen. The number is there as well. Again, this is item 19B, Mute Swan, American River, Sacramento, California by Louis Kemper. Photography 22 by 28, beautiful size. framing services, as we say, that was celebrated and acknowledged by University Art Center, and the retail value is $400.
Louis used a paper that he hadn't used before that has this, and he's going to continue using for specialty prints, and it's because of that surface that part of the luminosity of this image really lives. So it's a very considered photograph.
And this can be yours if you join the KVIE art auction and put in your bid right now. Let's keep this open and move on to our next item, which is item 19C, Pretty in Pink by Alan Fischleder. This is photography measuring 20 by 30 inches. Its retail value is $500. And it's hard to believe that this is a photograph, but look at it. It's absolutely beautiful. It looks like a watercolor.
Watercolor, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's definitely a photograph, and the canvas, it probably is suggesting that it's some other medium instead of, because you see slightly the texture of the canvas. It's a wrapped canvas, so you're getting it from different angles. This is a multiple exposure. There are 5 different exposures. Alan sought out what he described as an orchard in our almond orchard region here. The rest of the orchard was all white blossoms. This was the only one that was pink. He established the image with this one exposure on the main trunk of that single tree, and then took close-up pictures as well as from a distance, 5 different images at least, and as they overlap to the image, they become almost like the wind is blowing.
Yes.
It fills it with energy and softness, I think. Wouldn't you love this as a puzzle?
It may end up as a puzzle at some point.
It's just wonderful. I think it's soothing and at the same time the other continuum of being an energetic image.
I think what makes this photography section so precious and cherished for all of us, both people who buy our art, this art, and for you as an art expert, is that so many of these photographers capture images of our region.
Mm-hmm.
If you are from this area, you know that the apple blossoms in season are absolutely gorgeous, all the way up and down our San Joaquin Valley. Mm-hmm. And for folks to go out and actually capture that and offer the opportunity for you to bring this into your home, it's really special.
Because it takes effort to go out. It's not going to walk to you. You know, you're out there a certain time of day, choosing, thinking about your exposures, thinking about your high shutter speed, your lens you're going to use, and then you create this.
Absolutely. Item 19C, Pretty Pink by Alan Fischleder, photography measuring 20 by 30. Retail value is $500. You see the bid on your screen and the number to call. This is really a fantastic photograph. Again, looks like a really intricate painting. Final thoughts on this?
Final thought is I'd like to read his quote. When I look into my camera's viewfinder, I push the shutter button only when I see something I've never seen before. Isn't that a challenge?
That is a challenge.
It's wonderful.
Thank you, Alan, for offering this to us, for us to offer to you as you support PBS KVIE through this art auction. All right, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for some bidding updates.
Great.
Thanks, Michael and Rebecca. And here's a quick recap of bidding activity. You ready? Here we go. 19A is Triumph by Rhonda Campbell, that beautiful vehicle with just that little bit of touch of red that makes it perfect. Photography measuring 16 by 20, framed by Midtown Framing. The retail value is $275. And guess what? We have a bell ringer. $300 bid. You could keep bidding if you want to for Triumph. 19B is Mute Swan, American River, Sacramento, California by Louis Kemper. This is photography measuring 22 by 28, framing services by University Art Center. This was an honorable mention in the frame design competition. That bird is gorgeous. Retail value on this piece is $400. We are so close with a high bid of $350, just $50 more, and we could have a bell ringer on Mute Swan, American River, Sacramento. It's up to you to do that. 19C is Pretty Pink by Alan Fischleder. It's gorgeous, isn't it? This is photography measuring 20 by 30. The retail value on this piece is $500. We're looking for a bid of $150 to start things off on Pretty Pink. A gorgeous piece. All you have to do to make your bid is call. The phone number is at the bottom of your screen. We've made that available to you so that you can call and make a bid for the piece of art, or maybe 2 or 3, that you would like to have in your home. Every room needs a piece of art, right? And then you can also give a piece of art to someone you know as a gift. No reason why you shouldn't be calling to bid on this art right now. These pieces are not available forever. There's a limited time on this. So make sure you take this opportunity to take one of these pieces home with you. They're absolutely gorgeous. 19A Triumph by Rhonda Campbell. Retail value $275. We have a bell ringer on this, and we've gone even higher. We now have a high bid of $375. Mute Swan, American River, Sacramento, California is 19B. Beautiful piece of photography. Honorable mention in the frame design competition. The retail value on this piece is $400, and we're so close to that with a high bid of $350. I know this bird is going to look great in your home or your office. Just $50 more, and we can make this a bell ringer as well. 19C is Pretty Pink. It's so delicate. It's so sweet. It's so gorgeous. It's by Alan Fischleder. The retail value on this is $500. We're waiting for a bid, an opening bid of $150. And I know once you make that opening bid, it's really going to take off from there. Now let's take a look at the next few pieces of art up for bid this half hour.
Some really beautiful art in this break, and it can be on your wall before you know it. Here with Rebecca Gregg. Let's continue on with our next item, which is item 19D, the Andalusian by Jan Lightfoot. Photography measuring 24 by 18 inches. Its retail value is $450. Gosh, if you love horses or if you just love a great photograph, this is for you.
This is it. Yeah, this is just stunning work, I think, that Jan, I didn't know this until I read the information that she submitted. She said her dream job would be to travel the world and photograph horses. So I have seen so much of her work. She's a wonderful photographer and locally as well as known by other folks this is the first picture of a horse I've ever seen of hers, except this summer I saw another one. So now she's perhaps going into this more, and I can understand why. You know, because this is a portrait of a horse that it's like you're looking at a friend, and even the proportions, where his eyes are, and the clarity, the backlighting on the mane. It's really as if he's about to speak. You know, a friend who's going to nod at you, or a sound come out. And the clarity is beautiful, I think. It's taken in Oregon. She had planned the trip for over a year with questions about lighting and shutter speed and what lens and all of that. And when she gets there, over a 3-day, I think, period of time, she takes about 20,000 images of different horses, different situations. And then, of course, the wonderful head work happens, heart work and head work with a photographer to edit through those. And this and many others, I'm sure, were winners. This one is, you could see the wisdom in this fellow.
Absolutely.
You know?
Well, I'll tell you, to take 20,000 images really shows how hard these professional artistic photographers work to get just the right one. And you're right, this horse calls to you. There's a heart connection there that you, just as an observer or perhaps as somebody who buys this photograph, would appreciate. The eyes are amazing. There's almost a sense of motion in the mane.
There is. The way in the back of the horse, the strength of the horse is shown, his shoulders showing. It's really beautifully lit from the two sides so that you see the unusual pupil of the horse. It really is as if you are standing just in front of him.
Absolutely. You know? That horse really wants to speak to you in its own way. A reminder, this is item 19D, the Andalusian by Jan Lightfoot. Photography measuring 24 by 18, retail value is $450. You see the bid on your screen and the number to call. Now is the time to call in if you want to purchase this incredible piece of photography. You can be a horse lover. It'd be great as a gift or just for yourself. Even if you don't love horses, I think you would love this photograph.
I do too. I really think that this image, in its simplicity and yet the beauty of the lighting, is one that would live with you a long time.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now we're going to keep the bidding open on this one and move on to our next item, which is item 19E. X and O by Wendell Minshew. This is photography measuring 11 by 9 inches. It's framed by Skyline 1 Framing, and its retail value is $530. What an interesting photograph, Rebecca. X and O, I can see clearly how the title came about.
And yet you're having to find the O in your own mind because the O isn't really there. You know, this sloping line and of course the title says that it is, and so it's tic-tac-toe without the completion. It's so interesting, the composition, the boldness of it, I think, and again, the simplicity, to use the word we just had spoken of, the high graphic quality, but the most complex part, I think, is the process itself. Wendell has been an award winner at KVIE 3 times over the years, and his work often involves architecture, but this is a segment, a detail of architecture, and in choosing the details, he's set up a certain tight composition, and then it's almost like the X is Atlas holding up the world there.
Yeah, that's a very good description.
Very interesting. It's printed on vellum, and then he puts a metal surface, a metal either gold or silver on the back, gesso over that, and the final image is varnished. So when you own it in your own environment, you'll be able to see the relief that adds to the image that the frontal view doesn't quite show, all of the painstaking things. And I think another characteristic of this is the smallness of it pulls you in.
It does, and it invites you to kind of study what is this architectural achievement that he's captured so beautifully, even in kind of a tight space? Where is this, and how did he get the angle just right? And I guess his style that you just described, the vellum and the steel, is something that he's known for.
He is. For about the last 4 or 5 years, he's been working and perfecting because they're individually made. So it's really a bespoke kind of image in a way, in that it's handcrafted, begins as a photograph, but once it's printed on the vellum, there's a lot of handwork and time-consuming.
Time-consuming indeed. This is a very evocative photograph. Again, it's item 19E X and O by Wendell Minshew. Photography 11 by 9 inches. Framed by Skyline 1 Framing, retail value $530. It really draws you in. It invites you to study it, but it's a very pleasant area of study.
It is remarkable, I think. The V, part of the X becomes like victory, part of these are like arrows pointing. There's so much movement that's implied in the graphic quality, I think, here. And yet you don't know where it is. It becomes a mental piece.
It becomes a mental piece. We're going to leave this item open and move on to our next item, which is item 19F, Masked Tree Frog in Curled Heliconia Leaf by Leonard James. This is photography measuring 24 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $925. Wow, Rebecca, this jumps out just like a frog would jump out at you. Gosh, what a beautiful color! What a beautiful frame. I mean, everything about it is remarkable.
It's remarkable. And the metal, I think, here makes the sheen that's part of the image, part of the frog. It was taken in Costa Rica. This is a mask frog, and they're nocturnal, so you have to be up early and get him while he's still there and not hiding from you in the daytime. It's taken with a long lens, and we usually kind of think that a telephoto lens is to bring something close to you that's far away, but he used it on purpose so that he wouldn't disturb the frog and scare, the frog into hiding. So he's using, in a close-up kind of way, a longer lens, so he's not having to invade the territory. Doesn't the shape of it, the square, remind you of the golden spiral? That we have.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't have the whole rectangle, but we have illusions, especially as you see the light around the edge of the leaf, to shells that are turning like that. So this is like that hideout almost that the frog is in. And I think, too, one of the characteristics of working this close in a photograph is that part of the image is going to go out of focus.
Right.
Well, that only directs you to
towards the frog.
The frog that almost looks like he's smiling back at you.
Yeah.
It's really quite stunning.
Well, and I know I dwell on this, but the amount of effort that these photographers undertake to get just that perfect photo is really so impressive. You admire them so much, and it's just another reason to capture their great artwork, have it in your own home. The bid is on your screen for this item, which is 19F Masked Tree Frog in Curled Heliconia Leaf by Leonard James. Again, it's 24 by 24. What a conversation starter this would be in your home. And you're right, the circle, the out-of-focus circle around the frog draws you in. It's almost like the frog is in some sort of special royal setting and almost acknowledges that it knows it's being photographed.
It does. And just a moment ago on your screen, you were seeing the eyes and the catch light that's in the eye right on the upper part there. So interesting. You could look at that for a very long time and be surrounded by the sparkling, almost like green fireworks in his eyes, and yet he's not quite awake. You know, he's just about drifting off.
He's about drifting off. He might be going to sleep after this photograph was taken. Well, we can't say this often enough. This is something that would be such a conversation starter in your home. It's such a beautiful piece. Again, 19F Masked Tree Frog in Curled Heliconia Leaf by Leonard James, 24 by 24. Retail value $925. You see the bid on your screen. Call now, support PBS KVIE, and bring some great art into your home. Well, we're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your opportunity to bid on all of the art that we featured in this half hour. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update.
Yeah, we're wrapping it up. We're wrapping up this viewpoint break in the next few minutes. That means time is running out. If you want to get in your bids, here's what's open. 19D, The Andalusian by Jan Lightfoot. Photography measuring 24 by 18. Retail value is $450. Our high bid is $325. I'll bet you can push that up to $375 just to make sure that you get a solid bid in on the Andalusian. 19E, X and O by Wendell Minshew. The amazing geometric aspect of this art. Photography measuring 11 by 9, framed by Skyline 1 Framing. The retail value is $530. We have a bid of $175. $175. We could easily push that up and get it up to $250 without any trouble at all for this beautiful piece. It's just going to be so interesting to have in your home and office to look at. And 19F, The Masked Tree Frog in Curled Heliconia Leaf by Leonard James. This is photography. It's measuring 24 by 24. It makes it easy to be green. Retail value is $925. We're waiting for a bid of $250 to start things off on the Masked Tree Frog in Curled Heliconia Leaf. A beautiful piece. And we want to make sure that you have your opportunity to make your bids on all of this art. The artists have contributed their art so that you have the opportunity to make a purchase for your home, for your office, for a friend, for a loved one, and all of the sales benefit what you watch here on PBS KVIE and what we do in the community for you. Here's your opportunity to make sure that you get your bid in, because the bids or the pieces of art are not available forever, just for a short period of time. Let's review 19A Triumph by Rhonda Campbell. Retail value $275. We have a bell ringer on this with a bid of $450, but that doesn't mean you can't bid. You can still bid and push that a little bit higher. 19B is Mute Swan, American River, Sacramento, California by Louis Kemper. Photography, an honorable mention in the frame design competition. This piece has a retail value of $400 and again a bell ringer with a high bid of $450. You can go a little bit higher than that, too. 19C is Pretty Pink by Alan Fischleder. Beautiful piece of photography with a retail value of $500. A high bid right now of $150. Make it $200. Let's get that price up there just a little bit more. The Andalusian, this beautiful, beautiful animal by Jan Lightfoot. Retail value is $450. We have a high bid of $325. Let's get up to $375 on this beautiful animal piece of art. 19E, X and O. I love this. Wendell Minshew. took this piece of photography. Retail value is $530. We have a high bid of $375, and we'd like to get up that to about $425. And 19F, Masked Tree Frog in Curled Heliconia Leaf by Leonard James. Retail value is $925. We have a high bid of $300. An opportunity for you to bid right now. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small on Masterpiece, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase, and through the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is artwork from Viewpoint Photographic Art Center. Located in Midtown Sacramento, Viewpoint focuses on the thriving, energetic, and supportive photographic community through exhibits, lectures, and events. View all of the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, I'm Donna Epidoni. Thanks for joining us for another break featuring Viewpoint Photographic Art Center artists. Here's an overview of the art that's going to be up for bid during the next half hour. 20A is called Iris. It's by Ed Nordstrom. It's photography measuring 18 by 24. The retail value on this piece is $200. 20B is The Coming Storm by Grant Kreinberg. This is photography measuring 20 by 24 with retail value of $350. Item 20C is Shadows by Jim McMahon. This is photography measuring 7 by 20, framed by Midtown Framing with retail value of $100. 20D is Sunset Over the Palouse by Rachel Rosenthal. This is photography. It measures 29 by 22 and retail value is $300. 20E is Sacramento Bar Morn by Laura Twinning. This is photography measuring 24 by 36. Retail value on this piece is $400. And item 20F is Convict Lake Sunset by Bob Free. This is photography measuring 18 by 24 with retail value of $250. Now is your opportunity to bid on these great pieces of art. Let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi there, I'm Michael Sanford, and we're back for another round of artwork from Viewpoint Photographic Art Center. During this break, I'm pleased to be here again with art expert Rebecca Gregg. Welcome back, Rebecca, to discuss the works in this Viewpoint collection. Let's get started with item 20A. This is Iris by Ed Nordstrom. This is photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $200. Rebecca, we always appreciate your thoughts on this great photography section. Iris is a beautiful flower to begin with, and look how beautifully this has been captured by Ed Nordstrom.
And the fact that he moved so close, we can really see the details of the flower. I think the blossom or the flowering part of the iris is so spectacular, and it's so large, we're often far away from it. But this has become, we're looking down the throat of the iris. The image is taken at Horton's Iris Farm in Loomis, and Ed says that he's gone back there many times and sees things differently each time he's there. So now, in this one, it wasn't taken with a close-up lens. It was taken with a telephoto lens back a ways. But with telephoto, you also, looking this close, have issues of wind. And so it must have been a calm day, beautifully lighted from above, kind of in a week. Doesn't it remind you of a movie like something like Impossible Journey or something, and we're about to sneak into the canyon of the flower? Really does. I think that irises are not known for their smell, or it's the great design and the large kind of petals that it has. This one, I think, is exuberant in its color.
I agree with that. I was going to ask you about that because we all appreciate irises. They have an unusual shape and size. They kind of denote
stand tall,
pride and yet calmness. But the color, there's a cacophony of color around this iris and in this iris that really surprises most of us who look at irises.
I think so, and in textures too. When you look at the top of the arching, almost theatrical kind of veil that's up in this part of the image, there you can see little spots. That's the texture of the image, and then that sawtooth one that's inside of that. There's so many textures going on, the folds, the shallow depth of field, so that the color is given over in that right-hand side, the beautiful purples that irises are known for. But I think the contrast between the yellow and oranges, that almost moving toward orange, and the different tones of the purples are really very inviting here, as well as the softness of the background, so that we're drawn back to the foreground, and that's where the action is taking place.
Very successful effort by Ed Nordstrom. Again, this is item 28, Iris, a photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. Retail value is $200. And you can't help but appreciate the fact that Ed went out to a local iris farm in Loomis. We love the fact that some of these great photographs that we're sharing with you and inviting you to bid on are really locally focused throughout our region.
And think how this might be in your home as your irises are blooming outside and this one's inside, and you don't have to water it. You don't have to pick up the fallen petals. It's there with you all through all seasons. I think that's part of what photography does to us and gives us, is a kind of permanency.
Also another great reason to bid right now and support PBS KVIE. Let's leave this item open and move on to our next one, which is item 20B, The Coming Storm by Grant Kreinberg. This is photography measuring 20 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $350. Coming storm. You can definitely tell a storm is coming in this dramatic photograph, Rebecca.
You can. This is done at not far away, just up the hill a ways. It's looking across Lake Tahoe, and the vantage point is the Lake Forest boat ramp. You can see that when I don't know whether they're going out on the lake, whether he's there just to photograph, but a very interesting phrase that Grant used is that when he saw this, the sight impressed me and I decided to shoot it. So he's doing something else, but he thought, this is so amazing. So, and I think so too. I think, can't you see the layers working up? You have the water below, the mountains laid out before you that are still snow-capped, and then even in the clouds, there's still layers. So it's like a great big visual cake of this storm that's coming, and looks like it's already happening on the Carson City side of the mountains. You know, it's already kind of happening over here, but coming toward you. There's a phenomena that our brains do called pareidolia, and I can't help but do it. If it's in your home, I invite you to partake in an evolutionary thing where when we look at those, especially the cumulus clouds, you're going to be seeing all kinds of faces that are in there, and animals that are in there, and of course the angels and the snow bears and all of that is part of what invites you to see an image that's abstract, actually, when you can't help but find those faces.
Yeah, it's human nature to interpret things that we see in nature. And you're right, to talk about layers. Well, first of all, the layer that really resonates with me is the fact that this is a regional photograph. This is something that most of us have seen at one point or another when we travel to the Sierra Nevada mountains. I grew up in the valley. We never saw thunderstorms, but when you went to the mountains, that's where you saw this drama take place, and the fact that he captured it. But you've got a pretty calm lake. You've got beautiful snow-capped mountains, and then you've got the dramatic cumulus, and then you go up higher, and it's like, oh, okay, well, nothing's happening up there. It's pretty calm. So there's so much happening here.
And what's your opinion about this being black and white? Because most of us would, of course, all of us would experience it in color, so it's translated for us.
I think it adds to the sense of drama, don't you?
I do too. I think that that's part of why the clouds and the differences in contrast in their shape and the tonalities in them really look more foreboding than they perhaps would even in color. You know?
And the fact, again, item 20B, The Coming Storm by Grant Kreinberg, 20 by 24. The black framing really, I think, adds to the drama. It really forces you to focus on what's happening. Yeah, retail value of $350. You see the bid on your screen and the number to call. We should also point out that it's raining. That storm is coming. It's definitely gonna come your way. But this is something that will really capture our shared love of the Sierra Nevada. We're gonna leave this one open and move on to our next item, which is 20C. That is Shadows by Jim McMahon. This is photography measuring 7 by 20 inches. It's framed by Midtown Framing, and its retail value is $100. Shadows, boy, the shadows are beautifully captured. These trees are absolutely gorgeous. Again, it looks like a black and white photograph, if I'm seeing it correctly.
You are. It's a very complicated process. I won't even go through all the steps that it is, but Jim has been switching from platinum palladium printing to carbon ink printing. And so this is physiography inks that, as it begins the print, and then it's called a carbon process, and that's a very old process actually in photography, but not done in the same way as it's done now digitally. It was probably only about 15 years after photography was invented, 1864.
Wow.
They were doing this. Carbon printing is a very stable process. And so this image will be too. Most photographs, once they are printed, the inks are quite stable now. The papers are archival. We're very concerned with longevity because old photographs mean even more in some ways.
Right.
What I love about the carbon print is that the range of tonalities that can be captured, the highlights.
Yeah.
When you look at the highlight side of these aspen, you know, this is like a great big family reunion. All of those aspens are related to one another because their rhizomes go out and populate. You know, they're
Yes.
not done in some other way. So this is a crowded scene, but even so, you still feel the expansiveness of the shadow. When the shadow can be read into it, so the shadow's not really deep and dark. There's a tonality from deep black to a wonderfully captured highlight, and that's the carbon print that Jim has captured here. He's been working on it for months to work his new ink out to get this kind of rendition.
Well, as you share your expertise with us, Rebecca, and we learn about these techniques, it just helps you gain a greater appreciation for all of the effort that these artistic photographers put into their work. You know, to think about the printing process, the background, the materials used. It's not just a simple thing. It's a very time-consuming, and I think it requires some pretty interesting decisions by each artist. And what you pointed out, I want you to comment on that, but what you pointed out is look at how the tree and the shadow seem to blend together invisibly.
Yes, the shadow is almost your walkway into the image. You know, it's really very stunning, and I think his cropping, going with the landscape shape, you know, it's very rectangular, elongated, adds to that expansiveness, even though it's tightly cropped.
Absolutely. Again, this is item 20C, Shadows by Jim McMahon. Photography 7 by 20 inches, Midtown Framing did the framing. Retail value is $100. Beautiful photograph. Now's your time to bid and support PBS KVIE. All right, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for some bidding updates.
Thanks, Michael. We do have lots of great art available for you this half hour. Let's review the bids so far. Starting with item 20A, Iris by Ed Nordstrom. Photography, 18 by 24 with retail value of $200. We have a high bid of $125. We can push that up a little bit. How about $175? You can do that. The Coming Storm. This photography is amazing, isn't it? 20B, The Coming Storm by Grant Kreinberg. Photography measuring 20 by 24. Retail value is $350. We're looking at this and can't take our eyes off of it. $350 retail. We're up to $300 as our high bid. We can push that up to that $350 and get a bell ringer on this if you make your bid now. And item 20C is Shadows by Jim McMahon. This is photography measuring 7 by 20. It's framed by Midtown Framing. I love the way she talked about it as a family reunion of those trees. The retail value on this is $100, and guess what? We have a bid of $100. It's a bell ringer. Thank you for making that bid on that piece of art. So much art here, and the opportunity to have 1 or 2 or 3 of these photographs or paintings in your home, in your office, something that you can give to a friend. This opportunity doesn't come around more than once a year. So make your bid on a piece of art, more than one piece of art, because everything that you do here today, the piece of art that you buy, benefits PBS KVIE, therefore it benefits the whole community. The artists have donated their art. We're asking you to make your bids to make sure that the art ends up in good hands in your home. And you can make your bid right now. 20A, Iris by Ed Nordstrom. A beautiful piece of photography measuring retail value is $200. We have a high bid of $125. Your bid is next. How about $175 on this piece? Get closer to that retail value. 20B is The Coming Storm by Grant Kreinberg. A beautiful piece of photography with a retail value of $350, and we're almost up to retail value. We have a high bid of $300. Let's see if we can make this a bell ringer in the next couple of minutes. Item 20C is Shadows by Jim McMahon. Those beautiful trees. Photography measuring 7 by 20, framed by Midtown Framing. Retail value is $100, and we have a high bid right now of $150. Another bell ringer. Thank you for making your bid on this piece called Shadows. So the phone lines are open. We want you to call in right now. Let's take a look at some more art right now with Michael and Rebecca.
All right, I'm back with Rebecca Gregg, and we're moving on to the next piece in this Viewpoint collection. This is item 20D, Sunset Over the Palouse by Rachel Rosenthal. This is photography measuring 29 by 22 inches. Its retail value is $300. Wow, the colors just jump out at you. What an amazing topography. This has to be one of your favorites.
It's really stunning. It's so expansive. You know, it's like, wow, the aerial point of view that she's at Steptoe Butte, and this only happens in the spring of the year. You know, that's wheat that's out there. And the area in the Palouse is a certain kind of soil and also has water issues that the farming has dealt with for a long time. I think you know a lot about that. But here, photographers so glad that they're planting different times and different types of wheat so that you have this variety of color. This is taken at sunset, and from that aerial point of view on the butte, there's a 360-degree entertainment as you rush for the light, trying to capture the side lighting that's showing you the undulation of the land. It's the side light that gives you that kind of texture. And then Rachel, in choosing this particular point of view, has recognized that these little darker spots, which are trees and farm, silos and farm buildings, kind of act like hopscotch through the image, and then the aerial perspective is lessening the intensity of the colors as you move backward, and even on your screen you're going to see the introduction of blues that we see in the distance. Even Leonardo first talked about the blues of the distant vista, and there it is for us, another Leonardo.
There's so much going on in this photograph, and explaining Rachel's technique is really excellent. You're right, we were in the eastern Washington area, the Palouse, doing some America's Heartland stories on dryland farming, and it's so dry there. When we were there in the summertime, I mean, you throw a dirt clod in the air and it just becomes dust. But this is springtime, and there's so much happening. There's an effort to grow productive, healthy wheat in a region that gets almost no water from the sky. So the fact that the farmers are working so hard, they've got different levels of success here, and that she captured all of it in a beautiful springtime photograph with this great light, just really conveys a lot.
It's quite beautiful, and I think that each view you would see, and as the light's changing, this is another running for the light kind of image, that the sun is changing as it's dipping, and so this shadows are becoming more elongated across there. You have to select your viewpoint, and you're so excited. You can, you know, there's a lot of drama for the photographer when the light is this good. You know.
Great job, Rachel. Thank you so much for donating this beautiful photograph to the KVIE art auction. And now's your chance. You see the bid on your screen and the number. Go ahead and bid on this beautiful piece. 20D, Sunset Over the Palouse by Rachel Rosenthal. We're going to keep the bidding open on this and move on to our next item, which is 20E, Sacramento Bar Morn by Laura Twinning. This is photography measuring 24 by 36 inches. Its retail value is $400. Interesting things going on here. Rebecca, I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Well, I think that this is a stunning image, and it's using a technique that is kind of contrary to what photography has done for quite some time. You know, when photography first began, the exposures were so long that we had to have little head clamps to take a picture of a person behind them so they wouldn't wiggle. And now we wiggle the camera on purpose and called it intentional camera movement. That's not exactly a new thing. We've been doing that for a while as we pan images. Ernst Haas famously panned bullfighters, showing the action of that. But this is on our own American River. When I first saw the image, I thought it felt like someplace around Jenner, you know, where the mountain is coming down into the ocean, and that your imagination is set free in this image, I think, because there's the light. It's two things are happening. She is moving the camera.
Yeah.
As it's the shutter speed. The shutter speed is slow so that the movement can happen, and then there are multiple exposures. And so when the image is combined, the light is combining, and that changes the color. So she started with an image that set the kind of shoreline look here, and then combining over on top of one another. So it's multiple exposure and camera movement that's producing the image.
That's remarkable. And that very innovative technique invites you as an art viewer to really draw some of your own conclusions. This is possibly a sandbar here, the beautiful blue American River, the shoreline, and maybe it's foggy. Maybe it's foggy when she took this photograph. But it's the net result is you've got beautiful colors just to enjoy in their own right, and then you can interpret it as you wish.
And it's dreamlike in its that there's not a hard single subject. It's holistic in its view, and really quite freeing. There's almost a flight feel in what you were calling the fog there. It feels almost like it's, you know, a floating away. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, this is, again, a great photograph that would lend you to think that, oh, this is artwork. This was something that somebody painted, because it goes beyond just that clarity of a usual photograph. It's something more interpretive.
Because often we're after sharpness and or controlled sharpness. This one is after a freedom of expression in the color and the line. There's not a single shape to be determined in all of it.
And just think how good this would look on your wall. Again, item 20E, Sacramento Bar Morn by Laura Twinning. Photography 24 by 36, retail value $400. We're going to keep this item open and go on to our final item in this half hour. This is item 20F, Convict Lake Sunset by Bob Free. This is photography measuring 18 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $250. And obviously, Bob has taken a remarkably detailed, precise, and gorgeous photograph of Convict Lake, which I think is up in our Sierra Nevada, not far from Tahoe.
It's close to Mammoth, down that way.
A little further south.
And the name is interesting because it comes from 1870s escape from the prison in Carson City, and 29 convicts escaped and were captured here after quite a shootout. I don't know why a movie hasn't been made of it, because it's certainly a beautiful surrounding place. There is a time of day. I spoke with Bob about this when I saw this image earlier in the summer. It's a beautiful time of day when, at sunset, the sky exposure matches the earth exposure, because
Yes.
I thought for sure this would have been heavily manipulated and to be able to get the detail in the mountains when they're backlit.
Yep.
The sun is sinking. They've gone there on a trip to purposely photograph the Milky Way in this crotch of the mountains there. This is the Eastern Sierra looking west, of course. The lake is calm, so the reflection looks beautiful, but there's detail on the backlit mountains, and it's because the exposure below is equaling the sky. So it's not a multiple exposure. It's not heavily manipulated. It's the serendipitous part of photography when you're just, if you know your equipment and you're there, you're blessed with this kind of image. So sharp, so
Very sharp.
detailed, you can practically pick out individual rocks in the mountain, in the granite that's there.
Absolutely. Well, I think, for a lot of us who are not professional artistic photographers, the backlight problem is a big issue. We take a picture, and if something is or someone is backlit, you get nothing at all.
Yeah.
But he overcame that, and it's such a detailed photograph.
I think that it's one of those two that, remember the X and O we talked about earlier of Wendell Minshew? Can you see an X in this image?
I can. The mountain size, and then the reflection in the lake.
And so and this almost becomes the O, here we almost have that.
Yep.
So it's a beautiful composition.
There's a symmetry to it.
There is.
Yeah, again, this is item 20F, Convict Lake Sunset by Bob Free, 18 by 24. Retail value $250. A lot of us haven't really been to the Eastern Sierra, even though it's really part of our extended backyard. So to be able to have a photograph like this in your home and see this part of California that a lot of us haven't maybe been to yet, is what a treat that would be.
Yeah. Down 395. It's so vistas, great vistas. Yeah.
All right, so we'll keep this item open. We're nearing the end of this break, which means that now is your final opportunity to bid on all of the art featured in this half hour. I'd like to thank art expert Rebecca Gregg for sharing her expertise during these segments, featuring artists from Viewpoint Photographic Art Center. Now let's check in over at the recap station for an update on auction activity.
Thanks, Michael. And yes, Rebecca has had some wonderful insights about all of the pieces that we have. Well, we're getting ready to close out the artwork in this break. We want to hear from you. We want your bid. Let's review what we've just seen. Item 20D is Sunset Over the Palouse by Rachel Rosenthal. This is photography measuring 29 by 22. The retail value on this is $300, and we have a high bid of $175. You can push that bid up a little bit more. You can outbid that person. Maybe get this up to $225 for Sunset Over the Palouse. We also saw item 20E. Sacramento Bar Morn by Laura Twinning. This is photography. It measures 24 by 36. These pastels are just stunning. The retail value on this is $400. We have a high bid of $300. Can you make it $350? Maybe you'll be the high bid on this one, and then maybe a little bit more to make sure that we get up to the retail value on Sacramento Bar Morn. Item 20F is Convict Lake Sunset by Bob Free. This is photography measuring 18 by 24. The retail value is $250. And do you know what? We have a bell ringer on Convict Lake Sunset. $250 bid. Thank you for that. All of these bids not only add art to your life, not only will you be having these in your home or your office, but they do so much for the community. The artists have contributed their art to KVIE. We take your bids, and when you buy the piece of art, you're benefiting not only PBS KVIE, but by paying for this art, we're benefiting the entire community. What a great honor it is to have one of these pieces of art with such a good value and purpose. Item 20A, Iris by Ed Nordstrom. Retail value $200. We have a bell ringer on Iris with a bid of $200. Item 20B is The Coming Storm by Grant Kreinberg. Beautiful piece, valued. Retail value is $350. Another bell ringer with a high bid of $400. Shadows 20C by Jim McMahon. Beautiful piece of photography framed by Midtown Framing. Retail value is $100. And we have a bell ringer there too, $200 bid. Sunset Over the Palouse, a $300 value. 20D is Sunset Over the Palouse by Rachel Rosenthal. Retail value is $300, and we have a bid of $175. Let's push that up to $250. How about that? Sacramento Bar Morn has a value of $400. Laura Twinning's art here, retail value of $400, and we have a high bid of $350. We're so close to a bell ringer, and you can make it happen. 20F is Convict Lake Sunset by Bob Free, $250 retail value, and we have a bid of $250. Another bell ringer. Wonderful work, everybody. Keep those bids coming up and stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 43rd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the award winners category, featuring the best of this year's auction, carefully selected by the jurors and curator. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello, I'm Rob Stewart, and thanks for joining us for this year's Award Winners Break. It's a great break. And now here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid during the next half hour. Check it out. Item 21A is America by Catherine Erickson. This is oil on canvas measuring 20 by 20. Retail value $850. This is a curator's award. Item 21B is One Drop by Sue Grau. Photography measuring 20 by 16. Retail value $400, and this is the first place winner for photography. 21C, Daisy Jane by Anne Delcourt. Mosaic measuring 64 by 24 by 24. That is so cool. Retail value $1,800, Curator's Award as well. Item 21D is Chaos Number 1 by Louise Thompson Sheely. Fabric measuring 30 by 60. Retail value is $650. This is the Jurors Award for Contemporary category. Item 21E is A Toehold by K.W. Moore Sr. This is oil on canvas measuring 20 by 10, and the retail value is $980. This is the Jurors Award for Figurative. And item 21F is Test Subject by Michael Smith. Mixed media measuring 19 by 13 by 6. Retail value $300, and this is the Jurors Award for Sculpture. Award-winning category here. Okay, the phone lines are open right now. We have a great phone bank of volunteers. We want to hear from you. Let's head over and check in with the art auctioneer and the expert.
Hi there, I'm Colleen Schulman, and thank you for joining us for this award winners break. I'm pleased to be here with art expert Natalie Nelson. Natalie is the curator and director of the Pence Gallery in Davis. She has a master's degree in art history from the University of Southern California and has worked for over 20 years in museums and nonprofit art galleries. And she's an artist herself with decades of experience as an arts educator. Natalie, welcome. We're so grateful that you're here.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
All right, well, let's get started. Our first item in this break is 21A America by Catherine Erickson. This is an oil-on canvas measuring 20 by 20 with a retail value of $850 and a Curator Award winner.
Which I completely agree with. This was awarded by Jill Astroff, PBS KVIE's art curator, to be an amazing painting because it just has such great color. She chose it because she felt like it was almost symbolic of America, kind of going in two directions. So you see this group of cows kind of going this way and this group going this way. And she just loved the energy of the piece. There's really wonderful paint that's put on with a palette knife, actually, not a brush. So the artist loves this kind of texture. And then, of course, there's words all over it, which say over and over again, America. So really kind of underlying that theme of America and what it means right now.
I can absolutely see why our curator selected this for the Curators Award. If you would like to get in on the action right now and take this piece home, the number to call is on your screen, and the current bid is also on your screen. Natalie, what additional thoughts do you have on this piece?
I just think it's interesting because it's kind of a landscape of a place. You kind of see all of this green, but it's also very symbolic. And then, again, living in a place like California, this is a scene you might see. So it very much reflects kind of a daily reality for some people of living in a more agricultural place where you might see cows. So I think it works on so many different levels, like good art really should.
Is there anything you could share with us about this particular technique?
You know, she is amazing because I love that she's put these kind of cutout letters almost with America here, and then layers and layers of oil paint, again, put on with a palette knife. And then she's highlighting certain letters so that you can kind of see she's spelling out America here, and then really making this defining line here as well as here. So in terms of composition, she has just a really strong kind of angular composition, and then building up the paint. If you could see it from the side, you'd see there's about a ½ inch of paint put on here. It's just wonderful and gestural. It just has a great sense of texture.
And you can definitely see that on your screen when we get up close. I want to remind you that we're looking at item 21A America by Catherine Erickson. This is an oil-on canvas measuring 20 by 20, retail value $850, and a Curator Award winner. This is also an artist who was an award winner last year and exhibited in the PBS KVIE Art Gallery. So this is a very highly collectible artist. This is such a wonderful piece. Natalie, we're going to have to keep it open and move on to the next piece, but thank you so much for sharing. All right, moving on. Our next item is 21B, One Drop by Sue Grau. This is photography measuring 20 by 16, a retail value here of $400, and this piece took first place in the photography category. Natalie, I love these birds.
I do too. They're so great. And one thing that the juror said, whose name is Wes Davis, he thought it was such a decisive moment. You capture the two birds, you know, one drinking from the faucet and then one perched above. So again, with photography, that's what you're looking for, is capturing that moment. And there's actually just a tiny drop of water in the bird's beak as he's flying.
Oh, I love this piece. I totally love birds. I would love to take this home, but I'm sure there's someone out there ready to take it home themselves. If you would like to bid on this piece, the number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. Natalie, tell us a little bit more about this artist.
Well, one thing a bird lover told me is that this is actually probably a pair of birds, a male and female. The male is the more colorful one who's drinking down here, and then the female, who's not quite as colorful, is kind of perched up here. So I really love that idea of this pair of, she said it was a Western bluebird, because I don't know that much about birds, but it was done in Placer County. Sue is a prominent bird photographer. She's done thousands of birds. And this was actually taken in a cemetery where Sue said it's a great spot to get birds because, of course, they're looking for water.
Oh, well, that's very interesting. We're so excited that this is, and for very obvious reasons, our first place award winner in photography. A reminder that we are on item 21B, One Drop by Sue Grau. This wonderful photography piece measures 20 by 16. The retail value is $400. Current bid is on your screen, and the number to call is on your screen. Don't miss out on this one. I might have to tell my husband to call in.
Absolutely, I completely agree.
All right, do you have any final thoughts on this piece?
I just love that it points out kind of our water crisis, and so there's a bigger issue as well as it's a beautiful nature photograph. So it works on a lot of different levels. It's also about nature as well as kind of the man-made world and the intersection of those. So again, it's kind of works on a lot of different levels.
And we are so grateful to Sue for participating once again in the KVIE art auction. She's been a longtime participant. We're looking forward to seeing what this piece goes for. We are going to have to move on. So this piece will remain open. We're going to move on to our next piece, which is item 21C. This is Daisy Jane by artist Anne Delcourt. And this is a mosaic piece measuring 64 by 24 by 24. The retail value, $1,800, and this is a Curator Award winner. Natalie, this is stunning.
What a fun piece. It is stunning, and wherever you put this, it would reflect the room around it, and the artist actually made it outside in her garden. And one thing the curator said was it reminded them of a garden party, which I think is so fun because, again, when you make things outside in nature, bits of nature like these daisies that are done in glass with these glass beads come out, and just it's so vibrant and expressive.
And, you know, we're so excited. We have such a dynamic curator here at KVIE who curates the entire art collection. And this is one of those pieces that just spoke to her with this Curator's Award. Tell us a little bit more about how this is put together.
I really thought this was interesting because the artist took a mannequin, applied the glass to it, and it's several different kinds of glass, antique glass. You can see some glass is transparent, some is opaque, and then there's these little glass, almost like little buttons here. So that's applied to it with grout, and it's finished off. So this part could go outside, actually. The bottom part is actually also a mannequin, but it's finished off with a fabric skirt and a giant bow. So again, that makes it a full figure, which is really fun. And the piece can be taken apart and again displayed outside with this top piece.
So much flexibility here. Yes. If you are looking to take this piece home, and who wouldn't, it is simply gorgeous. The number to call is on your screen, and the current bid is also on your screen. Natalie, what are some additional thoughts you have on this piece? I think this is a brand new artist to our auction, too.
That's really exciting. I know she shows in Sacramento as well as San Francisco, and she's been doing these glass mosaics for a while, but this is actually her first three-dimensional piece, and I think she just hit it out of the park. The back, which we can't show you, has kind of a low-cut dress top. So it's very elegant. I think it's fun. It would be great in someone's bedroom. And again, it could go outside in a garden.
Would you call this a contemporary piece?
Very contemporary. It's very fun. It plays on many different levels. And just the flowers, the way she's done them with the cut glass, that's really hard to do.
And I also really love, and I think we're coming down a little bit on this piece, the artist has signed it in the mosaic tile, which I think is really lovely in the front here. This is just such a wonderful piece. Just a quick reminder, this is 21C Daisy Jane by new to the art auction artist Anne Delcourt. This is mosaic measuring 64, 24 by 24. It is a Curator Award winner, so that's very, very exciting. Can you share a little bit more?
I think just anyone who can do this level of mosaic is an amazing artist because there's so much detail in her technique, but it's also just very expressive and fun. And I think sometimes we need pieces to make us smile. And the first time I saw it, I wanted to just give it a little hug.
Oh, that's such a wonderful thought. All right, well, we are halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
Okay, we have ourselves an auction, and you can take away some fantastic artwork when you are the winning bidder, and it's happening a lot. Let's review right now. Item 21A is America by Catherine Erickson. It is above bell ringer status, which is fantastic. Oil on canvas measuring 20 by 20, retail value $850, and we're at $1,000 right now. This is a Curator's Award. Beautiful piece, and it is still open and live. Item 21B is One Drop by Sue Grau. This is photography measuring 20 by 16, and it's another bell winner. That's great. A bell ringer right there. Retail value is $400, and we're at $500. That's the first place winner for the photography category. Now, 21C, I really want to tell you about this, so take a close look at this piece of art. This is by Anne Delcourt. It's called Daisy Jane. It's a mosaic measuring 64 by 24 by 24, but please hear me out on this. That top part is a stand-alone piece of art. It stands by itself. It is a beautiful piece of art. You can take the skirt away, and it is just the bust part of it, the torso. It is gorgeous. There's so many ways you can present this. I think that torsos are really cool just to stand alone as a piece of art. This artist did this in many ways so that you can design the piece how you want for your house with the colors, etc. But just wanted you to know that this all separates. So you can take the skirt off and just have the torso. I think it's gorgeous on a coffee table, in front of a window, on some type of pedestal, outdoors, put a light on it, and just imagine zooming in just to the top part of that, okay? And that would be, I think it's all fantastic, but I just wanted you to know that you don't need the rest of it. It's just making it a more full piece of art. If you do have that, it's Daisy Jane and Delcourt, so I'm hoping that more people will come over to their phones and pick up the phone and call, because that is such a gorgeous piece, and you really do need to see this one. You can present it both ways. Art is ever changing. It tells a story. There are universal stories in art. That's what we do here at PBS KVIE. We bring you entertainment and inspiration, education and news. We stick to, when it comes to the news, the facts, which you can depend on here at PBS KVIE, and we also talk about analogy and in-depth information. So this is the station to support, PBS KVIE, where everything truly matters, including you. And without your support, we could not do what we do. I want to go through again the three pieces that are open right now, because you can bid on any of these three. 21A, America by Catherine Erickson, oil on canvas measuring 20 by 20. Retail value is $850. We've got a bidding war, I'm just told, which is great. Curator's Award. So this is $1,200. Let's get up to $1,300. You want to take them up in $100 increments? Let's see how high that can go. 21B, One Drop by Sue Grau, and that is also a bell ringer at $500. And 21C, Daisy Jane by Anne Delcourt. Hey, that's climbing too at $575. We're going to get that up much higher. All right, let's head back and see some more award winners with Colleen and Natalie.
All right, we are back with the second half of this award winners break. We are starting off with item 21D, Chaos Number 1 by Louise Thompson Sheely. This is a fabric piece measuring 30 by 60, a retail value of $650, and the Jurors Award in the contemporary category. Natalie, this is stunning.
It is a stunning piece, and I love how unusual it is. And one thing the juror said, whose name is Pam Avery, that she really thought the chaos theme kind of came across. All of the energy of the lines. We have wonderful circles that she's printed with fabric paint. It really does look like something is happening that's really energetic and exciting. There's also a very subtle shift from pastels on this side to kind of deeper colors. And the juror really thought that was very sophisticated and really gave it that sense of movement that is so important.
I do see a lot of movement, and as we're going to get a little bit closer, you'll see that on your screen. If you are already getting excited about this piece, and how couldn't you? There's so much going on here, Natalie. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is also on your screen. Natalie, tell us a little bit more about some of the the detail as we're coming in closer with the camera?
This is a complicated piece to make, definitely. It looks a lot like a quilt because it's put together kind of like a quilt, but it also looks like the artist has created some of these fabric squares herself. There is stamping on them, so different kinds of printing. There's applique, so things are sewn. There's also wonderful stitching patterns that are a little hard to see when you're in the studio, but up close, it's amazing. And you can see there's different numbers here. You see some 6s here. And then here's the stamping I was talking about with the red fabric paint. So it's multi-layered, giving it, again, that sense of movement and vibrancy.
This is such a wonderful piece. And for folks that might be tuning in right now, this is item 21D. The title is Chaos Number 1 by Louise Thompson Sheely. And this is a fabric piece measuring 30 by 60. The retail value is $650. And again, this is the Juror Award winner for the contemporary category. Natalie, additional thoughts?
I think the red rectangle kind of pulls it together. The red, it's really picked up over here. So it just has this sense of being just a wonderful piece. So unusual, I think, in that, again, it's kind of like a quilt, but it's much more an art quilt. It's wrapped around, and it's got a great presentation around this frame. So it could go almost any place in your house.
Once again, item 21D, Chaos Number 1, Louise Thompson Sheely, fabric measuring 30 by 60. It is a retail value here of $650 with that Jurors Award for Contemporary. We're going to have to move on to the next piece. We're going to keep this open, this wonderful piece. I'm so sorry, we have to move on to the next one.
Okay, let's
All
do
right,
it.
Here we go. The next item up is 21E, a toehold by KW Moore Sr. And this piece is an oil-on canvas measuring 20 by 10 with a retail value of $980 and the Jurors Award in the figurative category. Natalie, what are your first impressions?
Well, I don't have to look at my notes for this one because I was actually the juror for this one.
How fun.
And I really liked KW Moore's portrait of this young boy, and it's called A Toehold. It's just a charming piece. It shows this youth getting up into his saddle, and the artist said that he grew up on a ranch, and his dad had lots of horses around, and he always felt like people have kind of a great connection with their animals, but particularly youth. And, you know, we can't see a lot of the horse, but I just love that connection he has where he's kind of almost embracing the horse.
I really love the figure in this piece. And of course, you know, the horse, it makes us think about a lot about where we are, time and place here in the Sacramento Valley. This is such a wonderful piece. It is currently up for bid. If you would like to get in on the action, the number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. Natalie, what else can you tell us about this?
I looked up the artist, and he almost exclusively does Western style subjects. So he does cowboys, Native Americans. He's very interested in the history of the West. So again, all the details he's got right. And I think growing up around horses, again, he knows how to paint them. And the boy's face is also great in terms of its expressive potential, I think, to show how hard this is to get up into that saddle.
That is not an easy feat.
No. It's not.
Okay, we have item 21E titled A Toehold by artist KW Moore Sr. Oil on canvas measuring 20 by 10, retail value $980. And again, this is the figurative category award winner for the Jurors Award.
You know, I just thought it was so expressive and a very different way of showing a boy and his horse. You know, not a traditional way, but it's a wonderful piece, and the frame itself looks like it's from old wood found on a ranch. I think that really complements it.
Oh, thank you for pointing out the frame. It really is quite stunning, and it adds that rustic element that I think just really, it just ties in so well with the subject matter. Do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share with us?
I just like people to notice that bright red color and the pants, the way they're done. It just really pulls out kind of the texture of the fabric of that young man.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We are going to keep this piece open and move on to the next, which which is item 21F. This is Test Subject by Michael Smith, and this is a mixed media piece measuring 19 by 13 by 6. The retail value here is $300, and this is the Juror Award winner for sculpture.
It is.
I love this piece.
Isn't it fun? It has so many different parts. It has this glass piece. It also has metal tubing, and it has the wooden parts, which the artist Michael Smith has made himself. And I did read the juror's notes. Sandy Whetstone was the juror, and she said, it's just like, you know, science, always trying to test something. And sometimes she said, you know, why are we testing all these things? And here it's kind of this big piece of glass. What are they trying to figure out? So there's a lot of great questions here and kind of a fun sense of whimsy, I think, as well.
I really love this piece, and I like kind of the assembly. I believe the artist works with a lot of found objects, too.
He does. And so he goes to junk stores and antique stores and puts these things together. And he said he actually started with this metal clamp behind, and he said, you know, what should it be clamping? Then he found this piece of glass, and then the whole piece just started from there. And then he hand makes all of the wooden components and inset sort of these switches in there.
What an interesting piece. What a conversation piece. If you want to take this home, it's really going to be the conversation starter in your home. You can go ahead and give us a call. Get in on the bidding right now. The current bid is on your screen, the number to call on your screen. Natalie, let's take a little bit closer look as we're zooming here and with the camera.
Oh, isn't it fun? All the different little dials that it has. So it looks like maybe he's borrowed some from cars. We see up here it says current flux. And some of these are attached again to the glass and some aren't. So it's kind of a fun kind of question, like where are they going to and what is he trying to do? Like out here, there's no end to that little pipe. So it's very, very fun piece. And I really think, like you said, it's a great conversation piece.
Oh, definitely. And I know we can't quite get around the side of it here on the camera, but it does have the title Test Subject on the side along with the year. Once again, this is item 21F, Test Subject by Michael Smith. This is mixed media measuring 19 by 13 by 6 with a retail value of $300. And once again, this is our sculpture category award winner. Natalie, do you have some final thoughts on this?
It's very hard to do this, to take things that are from different sources and really put it together to make a statement. And I think it works on a lot of levels where, you know, again, it's about science. It's also about art, testing things. What are we testing? So again, it's bringing up questions, which is what makes it so fun.
Definitely. I have a friend who's very into steampunk, and I feel like this is totally his vibe.
You know, the artist did say he felt like he was making a crazy steampunk-inspired machine that does nothing, he said. So again, that's fun.
Oh my goodness. Well, we are nearing the end of this break, which means that right now is your last opportunity to bid on the art we featured in this half hour. Now let's head back to the recap station for an update on all of the artwork up for bid.
Okay, thank you both. It is Saturday night and our volunteers are here to take your bid. So now is the time to buy a great piece of art and support PBS KVIE at the same time. Let's get those phones ringing. When you call, you speak to an awesome volunteer. Let's run through the items that are up for bid right now and live at the PBS 43rd Annual KVIE Art Auction. We begin with 21D. This is Chaos number 1 by Louise Thompson Sheely. Fabric measuring 30 by 60. Retail value is $650. This is the Jurors Award for Contemporary. You're looking at an entire collection of award winners this half hour. Item 21E is a toe hold by K.W. Moore Sr. This is oil on canvas measuring 20 by 11. Retail value is $980. And we are looking for an opening bid for a toe hold at $250. It's a great gift. The many holidays are coming up upon us. It's a great season for giving. It's also a great way to start an art collection with someone. So $250 for an opening bid here. That's your Jurors Award, by the way, for figurative. So it's also award-winning piece. Item 21F is Test Subject by Michael Smith. Mixed media measuring 19 by 13 by 6. And the retail value is $300. This is the Jurors Award for sculpture. It is a really cool fascinating piece when you really delve into this. All right, so I just want to remind you that if you're watching right now, it's real easy to fall into a routine of watching the pieces come by one after another. But I have to tell you, I've heard from so many artists today who say that when their piece goes on the air, it is nerve-wracking because their piece is up and they are exposed for all to see, and they want to know how you feel about them. So please pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. If one of these pieces is connecting with you, you have to connect with the phone lines and the volunteers that are here. Place a bid, and you just might be that lucky winner. It's also fun when you call. Item 21A is America by Catherine Erickson. Oil on canvas measuring 20 by 20. All of these pieces are open right now. This is a curator's award, and I also know for a fact that our PBS curator, Jill Estroff, she is our curator, and she gave this a curator's award, loved this piece, and this is it right here. So that helps too with conversation piece. Hey, Jill gave this one the big award, so it's a bell ringer too, yes. 21B is One Drop by Sue Grau, and this is photography measuring 20 by 16. Retail value $400, and it's a bell ringer as well, $600. That's great. 21C, Daisy Jane by Ann Delcourt. That's up to $650. This can be one or two different ways as shown. You can have just the torso or the whole piece, but you get it all for your bid right now. That's a curator's award as well. Item 21D, Chaos number 1. We're going to zip through these because they're all open and live. This is by Louise Thompson-Sheely. This is fabric measuring 30 by 60. We got a $400 bid. Let's get $450. And that piece is beautiful. 21E is a toe hold by KW Moore Sr. Oil on canvas measuring 20 by 11. Jurors Award for figurative. We have a bid now of $250. We're going to take it up to $3. And test subject is the next piece, 21F by Michael Smith. Mixed media, 19 by 13 by 6. $150 right there, valued at $300. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour right here on the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased artwork must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the award winners category, featuring the best of this year's auction, carefully selected by the jurors and curator. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Okay, good evening. I'm Rob Stewart, and thank you for joining us for another award winners break. Hey, we've got a great phone bank of volunteers here. Some are brand new, the PBS KVIE friends of the station, and we have lots of new people here, as well as some who've been with us for a very long time. We love them all, so we're glad to have you here, as well as you. So this is the award winners break, and here's an overview of the art that'll be up for bid here in the next half hour. I got some great pieces for you to see. 22A is Good Morning by Lenora Morris. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $450. Jurors Award for Still Life. I love this piece. It's gorgeous. 22B is Castle Heige by Daryl O'Sullivan. Photography measuring 26 by 20. Retail value is $400, and this is a Jurors Award for Photography. 22C is Clearing Waters by Chelsky Tykotsky. This is oil on canvas, measuring 24 by 30. Retail value is $2,400, and this is the Jurors Award for Contemporary. It's a gorgeous piece. 22D is Ghost Gums by Gary Everett. Photography measuring 20 by 30. Retail value $375. Jurors Award for Photography. Item 22E is Feather River Evening by Carol Quinn. Oil on canvas measuring 23 by 29. Look at that. A retail value is $750. Jurors Award for Landscape. And item 22F is Balancing Act by Crystal Hollister. Porcelain measuring 28 by 14 by 6. A fun piece, retail value $325, and this is the Jurors Award for Sculpture. Okay, the phone lines are open and ready to take your bid, so let's check in to see how the art is moving along with the auctioneer and the expert.
Hi there, I'm Colleen Schulman, and we're back for another round of award winners. Joining me once again is art expert Natalie Nelson. Thanks for being here, Natalie.
Thank you, it's a pleasure.
All right, here we go with item 22A. This is Good Morning by Lenora Morris, and this is an acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24 with a retail value of $450, and this is the Jurors Award winner in the Still Life category. Take us away, Natalie. This is a very wonderful, colorful
Absolutely. The juror, Susan Ballinger, you know, she loved the composition. It's such a vibrant piece with this color here. She gives us kind of these pinks and reds. And then the composition is just simple. It's 3 items. You've got a bowl of fruit, a pitcher perhaps of coffee, we hope, and a bowl over here. And the whole title is just Good Morning. So it tells us a story about maybe the start of someone's day. Everything about it is kind of sunny and happy. You've got flowers behind. So it's just, in general, a very uplifting piece.
It sure is a good morning. And if you'd like to take Good Morning home today, you very well can. The bidding is open. The current bid is on your screen along with the number to call. Natalie, tell us a little bit more. We're coming in on some shadowing and some highlights in this piece.
We were noticing just how she's done these pairs earlier, and just the color that she puts down is really wonderful. She also has this technique of kind of loose brushwork, so it's not super detailed, but you see some shadows here where she's trying to show you where it's kind of fading off into the distance, and then some reflection. The green perhaps is reflecting from the bowl of the blue of the bowl. So she's great at capturing color and just making it a really lively portrayal. Even the blue of the coffee or tea canister kind of shows some reflections here. So it's a really interesting, sophisticated technique to show that.
And I really like that that blue is kind of repeated in the frame.
It is, absolutely. This frame just picks up that blue, doesn't it? And really accentuates her love of color. I think this artist must really love color.
I think so too. Well, if you would like to take this colorful piece home, once again, this is item 22A, Good Morning by Lenora Morris. This acrylic on canvas measures 18 by 24 with a retail value of $450. It is the Still Life Jurors Award winner for this year's art auction, which is very exciting. The number to call right there on your screen along with the current bid. Natalie, what additional thoughts do you have?
It's just such a vibrant piece. I keep going back to the floral part back here where she's accentuated all these roses and perhaps some daisies back here. I think it's just so expressive. So again, picking up those kind of happy notes of maybe starting your morning right, you know, looking at beautiful things and eating a nice breakfast.
That sounds like a great plan. Well, we are going to keep this piece open, and we're going to move on to the next item in this break, which is 22B, Castle Higgy by Daryl O'Sullivan. This is photography measuring 26 by 20 with a retail value of $400, and this is the Juror Award winner in the photography category. Natalie, initial thoughts here. This is beautiful.
I really love this piece. I first noticed all of this texture in the foreground. And the juror on this piece, Wes Davis, really complimented the artist on his use of color, and the composition is so interesting. Your eye just kind of moves down through these rock formations and then up to kind of this rock peak over here, which is what gives the piece its title, Castle Hygge. And I think it's just fun to see how the artist has kind of called this a castle, although it's supposed to be rock formations in the Badlands National Park. But he said it just gave him a sense of contentment, which is what that word means, hygge, and just happiness in general.
This is a lovely and happy piece. If you would like to make a bid on this piece and take this home right now, it is only available through this break. So you're going to need to pick up the phone right now, call the number on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. As we're coming down, could you share a little bit? I love this frame and kind of how it's juxtaposed with some of the texture here.
It really does a nice job of kind of showing off the texture in the foreground. The frame looks like it is a wooden frame that has been stained both kind of gold and white. So it does have kind of a weathered quality, and I think that gives it that interesting kind of idea of age and the history of this place.
And I really love that he's chosen a vertical shot.
Yes, we really get that sense of depth, I think, in the vertical as you go down and then finally up to the peaks.
As a reminder, we are looking at item 22B, Castle Higgy by Daryl O'Sullivan. This is a photography piece measuring 26 by 20 with a retail value of $400. Once again, this is the Jurors Award winner in the photography category. Natalie, tell us a little bit more.
I forgot to mention the time of day. So the artist tried very hard to capture the sunrise. So you get this golden light that you have when the sun first comes up and is reflecting off of all of these peaks here. So it's not quite in the other areas of the composition yet. So it really just highlights this area of the scene. So it's kind of the drama of early morning.
It sure is. And this is your time to get in and bid on this piece. And every single piece that you are purchasing this evening is also supporting your PBS station, KVIE. So go ahead, pick up the phone right now and let us know that you want to take this piece home. The current bid is on your screen. The number to call, give us a call. We have folks standing by. They are ready. All right. Do you have a final thought for us?
I just think Daryl is an amazing photographer. I wish I could take this piece home myself. It's really beautiful.
It sure is. All right. Well, we will keep this piece open through the end of the break. We are going to move on to our next item, which is 22C, Clearing Waters by Chelsea Tikotsky. The oil on canvas that you're seeing here measures 24 by 30. The retail value is $2,400, and this is a Juror Award winner in our contemporary category.
Absolutely. Pam Avery is our juror, and she really loved the texture on this piece. I can't even describe the texture. It is so thick, and it gives you that sense of the water. And the artist was saying that this was made during a difficult part of her life, where she was running by the bay and she saw kind of this storm building, and the water was kind of turbulent, and yet in the background you can see kind of the scene is clearing. And so that gives it the title Clearing Water.
I really love that. And I also like it's almost got a little bit of a metallic finish to it, which is really fun.
It does. I think she might have used some gold in here. Certainly the frame itself is gold, so that kind of brings out that yellowy tone that we also see kind of reflected in the water.
How moody it looks, too.
It is so moody. So I think you could read it many different ways, but I love that the artist chose it to express kind of how she was personally feeling at that time.
Okay, if you are being moved by this piece right now, the current bid is on your screen along with the number to call. You can get your bid in and take this piece home this weekend on the KVIE art auction. Reminder that we are looking at, this is item 22C, Clearing Waters by Chelsea Tikotsky. This oil on canvas measures 24 by 30. The retail value, $2,400. And again, this is your Juror Award winner in the contemporary category. Natalie, what else would you like to share?
I think it just has an abstract quality, too, that a lot of people have a hard time doing, where you can see through the layers. It doesn't look exactly like water when you get really close, but when you step back, it really comes together and you see, oh, this is a portrait of land as well as water. So it works in many different ways.
And I also really like how she's used light.
Yes. It seems like light is kind of her focus, isn't it? As it comes in from the scene and hits the water. And I forgot to mention this one is also done in the morning. So again, when she's running, so you can see that bright light in the water.
Fantastic. All right, we are going to keep this open. We are halfway through the break. This piece will remain open, and we are going to move over to the recap station to check in on those bidding updates while you call in. The number to call on your screen. Place your bids right now.
Awesome. Okay, let's pick up the phones and call the number on your screen, because it's your chance to bid on some beautiful award winners while they are still available. They go so fast. Just listening to everybody call, and it goes like that. So I want to tell you about item 22A, which is the first one right now we're talking about. Good Morning by Lenora Morris. Acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Retail value $450. I'm telling you, this is a stunner. The price will come up, so call the number. It's at $300 right now, retail $450. This is the Jurors Award for still life. The colors are spectacular. Item 22B is Castle Higgy. This is by Daryl O'Sullivan. This is photography measuring 26 by 20. Castle Higgy. This is retailed at $400. Jurors Award photography, a wonderful piece of art, and this is by Daryl O'Sullivan. This is the Jurors Award for photography. Call the number on your screen now. Don't let these pieces slip through your hands. Item 22C is Clearing Waters by Chelsky Tykotsky. Oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30. It's a gorgeous piece of art. This is the Jurors Award for the contemporary category. Contemporary is a wonderful category. All of these pieces, I think, are investment art, as is this, valued at $2,400, and we've got a bid for $1,000 right now, and we have a bidding war going on as we speak for this one and many of the other ones that I just went through, those 3 that are open. So don't let time pass. Pick up the phone and call the number on your screen, because when you do, you are showing us that you want all of the money that the artist wanted us to have to continue the content coming into your homes. That is why we're here all weekend, to showcase the arts in Northern California, to bring art to you, to sell it to you, so that you can have a tangible piece of art in your home from the PBS KVIE art auction from some of the best loved and well-known artists around. Okay, I'll take it from the top. Item 22A, Good Morning by Lenora Morris. It's a great way to wake up. It's at $300 right now. We're looking for $350. Acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Retail value $450. Jurors Award, Still Life. Item 22B is Castle Higgy by Daryl O'Sullivan. This is photography measuring 26 by 20. And retails for $400. You're looking at the Jurors Award for photography, this beautiful photograph by Daryl O'Sullivan. And item 22C is Clearing Waters. Yay, that number's coming up big time. Chelsky Tykotsky is the artist. Oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30. Retail value is $2,400, and we're up to 13. Let's take it to 14. $1,400 for the people who are on the phone right now. We're going to take that up to 14. And there's a bid war going on behind me right now. I love that. And now we're going to head over to the art for the second half of this break with Colleen and Natalie.
All right, we're back with the second half of this category, and we're starting off with item 22D. This is Ghost Gums by Gary Everett. This is a photography piece measuring 20 by 30, retail value $375, and this is the Juror Award winner in the photography category. Natalie, this is stunning.
Gary's photograph is so lovely, and he's capturing this time of day, which I think is so evocative. You see kind of this fog on the water. So my eye really goes to that, as well as the ripples in the water, like you mentioned. It is supposed to be a lake. It's set in southeastern, I had to look this up, southeastern Australia, because Gary himself is also Australian. And this is a place he used to play as a kid, so it has a lot of personal relevance for the artist.
That's fantastic. And I also want to point out that this piece is on metal, which is a really fun way to present.
It is. It's a great presentation method because you get sharp color, you get vibrant color. It's already finished, so you don't have to worry what frame would it look best in, because you can just put it on the wall.
And tell us a little bit about these trees. So these are gum trees.
Right. So this is a tree that is from Australia. We don't see them around here. It is related, I believe, to the eucalyptus family. And I did read that they're having a problem with these trees, that about 75% of them have already basically died. So again, he's highlighting something that we see a lot because of climate change.
Well, this, I mean, I love the texture in this. I mean, for photography to have texture is really something.
It really is, and it always captures, you know, a particular moment in time. So you have the texture, you also have the sun that's coming up here, and he said he waited in the dark for this moment and took a lot of photos and even had the wrong lens, so he's running to try to get the right lens. So there's all those funny stories about trying to capture this one image.
Well, and this is a one of a kind then, that it's your time to go ahead and bid. This again is item 22D, Ghost Gums by Gary Everett. This is photography measuring 20 by 30 with a retail value of $375. This is our Juror Award winner for the photography category. And if you would like to bid and take this piece home right now, the number to call is on your screen, and along with the current bid. Natalie, tell us a little bit more about this.
I think the way that he captures the light and the color of this time of day is really interesting, because the trees are kind of silhouetted and they're very dark, but yet you see this beautiful yellows and oranges and almost pink of the sky. So there's a ton of color, which is also reflected in the water. So this has to be somebody, I think, who loves color, who loves photography, who gets this piece.
And because of the fact that it is printed on metal, I think it really helps with that color coming out. And I think even it's almost slightly reflective on the surface too, so it kind of adds another dimension with this reflection with the water.
I love that, and that you're not seeing it behind glass or plexiglass. There is that sense the image is closer to you because it's printed on metal.
Definitely. Well, we have to move on, so we're going to keep this piece open until the end of the break, so keep on bidding, but we are going to move on right now to our next item, 22E. This is Feather River Evening by Carol Quinn. This is an oil on canvas measuring 23 by 29 with a retail value of $750, and this is the Juror Award winner in the landscape category. I really love this. I love this fisherman right here too.
Isn't he wonderful? I mean, you've got this moment of him kind of casting his fishing line into the water, and then the ripples on the water. So it's such a sweet portrayal of something that she actually saw happen. This is supposed to be inspired by the artist's husband. They were having a nice day on the river. And again, this is situated in Feather River, she said, up in Plumas County. And he was fishing, and the sun was setting, and it was just this beautiful time of day.
Well, here's hoping he had a wonderful catch that day. And you can also catch and take home this piece right now. Give us a quick call. The number to call is on your screen. The current bid is on your screen. Tell us a little bit more about this. I love the use of light, and I really love just how, I mean, I just want to go sit here.
Absolutely.
It's so relaxing.
Carol Quinn is the artist's name, and Carol loves to show light. And I think she shows it in such a wonderful way, where not the whole scene is bathed with light, but just this kind of background scene here. So you see it coming through on the water. So she does a great job of capturing the light as it's moving throughout the scene. And then, of course, giving us this figure. It's so evocative. You know, you want to be here, like you said, in this place, enjoying this beautiful moment.
And what do you think struck the juror?
I think, again, time of day is so important, capturing that moment in time, and then just a kind of a scenic, quiet moment, you know, where somebody is fishing and you don't see anyone else. It's just a very quiet scene. I think that makes it really lovely.
I do too. And so our juror, really also a well-accomplished artist himself, Steve Memmering, I can see why he would be intrigued by this particular piece.
Absolutely.
Once again, this is 22E, Feather River Evening by Carol Quinn. This is an oil on canvas measuring 23 by 29 with a retail value of $750. And this, again, is the Juror Award winner for landscape. Do you have any additional thoughts you'd like to share?
I just think the juror, Steve Memmering, is so great at painting himself, and I know he probably loved all of this color that the artist has captured here. And again, landscape is so hard to do, and she's given us a kind of a believable space that we could travel into. So I think it's quite magical.
I absolutely agree with that. We are going to have to move on. We're going to keep this piece open through the end of the break. Our next piece in this break is item 22F, Balancing Act by Crystal Hollister. This is a porcelain piece measuring 28 by 14 by 6. The retail value here is $325, and the Juror Award for Sculpture.
It is so whimsical and wonderful. And since it's called Balancing Act, we have to say, oh, okay, it's a balancing person on this pig. But the artist said that it was really hard to do this because it's made out of clay, which collapses when it's wet. So it was very difficult to get to dry in this position.
I really love this piece, and there's a lot going on. So as we're going to turn it a little bit so you can see a little bit more. Well, I'm going to wait 1 second because we're zooming in on the face of this character, which is so expressive.
Isn't that wonderful?
Love this. And as we're going to come back down, eventually I will start to turn this so you can kind of see the expression. The pig has been staring at me, so let's turn it for everyone else to see. Natalie, will you walk us through this a little bit more?
Oh, it's so great. So she chooses this black and white pig, and then above it, the figure is supposed to represent a figure from Hopi culture. So Crystal is very interested in Native American peoples. And in the Hopi tribe, there is a figure called the koshare, who is kind of like a sacred clown who points out people's kind of wrongdoings in society and try to gently nudge them back into society, to try to remind them of kind of morality. And so that's kind of supposed to be a koshare figure. They're oftentimes shown wearing these black and white costumes and doing sometimes fun or crazy things, balancing on pigs, perhaps. I think that could be considered a little different.
I think so too. We are looking at item 22F. This is Balancing Act by Crystal Hollister. This is a porcelain piece measuring 28 by 14 by 6 with a retail value of $325. This is the Juror Award winner for sculpture. So if you would like to take home an award-winning piece for your collection this evening, the current bid is on your screen along with the number to call. Natalie, what else can you tell us about this?
It's just a feat of imagining. I think she just comes up with such a playful figure. And that's one thing that I really love is artists who kind of create their own sense of place and their own little figures. And this koshare is dressed in such an unusual way, I think. And you can see the little feet up here kind of wiggling its toes, and its hands balanced on the pig. So it's got a lot of expression.
And I think we definitely want to shout out and thank our juror for the sculpture category, Sandy Fong-Whetstone. What do you think spoke to her about this piece?
I think Sandy also loves animals, and certainly the pig is really charming. And Sandy also does figures, and I think, again, that fun and whimsy, but also that deeper kind of meaning of balancing things, which we all have a hard time doing, but kind of balancing our maybe many different sides.
I love that sentiment. Well, we are nearing the end of this break, which means that right now is your last opportunity to bid on the beautiful pieces of art featured in this half hour. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update.
Okay, thank you so much, Colleen. And just a few minutes remaining in this award winners break. So if there's artwork you're interested in, this is your time to call right now. All of these are award winners, and this entire auction is a jurored auction. Let's take a look at the bids that we have right now and the pieces that are up live right now as well. Item 22D is Ghost Gums by Gary Everett. This is photography measuring 20 by 30, again by Gary Everett. Retail value $375. Jurors Award for photography. We have a bid of $125. We're looking to take this up to $200. And oh, I see great numbers coming up ahead as well. Also, the next one is item 22E, Feather River Evening by Carol Quinn. Oil on canvas. We're so close to making this a bell ringer. This is your Jurors Award for landscape. Again, Feather River Evening by Carol Quinn. Oil on canvas, measures 23 by 29. Retail value $750. Let's get that there. We're right now at $650. I know we will make it. Again, that's the Jurors Award for Landscape. And item 22F is Balancing Act. And we do have a bid on this one now by Crystal Hollister. Porcelain measuring 28 by 14 by 6. Retail value is $325. And this is your Jurors Award for sculpture. We have a $115 bid right now, and we're looking to take that up to $150. Okay, so we are going to go through these pieces in just a second, but I do want to tell you that all the money we raise right now is going directly to PBS KVIE, and the artists are watching. They want to see just what happens with their art that they have made with hours and hours of work and dedication and given to PBS KVIE, jured into the competition, made it on the air, and then sold to you so that we can keep the money to help bring the content to you that you have come to love. That's how that circle works. And the circle is complete with you when you pick up the phone and call the number on the screen. I want to go through this entire half hour right now, and I'm going to start with 22A, which is Good Morning by Lenora Morris. Yay! I knew we'd get there or above it. Bell ringer right there. This is a Jurors Award for Still Life. A beautiful piece by Lenora Morris is still open. 22B is Castle Higgy. This is Daryl O'Sullivan's beautiful creation, photography measuring 26 by 20. Another bell ringer. Yes, way to go. Retail value $400. We're at $550. Still open, y'all. Oh, look at this. I'm so glad to roll this out. 22C. Clearing Waters by Chelsky Tykotski. Voila, we are at $2,400. Yes, I love this. And that is the retail for this piece. So we have now realized the retail for that, and we're gonna keep taking it higher because we have a bidding war going on right now behind me. That's your Jurors Award for the contemporary piece. 22D is Ghost Gums by Gary Everett. That just jumped to 200. We're looking to take that to 250. It's your Jurors Award for photography, and that's measuring 20 by 30. How beautiful. 22E is Feather River Evening by Carol Quinn. Look at there, another bell ringer. Fantastic. Oil on canvas measuring 23 by 29. Retail value $750. We're at $800. Still open as well. Jurors Award for Landscape. And we've got another bidding war going on 22F. Balancing Act just jumped up from 115 to 175 to 200. Let's take it to 250 right now. That retails at $325. That's your Jurors Award for sculpture. So let's keep these numbers climbing and keep this auction moving. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour, live on the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 43rd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Coming up next is the California Masters category. This half hour recognizes the works of our region's amazing artists. Don't miss your chance to secure a work of art from a California Master today. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Yay, welcome back. We're so glad to have you right now live at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Stewart, and thanks for joining us for this California Masters break. It's a wonderful half hour. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. I hope you are the lucky winner. Item 23A is Swish by Ken Waterstreet. How beautiful. Oil on canvas measuring 10 by 30. The retail value is $900. Item 23B is the Terry Cloths. Isn't that cool? So look at that. I wanted to touch this, but I can't. But it's by Emily Luna. Ceramic, measuring 18 by 18 by 18. You can, that can vary however you want to arrange them. They're 3 individual ceramic pieces, okay? And they look like cloths, terry cloth. They're so cool. That retails for $575 rather. Item 23C is the Ark by William Ishmael, a beloved artist. This is ceramic measuring 60 by 6 by 6. Retail value is $950. Such a cool piece. 23D is Dreamcatchers by Steve Memmering, oil on canvas measuring 30 by 40. How pretty. Retail value is $1,800. Again, this is award-winning work right here. Item 23E is Montalia Poppies by Marie-Therese Brown. Montalia Poppies, and this is acrylic on paper measuring 27 by 33. Retail value is $2,000. This is a big half hour, y'all. And 23F is Raven by Paula Bellicera. Mixed media measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $500, and we have a $225 bid right now on Raven. Okay, these are the works available to bid on this half hour. Let's head over to see the art auctioneer and the art expert to see what we have this half hour.
Hi there, I'm Colleen Schulman, and thanks for joining us for this California Masters break. Natalie Nelson is back with us once again to discuss the art this half hour. Natalie, it's so great to be with you.
Thank you.
All right, we are diving right in with item 23A. This is Swish by artist Ken Waterstreet. This is an oil on canvas measuring 10 by 30 with a retail value of $900. I love everything going on here, Natalie. Walk us through.
It is definitely a swish of color and paint. This is done in oil paint, and you can see here we're seeing some rocks that are kind of almost uncovered by the artist. And as the swish goes to the right, it kind of falls apart. You see some disintegration here where the rocks are starting to kind of lose shape. And Ken is such an amazing realist. He can capture these rocks, all of the color and the shapes of them, but he's also capturing something which is a little bit more conceptual, which is kind of this disintegration. What's happening here? This isn't reality. This is a painting. So I love that he kind of does both, nods to nature, but also says, again, this is a painting.
I love that addition of movement, and from what I've seen of works by this artist before, this is a little bit on the smaller side. He does do some very large-scale pieces.
He can do very large pieces, and again, with a lot of attention to detail. I think he's a real master at things like he's been doing this series of swishes, and they include rocks and all these different things from nature. So he's obviously studying all of these shapes and colors to portray them very accurately.
I agree, and this I think is a really perfect size for someone just starting out with their collection and wanting to add this to their home. This is available and open for bidding right now. The current bid is on your screen along with the number to call, and you're seeing us coming in on some of this really wonderful detail and color work here in this piece. Natalie, tell us a bit more.
I think this would be a great piece, especially for someone who lives in the area. It reminds me of the Sacramento River. This is something you might see just kind of all around us, and yet he makes it so special and taking kind of the ordinary scene of rocks and making it look so extraordinary. I think that's a huge talent of Ken's.
And this is, if you're just joining us, item 23A. This is titled Swish by artist Ken Waterstreet. This oil on canvas measures 10 by 30 with a retail value of $900. The current bid is on your screen. Natalie, final thoughts on this piece?
The illusion is fantastic. It makes you kind of laugh, like you're falling off the edge here. So I think that is really fun. I think that separates him from a lot of artists, the fact that he does that, and it really accentuates this kind of swoosh and movement, which just takes your eye away.
It sure does. Well, we are going to keep this piece open, and we're going to move on to the next piece in this break, which is item 23B. This is The Terry Cloths by Emma Luna, and this is a ceramic trio measuring 18 by 18 by 18 with a retail value of $575. These are so fun, Natalie.
They are so fun. And I know Emma Luna pretty well. She is a wonderful artist. She lives in Davis, and she almost exclusively does subjects like this, where it's laundry, terry cloths. She loves to do them in series. So I've seen her do all sorts of different colors, and this is a lovely trio of her washcloths.
I think this is really fun too, because someone might come into your home and think that these are actually terry cloth because they look so realistic.
You would have to warn them, definitely, because the illusion is incredible. And she does get that from imprinting real terry cloths onto these. So the clay, when it's wet, takes up that pattern, so the illusion is incredible.
And you can see we're coming in on some of that detail, and I hope we'll pan over to the pink one as well to really show. I love it. It almost reminded me of you know, like my grandma's towels, right? You see all that deep texture.
I wondered about that, because you don't see as much this on washcloths anymore, this kind of almost like a brocade patterning that she does. And some of them are a little bit more traditional, like the purple one has kind of a traditional washcloth pattern, but capturing the texture of the piece and doing that in clay is really hard. And then each one is actually hand painted. They're not glazed. So the colors are very gorgeous, and she gets these beautiful pastel colors usually.
I love this. Well, if you would like to take home this trio, which is the Terry Cloths, this is item 23B by artist Emma Luna. This ceramic piece measures 18 by 18 by 18, although you could hang it in any configuration you'd like. The retail value here, $575. If you would like to get in on the bidding action, the current bid is on your screen along with the number to call. Tell us a little bit more about this artist and this work.
I think what's so fun about the piece is she's making the ordinary extraordinary. And so it is really about women's lives. And in general, women tend to do the laundry. And so about folding the laundry. And she has pieces in the crocker which show her stacks of laundry, of towels, things like that. And just the unusual shapes she gets. She really wants us to slow down, look at the beauty in an everyday object. I also love that it's flexible. You could install these vertically, horizontally. You could put them in different configurations. So they're fun pieces that really make you think about kind of our everyday life.
I love that. You can configure these really in any different way. I love the laundry euphemism here. Once again, 23B, this is The Terry Cloths by Emma Luna. And this is a ceramic piece measuring 18 by 18 by 18, retail value $575. The current bid is on your screen along with the number to call. This is a highly collected artist as well. I've seen when she's been other places.
I've had her at my gallery. Yeah, absolutely. And these fly off the wall. So these are great. Also, you can put these in the bathroom because it doesn't matter if moisture gets to them because they're completely fired and they're fine.
All right. Well, we have to move on to our next item, but these will be open through the remainder of the break. Our next item is 23C, The Ark by artist William Ishmael. This is ceramic measuring 60 by 6 by 6 with a retail value of $950. You can get a sense of the scale here with both of us standing next to it. Natalie, first impressions.
I think William Ishmael is a fun artist who also works on a deeper level. And when I saw this piece, of course, I was kind of smiling. It's got wonderful little heads of animals on it, and it's called The Ark. Isn't that a great title?
It sure is. And as the camera is going to come in, you'll start seeing all of the kind of the ark animals, if you will. It starts with kind of this rooster on top. There's a little weather vane in here, and as we're coming down, you can really really get that detail in here. What else can you tell us about this particular artist?
He's really interested in indigenous peoples, and he started off studying Mass. And he said, you know, Mass are so important in ceremonies. So he first did a series of Mass in clay, then he went to small heads, which were people, and then now he's going to animals. And you can see there's many different figures here. I'm seeing a turtle who's looking at me, a dog, another kind of a bulldog looking. So they're fun, they're whimsical. He also puts kind of shapes here, so some more basic shapes to separate them. And he calls this a totem, and he's done a whole series of these. So this is kind of his latest inspiration.
I love this piece. And this, as a reminder, this is a California master artist. This is a great opportunity for you to own a wonderful piece of art by a collectible artist in that California master category. The number to call on your screen along with the current bid. As we're kind of coming in on more of this detail, do you have more you'd like to share?
I would love to see this outside. You could certainly bolt this to the ground to stabilize it. And the artist said it's totally fine outside. He has seen them be put outside. The metal base will weather, but I think that would actually add to the piece. You know, like you mentioned, it might have a patina that would be really interesting.
Yeah, and this artist has many pieces that he's done in the past that have gone outside. So perfect for maybe you don't have a place inside. If you have a wonderful garden area, this would be a wonderful addition. Once again, we're looking at item 23C. This is the Ark by William Ishmael. This is ceramic measuring 60 by 6 by 6. The retail value, $950. The current bid is on your screen along with that number to call. Don't miss out on taking this California masterpiece home. This is fantastic. All right, final thoughts.
The weather vane, I don't know that we mentioned that, the northeast, southwest, and then we have the rooster, of course. It makes it really different. I love the idea that maybe it would turn in the right direction. So it's kind of inspiring me that way too, that it's maybe pointing north. So it adds kind of a fun little touch to have that weather vane on top.
Love that. It's kind of art guiding us in a way.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, well, we're halfway through the break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station for bidding updates.
We are looking to hear from you right now for these incredible California Masters. You can't win if you don't bid, so don't hesitate. Pick up the phone and call right now. These works go so fast. People start to watch and they look, but then they just go like that. 23A is Swish by Ken Waterstreet. Oil on canvas measuring 10 by 30. Retail value is $900. We're sitting at a third of that right now at $300, and we're looking to take this much higher. Look at that gorgeous piece by Ken Waterstreet, created just for PBS KVIE in hopes of getting it in the auction, and it happened, and it's in this major category. So place your bids on that. Retails at $900. 23B is the Terry Cloths by Emma Luna. This is ceramic measuring 18 by 18 by 18, or really whatever measurements you want it to be if you move them around, but they are 18 inches each. They're gorgeous. They're so cool in person. They just jumped to $450. We're looking to take that to $500. I know we can get that to $575. You can also split these three up. I would hate to do that, but you could, and give one each as a gift. They're beautiful. Item 23C is by the incomparable William Ishmael, the Ark. My friend Joanne has several of his pieces in her living room, and they are showstoppers anytime someone comes over. There's also a bidding war going on right now. $500 just came in. We're looking for $550. This is getting ready to jump right up. The Ark by William Ishmael, ceramic. That is 60 inches tall by 6 by 6. Retail value is $950. So that's an amazing piece of art. $500 right now. The retail is $950. And let's get that on up, because he is a California master and just a masterful human being. When you call and support PBS KVIE, you are saying that you want to be part of our mission here and to keep our mission strong. We inspire you to explore the world and connect with your community through the integrity of public media. That matters to us in everything we do, including this auction. And when you pick up the phone, you complete the circle. You are that completion. When the artist brings it to us, they're jured in, and then they're awarded, brought up to sale right now, and then they sell to you, and you complete that circle for the auction. I'll run through these again where we stand right now. 23A is Swish, Ken Water Street. We're now at $350. We're looking to take that to $400. That's a retail of $900. The Terry Claus by Emma Luna, 23B, gorgeous piece. That's at $450 right now. Can we get $500? Ceramics measuring 18 by 18 by 18, so they're each about 18 inches, and the retail value $575. I'm telling you, that was really, a crowd gathered around it when it was in the lobby at the gala. Item 23C is the Ark by William Ishmael, ceramic measuring 60 by 6 by 6. Now it's $600. Can we get $650? We've got about 15 seconds live right now to push this up to $650 and then $7. Come on, let's show the support. We just jumped up to $500 for the Terry Claus, by the way, on 23B. So I just have to tell you, these pieces are climbing. Don't miss your chance. Let's take a look at more of the art and the California Masters Break with Natalie and Colleen.
All right, we're back for the second half of the break, continuing on with our next piece. This is 23D Dream Catchers by Steve Memmering. This is an oil on canvas measuring 30 by 40 with a retail value of $1,800. Natalie, this is a little bit of a departure from what I'm familiar with this artist's work.
It is, definitely. Steve is typically doing landmark scenes in Sacramento, lots of landscapes. But this piece, he said, was inspired by travels through the Southwest. And he calls it dream catchers, which I think points out some of the major elements in here. You see a couple different dream catchers here, and then you see this trio of people. And I got to meet Steve, and I asked him, is this a family group? He said, no, not really. He said he kind of sees it as different generations, maybe past, present, future, that's kind of connected. He said, I don't see it as Native Americans in the past. I see it kind of as in multi-generations. So I thought that was interesting, looking at it, not just in the past, but also in the future. And then the connection of the dream catchers, I think, is so interesting, because those are things we see a lot kind of in little shops, but they do have this important significance to many Native American tribes. So you see one over here and over here. And some people think they catch the bad dreams. Other people think they catch the good dreams. So I'm not quite sure which, he meant it to be, but it's really beautifully done.
Well, and you can catch this piece right now here in the art auction. This is up for bid right now. The current bid is on your screen, along with the number to call if you are interested in taking this home tonight. I like this kind of sepia tone that's got some of the more vibrant colors coming through. I think maybe that speaks a little bit to kind of the past and present connection.
I love that too. Like, he was talking about the different rock formations and the national parks in the Southwest and how that very much inspired him. And you're right, the palette of this is really beautiful with the reds and the sepia tones and the browns. And there's even kind of this gestural watery marks over here, like he's let the oil paint drip down. So it is a different style and a different subject matter for Steve.
And we are in item 23D. So this is Dream Catchers by artist and juror Steve Memmering. This is an oil on canvas measuring 30 by 40. The retail value $1,800. That current bid is on your screen, along with the number to call. Natalie, some final thoughts.
The people are so evocative in this. I wish he would do more figures, because their eyes are wonderful. He really captures them looking at you, and just expressive expressions, for lack of a better term. So I really enjoyed that when I first saw the piece.
Well, thank you so much for all of that. We are going to keep this piece open, but we have to move on to the next piece in this break, which is item 23E, Matalija Poppies by artist Marie-Therese Brown. This is an acrylic on paper. It measures 27 by 33 with a retail value of $2,000. I really love how these poppies pop.
They really do. And if you see these poppies, they are giant. And she captures that kind of size of them as well as those crinkly little petals that they have, the white here, showing off the flower itself, and then that center part, which has all of that pollen and that vibrant yellow color. I think she's great at doing that.
This is such a wonderful piece, and I really love this kind of acrylic. It almost has a little bit of a watercolor look to it.
Right, and she told me that she did the background in acrylic, and the rest of it is actually all soft pastel. So what looks drawn is drawn with pastel over here, and it gets all of those little ridges of the poppy, I think, with the pastel. So it's kind of a mixed media piece in that way.
And I can see our camera is bringing you in a little bit closer to see the detail on this piece. This is currently open for bid. The current bid is on your screen along with the number to call. This item, once again, 23E Modelija Poppies by Marie-Therese Brown. This is acrylic on paper. It measures 27 by 33 with a retail value of $2,000. Natalie, what else can you tell us about this artist and this piece?
Marie-Therese Brown is a very well-respected artist in our community. She works in pastel, watercolor, she does oils. She's really multi-talented. She's a member of the Artery in Davis. And one thing I love is her portraits of nature. She does beautiful landscapes. And I said to her, I love that we're inside of a field of poppies, you know, these giant stems here. So it's not a vase. It's definitely, we're part of nature. And she makes you really feel like that.
I love that sentiment. I love the idea of kind of immersing yourself in it. And you really get that from this perspective. You're not really that far back. You're in that field with these poppies.
You see that light falling on the flower, and you want to be very present in that moment, which is great, I think, if you can make people feel present in nature.
I love that so much. We are in item 23E. This is Modelija Poppies. Again, Marie-Therese Brown is our artist here. This is an acrylic on paper measuring 27 by 33, retail value of $2,000. This is considered one of our California masters artists. Can you tell us some final thoughts?
She is a master, and I think this piece has to be for someone, again, who loves flowers and loves that sense of light and beauty that we get in looking at just a simple flower. You know, I think we need that in our life, just a moment to reflect on something so beautiful as a poppy.
I enjoy that sentiment so much. I wish we had a few more moments, but unfortunately, we are going to keep this piece on, but we have to move on to our next piece. This is still open, but we're moving on to our item 23F. This is Raven by Paula Bellicera, and this is a mixed media piece measuring 20 by 16 with a retail value of $500. I love this crow.
Isn't this crow just such a character? And Paula Bellicera, the artist, knows how to endow animals with character. They're lively.
It is a raven.
Oh, yeah. Well, we love our ravens. And we see lots of different ravens and crows and things like that. And it's all in the same family around Sacramento area. And he looks like he could talk to us. He's so alive looking and gestural.
He really is, and I love the use of color in here too. And you know, what's kind of fun is I'm looking at this, thinking about it as, you know, if she would have been painting a human figure, what that background would have looked like, and really kind of flip-flopping the colors a little bit to highlight, you know, the depth of this particular raven being so dark black with the brightness behind him.
I love that you're pointing that out, because she doesn't have to do something realistic necessarily. We see the black, but she is highlighting color, and she's using her artist license to show the wing with orange and green, and his eye is red. So she's choosing some different colors to really give him lifelike qualities, but also a sense of character. That's her main focus.
There's definitely a lot of character in this piece, and you can bring this character right home this evening. The number to call is on your screen, the current bid on your screen. You are looking at 23F Raven by Paula Bellicera. This mixed media piece measures 20 by 16, retail value of $500. As we're kind of coming in, we're seeing a lot more of that texture. Would you tell us a little bit more about her technique?
I did find out more about her technique because she works in so many different things, because she's just a master at so many. This is done on canvas. It is based with acrylic, and then she's adding things like gel pens, soft pastels, lots of different things, I think even pencil on top of it. So it's definitely mixed media. And then she applied kind of a cement concrete structure around it to give it kind of a frame-like look. So it's a wonderful treatment. It gives it kind of a finished quality and gives the raven kind of an extra punch to have that frame around it. She also told me that ravens are considered kind of messengers of the gods in many different religions, and so I thought that could be interesting as well, to see the raven as having something to tell you that's very significant, perhaps.
Very intriguing and insightful. I love that. We are looking at a close-up right here of 23F. This is Raven by Paula Bellicera. This mixed media piece measures 20 by 16, retail value $500. Do you have a final thought you'd like to share?
The background is so beautiful. It's glowing, I think, with color and light, and highlights that raven. So I think she's just layering so many different colors here, the orange, the yellow, the green, and kind of making that raven even more special and kind of pop off the surface. And down here you see some gestural marks that she's using, maybe pastel, to really highlight the texture of the piece as well. So I think it makes it very interesting and would make a nice addition to anyone's home.
I love this piece. Well, we are nearing the end of this break, which means that right now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. A big thanks to our art expert, Natalie Nelson.
Thank you
Thank
so
you for
much.
joining us today for 3 segments. Let's check in over at the recap station for an update on the auction activity right now.
Thank you, Colleen. It's prime time, and we want to get all of these California Masters into bell ringer status. It's the second night of the auction, and our volunteers are here. They are ready to take your bids. They're awesome to talk to, and they're a lot of fun. The number's on your screen, and we want to hear from you right now. Please call in and place your bids. We hope you're the lucky winner. Item 23D is Dream Catchers, and this is by Steve Memmering, a gorgeous piece by a California Master, oil on canvas. It measures 30 by 40, and the retail value is $1,800, and we're up to $575. Let's get those phones ringing. We want to talk to you. The next one is 23E. This is Montalia Poppies. This is by Marie-Therese Brown, another California Master, as you can see. Acrylic on paper measuring 27 by 33. Retail value $2,000. We're at $800 right now. These numbers are climbing because so is the interest. Item 23F is Raven by Paula Bellicera, mixed media, measuring 20 by 16 for this California Masters piece. Retail value $500. We just jumped to $450. Can we get 5 right now during this 2 minutes? I bet you we can. All right, we're going to go through all of the ones that are open right now live, and we're going to zip through this because all of these are available to you right now. Let's get the phones ringing and have some bell winners right now. 23A, Swish is at $650. That's a beautiful piece by Ken Waterstreet. 10 by 30 are the measurements. Right now it's at $650, climbing, valued at $900. $675, great, keep it going. We got a bidding war on that. 23B, the Terry Claws by Emma Luna. That's great. Emma Luna's Terry Claws are bell ringers. Ceramics, measuring 18 by 18 by 18. Arrange them however you like. That's at $650 and climbing. 23E is the Arc by the California Master William Ishmael. Look at there. That's 23C. Sorry about that. The Arc, and that's $800 right now, almost at the bell ringer status of $950. Don't miss this William Ishmael creation. It's gorgeous. 60 inches tall. 23D, Dream Catchers by Steve Memmering, oil on canvas at 30 by 40, valued at $1,800. Let's see $650. Come on, let's do it to jump to $650 on this one. Item T3E is Montalia Poppies, and this is by Marie-Therese Brown, acrylic on paper, measuring 27 by 33. Retails at $2,000. We're at $900. Everything's jumping up. 23F, Raven by Paula Bellicera. Mixed media measuring 20 by 16. Retail value is $500. We're at $450. Hey, can we get the person who's on the phone for $450 to jump up to $500 and make that a bell ringer? That would be awesome because then we've hit our retail value for 23F. All of these are great pieces. Stay with us. There's more art coming up in the next half hour of the PBS KVIE Art Auction.
PBS KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like All Creatures Great and Small on Masterpiece, to our local productions like KVIE Art Showcase, and through the PBS KVIE Gallery, exhibiting award-winning art auction artists and California masters. PBS KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the landscape category. Awards juried by Steve Memmering. Landscapes celebrate the natural beauty of our region and beyond. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Hi, I'm Dee Neath, the Art Lady, and thank you for joining us for this landscape break. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bidding during the next half hour. Item number 24A is Valley Heyday by Paulette Pasavento. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20 and has a retail value of $600. Item 24B is Delta Trees by everyone's favorite Barbara Arnold. This is an oil on linen measuring 18 by 24 and has a retail value of $800. Item number 24C is Marsh Grasses by Jill Erickson. This is an oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30 and has a retail of $900. Item number 24D is Sunset Bay by Lila Pakinen. This is an acrylic on canvas and it's large at 30 by 40 and has a retail value of $700. Item number 24E is Chianti Hills at Sunset by Joseph Bellicera. This is oil and resin on panel and measures 20 by 17. Retail value is $1,200. Item number 24F is Mendocino Coastline by Ernest King. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 11 by 14 and has a retail value of $400. The phone lines are open for bidding. Now let's head over to see the art with our art auctioneer and our art expert.
Hi there, I'm Rob Stewart, and thanks so much for joining us for the landscape category. During the break, I'm pleased to be here with Steve Memmering. Steve has had a long career as a teacher and as an artist, and will be sharing his expertise as an art expert this half hour. Steve is well known in the region for his recognizable painting style, such as depicting familiar Sacramento area icons. We're also grateful to Steve for participating as an artist in this year's art auction, as well as an awards juror. So you have been very busy. Steve, it's great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Well, this is being busy in a fun way, and I'm always glad to do it.
We're so glad to have you back. You are always such a treat. As well as this first piece, which is gorgeous. This is item 24A, Valley Heyday by Paulette Pasavento, and this is oil on canvas. It measures 16 by 20, and the retail value is $600. Tell me what your first impressions are and whatever you really want to say.
Well, my first impression of it is this is sort of could be a very realistic, sort of nice, sort of agricultural landscape, and it's not that at all. It takes it a lot further than that. There's a lyrical, dreamy quality to this, which I think it's pretty obvious, and she's in total control of that effect. She's very seductive. She leads us into the canvas, into her world here with these converging perspective furrows. And what's interesting about it too is that the clouds are doing the same thing in a much more subtle way, and so we're drifting back into this dreamy background. The turquoises against the yellows and the purples against the yellows and oranges, complementary colors, but not in an aggressive way, in a very gentle and sort of very carefully controlled. It's like a visual poem. And,
nice. I love the way you describe this dreamy visual poem, and the dream can come true for you if you're the winning bidder. Pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. Place your bid. There's a wonderful phone bank of friendly volunteers ready to speak to you. Again, this is 24A Valley Heyday. This is by Paulette Pasavento, and the retail value is $600.
Well, in addition to what we've just said, the clouds play an important part in this little visual poem. They're drifting across the sky, as I've already mentioned, but they're also drifting across the landscape. So we have this beautiful and subtle play of light and dark shadows, shadows of the clouds across the fields, and that always makes me happy to see.
You know, we travel this entire country for America's Heartland, and we see these scenes so beautifully.
Yes.
This is captured spectacularly. I love the houses also.
Oh, yeah.
Tucked away in the background in the mountains. You're a teacher also, and I'm just curious, what would you grade this?
I would give it a good A.
Okay, good. I mean, because I know you really honestly tell the truth, and that's why.
I would tell the truth because I think it's unexpected, and it's unexpectedly subtle and truly well controlled and well presented. She's thought this through, and I think it works on all of the levels that she was attempting.
Absolutely beautiful piece, and again, it can be yours. This is item 24A, Valley Heyday by Paulette Pesavento. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20, and the retail value is $600. We're going to keep this piece open, lots of interest, and we're going to move on to the next piece in the PBS KVIE art auction. Item 24B is Delta Trees by Barbara Arnold. This is oil on linen, a gorgeous piece measuring 18 by 24. The retail value is $800. And the vision and the visual is priceless. I love these colors. I'm obsessed with her work.
They vibrate, actually. They truly vibrate, and that's part of something about the same value and color next to another similar value, and the two kind of vibrate together in a very, very lovely way.
That's a hard thing for me to figure out in my brain. You as an artist, and as a teacher too, you can explain that so well. How do you make these colors work?
Well, she does it. She builds it up. She works in layers, and she's able to kind of sculpt these shapes in a very subtle way. And she's painting in layers, so she's totally in control of what she's doing. You'll notice the only thing that is the highest value would be the little farmhouse down here. The rest they're all very close. Mm-hmm. And what's nice about the buyer of this lovely painting would be that this is the kind of color scheme that you could live with for a long time and never get bored with. You kind of, every time you pass it, you could say, oh yes, that makes me happy.
It is such a special piece that pops. So today, it could be modern, it could be mid-century modern, it could be landscape, it can be so many different things, but it can't be yours unless you pick up the phone and call the number on your screen. Place your bid for Barbara Arnold's beautiful 24B. This is Delta Trees, oil on linen measuring 18 by 24, retail value $800, and Barbara always knocks it out of the park. I'd say she's done so again with this one.
Indeed she has.
What else would you like to say?
Well, Barbara sees this scene every day. She lives on the river, God bless her, and this is very familiar territory for her, but she's not being laboriously, photographically realistic with it. She is trying to give us a point of departure where we can begin to see and think about other things just other than this familiar, very familiar Sacramento scene.
Barbara's very generous to the community and has been for a very long time, and has been that way with PBS KVIE as well. I want to ask you, what type of mood would you say this evokes?
Well, to me, it's very serene. The fact that we're dealing with horizontals here, and these float like flowers throughout in this space right here, and it's not meant to be a gut ripper. It's meant to be something charming and something you, like I say, as I said before, you could live with this forever.
Yes, absolutely, and pass it down as well, or you could buy it and give it as a gift. We always believe that art is the best gift to give, because Certainly. It is something that lasts for a lifetime. We're going to keep Barbara Arnold's piece open. Barbara, thank you. I love it. And move on to the next piece. The next one is item 24C, Marsh Grasses by Jill Erickson. Check this out. Wow, that's a large, beautiful piece. Oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30. Retail value is $900, and this is quite a special piece, Steve.
I was just delighted when I saw this.
I saw you in here looking at it.
Oh, it's endlessly interesting, and it's done by a artist who is at the peak of her powers right now, and this would be an example.
The peak of her powers. I'm going to borrow that. I like that.
Would that we all were, huh? This painting is. The original inspiration was she was taking a hike on the trail between Donner and Tahoe, and she saw these marshlands below her. And it was one of those things that, it was easy to walk by, but she turned the artist eye on, and she said, no, there's a painting here. And what a painting. Look how smart she is and what she's done with this. She gives us a interesting, dark, detailed foreground, but she leads us through the marshes. Look at that sinuously, this sinuous trail that takes us up into the background. It's dark, it's mysterious and intense down here, and then by the time we get to the background, its atmospheric perspective kicks in, and everything is hazy. It gives us a sense of great distance. We've really gone on a journey.
It's so beautiful. What I love about Northern California, particularly our marshes and landscape areas, are the fact that they can be so many different places.
Oh, yes.
This looks like the walk along Taylor Creek that leads out to Lake Tahoe, or this also looks like something you'd see in the Delta. I mean, you could put it anywhere.
It's something so sensuous, too, that it, in lesser hands, it could get way out of control and kind of just become kind of a rococo mess, but not her. Look at the way she structured this to keep this thing like an armature, to keep the whole composition under control.
It is absolutely beautiful. It's a great way to center an entire room or add to a gallery wall. I love the piece of art here that you're seeing. And I'll tell you again, it's 24C. If you're calling in or just tuning in right now, you're watching the PBS KVIE art auction, where we bring you art all weekend long. All the money goes to PBS KVIE to bring the content to you throughout the year. This is Jill Erickson's March Grasses oil on canvas, 24 by 30. Just look at that. I hope you're looking at the monitor. If you're not, come in from the other room and take a look. The retail value is $900, and you see the current bid on the screen. This is a great opportunity also for you to phone a friend or text your friends or tweet or email, whatever, and say, hey, tune in, watch the auction, because it's going, and it's going great. We are going to just say final thoughts real quick.
Well, I was just watching the camera, the way it was conducting us through the painting, and that's exactly what Jill had in mind. And I was doing the same thing. I couldn't keep my eyes off it. This is a painting that you'll come back to many, many times and always see new things. And,
yes, I love that. That is so true. You'll see something new every time you look at it, just like PBS. We are halfway through the break right now, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over the recap station for bidding updates.
We're off to a good start with this landscape break. You can get in on the action, but you've got to call right now. So let's review what the prices are right now. Item number 24A is Valley Heyday by Paulette Pasavento. It's an oil on canvas. It's got a retail value of $600. We are sitting at $250. So I need to hear those phones ring, and we need to get that up to $300. Item number 24B is Delta Trees by Barbara Arnold. Always a favorite here at the auction and a past award winner. This has an $800 retail. We are sitting at $400. We really need to get that one up. The next item is item 24C, Marsh Grasses by Jill Erickson. Rob Stewart is a tall gentleman. Did you see how big and gorgeous this piece is? It's such a good focal piece. It's a $900 value. We're looking for a $300 opening bid, and I need that $300 opening bid now. It's beautifully framed. It can go, you can pick it up this week and have it in your living room or your dining room by next week. All you need to do is pick up your phone, call the number on your screen, and make a bid on the piece that's coming up. These pieces go really fast. They're only up on air for about 5-10 minutes, and then they're gone. You don't want to be looking around tomorrow going, why didn't I get the marsh grasses? Anyway, let's go over them really quick again. 24A Valley Heyday is at $300. It has a retail of $600. 24B Delta Trees is a retail of $800. It has a bid of $400. This is an award-winning artist that supports KVIE every single year. And please remember, the artists don't receive anything for these paintings. The whole entire price you pay for the painting goes directly to support your KVIE. Number 24C, Marsh Grasses, is a $900 retail value. I am still looking for an opening bid of $300. It's got a beautiful gilded frame on it, and this is a piece that would look fabulous in a formal dining room in your office. All you got to do is pick up the phone and call 844-KVIE Art and put that bid in right now. We're looking for a bid of $300. And now let's head back to the art for the second half of the break with Rob and Steve.
Okay, we are back with the second half of this collection, continuing on with the next item, which is 24D. You are looking at Sunset Bay by Lila Packinen. Acrylic on canvas, measuring 40 by 30. The retail value is $700. Steve, tell us, what do you think?
Well, there's more here than meets the eye.
There is.
Originally, just a little bit of background, Lila and her sister got a pilot's license, and so they were in a position where they could take a small plane up and see lots of aerial views of the world. And that was the initial, Lila tells me that's the initial inspiration for this piece, but she brings so much more to it. The camera is focusing in on the sky, and Rob was saying, what is that? What is that? That's exactly that's exactly what the artist wants you to do, is to suddenly discover something and begin to start the process of figuring out what the painting is really about. Lila is has a Asian background. And she, in the Asian culture, the dragon is not a Game of Thrones monster. It's a benevolent creature that surveys and protects the sky and the water, which is what Lila is kind of going for here. The camera is doing a wonderful job, but unless you see the original, you can't completely appreciate what the artist has done. This is almost sculptural.
It looks like a sculpture on top of a painting.
Yeah, it's like I said, there's more here than meets the eye. And she has included, I believe, interference paints and metallic paints in a very subtle glaze that creates an effect that can't be gotten with anything else. It's just very beautifully controlled and totally appropriate for this kind of a subject matter.
It's exquisite. And I love that you used the word, it looks like it has a sculpture in it, because it does look like that at the top. And I love what you talked about with the dragon and her sister being a pilot and protecting. It's all in one. This is Sunset Bay by Lila Packinen, 24D if you're just tuning in or just calling. Also, you have to get active in the auction. If you want one of these pieces, you have to pick up the phone and call. That is the only way that you can take this piece home. And the current bid is on your screen right now, and the retail value for this beautiful Sunset Bay is $700. What are your final thoughts on this?
Final thoughts would be, this is a gallery wrap painting, so that the painting goes all the way around, so that you can see the picture at any angle. Mm-hmm. That, coupled with the fact that because of the treatment of the sculptural inventiveness up here and the interference paint, it is very, very kinetic. In other words, you can walk by it, and as you walk by, the painting is going to change. Every time you put it in a new light, it's going to change. Wow. And every time your mood changes, the painting will change.
This is a captivating piece of art. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lila, for this piece, and we will keep it open and move on to the next, which is 24E, Chianti Hills at Sunset by Joseph Bellicera. Oil and resin on panel. That's a lot, measuring 20 by 17, a lot of work. Retail value is $1,200, and this tiny piece packs a huge punch. Tell us what you think.
Well, before I get into the painting itself, I just want to say a word about Joe.
Yeah.
If for those of you who not only like to buy art but also like to invest in art, this would be the one to invest in. Joe has been a successful painter in this area. He's like a treasure for us here in Sacramento. He's everywhere, and he's constantly experimenting with new media and new approaches. A lot of his work is very abstract.
And I said tiny, by the way, and I'm wrong, because this isn't tiny. This is a nice size.
Oh, that's perfect size.
It just packs a much bigger punch.
Ordinarily, his work is quite abstract. However, this one, he just came back from a recent trip to Italy, the old country for Bellicera. And so this is a specific spot, the Chianti Hills. I believe that's in the Tuscany area. And so he's evoking that, but he's not being laborious, not giving you a laborious visual report of what it looked like. The thing is a mood piece, and it's the kind of mood piece that, well, you could live with this for a long time. You're never going to get bored with this. Also, I think that what's fun about the Italian aspect of it is the frame is very Italian. It has that, it sort of exudes that Baroque fun that you see in Italian works.
This feels like a timeless piece of art to me, and it can be yours for all time by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen to get involved with the PBS KVIE Art Auction, our 43rd year, and we are proud of that, and we would love to have you on board. So the current bid is on the screen right now. The retail value is $1,200, and you said this is someone to collect and to buy.
It's not only a wonderful painting, which all of his works are, but this is also an investment. So it's not going to go down in price. This is an investment, so think about that aspect of it too. It's like you get the best of both worlds.
Investment art coming from a California master, and that's you.
Thank you.
Can you tell me how this sun was captured and painted?
The effect is. He's awfully good at that sort of thing. He's capable of doing very luminous effects. The fact that he's got that yellow against its complementary color, he's balanced the values just so that the thing just kind of glows.
What's its complementary color?
The complementary color to the yellow is going to be the purples around it.
Okay.
And that is one of the things that gives it its punch.
Wow. See, right there, how beautiful that is? It's just exquisite. I hope you're seeing this on your monitor. If you're not, if you're just hearing this, this is when you need to come and take a look, because it's just gorgeous. Then grab your phone and call the number on the screen and place a bid on this beautiful Joseph Bellicera, one of a kind, okay? We're going to keep this piece open, and we're going to move on to the next in this half hour. 24F is Mendocino Coastline. This is by Ernest King, acrylic on canvas, measuring 11 by 14. This has a retail value on it for $400. All right, your first thoughts.
Well, the first thought for me is when I saw this in the gallery setting, I said, God, look at the detail he's got in that. And then I went into it, look, it's all an illusion. He's giving the impression of all that detail just with texture. And his technique is to have a big, bold underpainting, let that dry, and then go over it in a series of layers till he finally builds up the image that he wants. So all of those tough-looking volcanic rocks on the Mendocino coast, that's all done with texture.
Isn't that beautiful?
There's no little brush work at all here.
It's texture.
Yeah.
So I was not expecting you to say that.
Oh, yeah.
That is so interesting. It's an exquisite piece of art, and it can be yours by picking up the phone and calling the number on the screen. You are looking at 24F Mendocino Coastline by Ernest King, acrylic on canvas. 11 by 14 is the size, $400. What else?
Well, I simply love the piece. I must admit, I love the area in California, and this is typical. This imagery is typical. No other place looks like this, and you can almost hear the ocean when you look at this.
Now, is this type of painting, the method, difficult?
It takes a very skillful hand, yes, it does indeed. It's not something that you can just pick up and do. Like You can sure throw paint around if you want to, but you'll never come up with a masterpiece unless you've thrown that paint around for 50 years. And then you know what you're doing. Think of Jackson Pollock and his. It didn't happen in a daytime. That happened over years of knowing exactly how to do that.
So much work and so many hours and so many years of dedication, practice and painting, and it all comes together. And then we present it to you, and we're so honored when the artists give their best work to us to bring to you. And this retail is $400. That's the amount that the artist wants to bring in for PBS KVIE at the minimum, and hopefully go much, much higher. You see the current bid on the screen there right now for Mendocino Coastline. This is Ernest King's piece. It's acrylic on canvas. What are some of your final thoughts? We have about 30 seconds.
Well, Ernest is very, very interested in expressing feeling in his artwork. And like I said, you can almost hear the ocean. I think he's got me hooked on that as well. I understand where he's coming from, and I feel honestly his feeling and his heart coming through on this subject.
You
matter.
really can feel it.
Yeah.
I see that, and I can feel it too, especially all throughout.
To me, it's all important for him, and he does it in such a masterful way.
Fantastic. Yes, absolutely. Well, we're nearing the end of this break. We'll keep this gorgeous piece open. This is your chance to pick up the phone and place a bid on what you've seen in this half hour. And let's head back over to the recap station for more updates.
That's right. We're minutes away from the end of the break, which means you could be the winner of a fabulous work of art from this landscape collection. And the only way to do that is to call us and bid. Let's look at what the bids are right now. Item number 24D is Sunset Bay by Lila Pakkanen. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 40. It's quite a big piece, and it's got a retail value of $700. The current bid on this one is sitting at $250. We really need to get that up there. Item number 24E is Chianti Hills at Sunset by Joseph Bellicera. This is an oil and resin on panel measuring 20 by 17. It has a retail value of $1,200, and the current bid is $650. Now, Joseph Bellicera is in major collections everywhere. He's got a couple really beautiful pieces at the Embassy Suites Hotel downtown. So this is one of those investment pieces that you really need to look at. It's a stunner, and it's a very good size. We're looking for $700 on that. It's at $700. We're looking for $800. It's got a retail value of $1,200. Item number 24F is Mendocino Coastline by Ernest King. I love this piece. It's got texture, it's got color. Somebody that's got a beach house definitely needs to buy this piece. It's got a retail value of $400. It's currently Item 24F is currently at $125. What a gorgeous piece. We need to get that up at $200. Remember, everything that you spend on a piece of art in this auction goes straight back into programming at your favorite station, PBS. So you've got to call us on that number. You can get online and you can preview all the art that's coming up later on tonight and tomorrow. Pick out your favorite pieces, write them down, and remember, they sell in like 5 to 10 minutes. You don't want to miss out. So let's go through them again really quick. Item number 24D is Sunset Bay by Lila Pakkanen. It's an acrylic on canvas. It measures 30 by 40. Look at the light in that piece. It has a retail value of $700, and we are currently sitting at $250. We've got to get that up. We want a $500 bid on that. Okay, we're going to go through everything. Let's do item number 24A, Valley Heyday by Paulette Pesaventa. She is always in the auction, a big favorite, 16 by 20, retail value of $600. We have a $500 bid. We just need $100 to make that a bell winner. If you walked into my gallery, this is a $600 piece. So let's get it up to $600. Item number 24B is Delta Trees by everyone's favorite, Barbara Arnold, a lovely lady. It's an oil on linen, 18 by 24. It has a retail of $800. And we are currently sitting at $450. Great little mid-century modern piece. It just screams Sacramento blue. Item Item number 24C is Marsh Grasses, that big, beautiful piece by Jill Erickson. It's an oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30. It has a retail value of $900. We are currently sitting at $500. It's gorgeously framed and would look beautiful in any room. Item number 24D is Sunset Bay by Lila Pakinen. This is an acrylic on canvas, measures 30 by 40. It's a very nice size. It's got a retail value of $700, and it is currently sitting at $250. We really need to see that get up closer to its retail value. Item number 24E, Chianti Hills at Sunset by Joseph Bellesteller. Bell ringer. That doesn't mean we're not still taking bids, though. Item number 24F is Mendocino Coastline by Ernest King. It is an acrylic. It measures 11 by 14 with a retail value of $400, and it's at $175. We need to get that up there now. But please stay with us. There's more art coming in the next half hour of your PBS art auction.
Welcome to the 43rd Annual PBS KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 270 works of art will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite artwork. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art-auction. Then, when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art-auction, or keep watching PBS KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART, and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the figurative category. Awards juried by Natalie Nelson. This category celebrates the human form and representations of animals. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Good evening. I'm Dee Neath, the Art Lady, and thanks for joining us for this figurative break. And now here's an overview of the art that's going to be up for bid in the next half hour. Item number 24A is Sitting Pretty. 25A is Sitting Pretty by Nicole Slater. This is an acrylic on canvas, and it measures 36 by 24. It has a retail value of $1,200. Item number 25B is Mick Jagger by Mike Solomon. This is photography measuring 20 by 22 and has a retail value of $750. Item number 25C is Live Model Number 1 by Andy Littlefield. This is charcoal, and it measures 26 by 20. The retail value is $300. Item number 25D is Aquarium Life by Stephanie Nickel-Stubbe. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20 and has a retail value of $450. Item number 25E is Tweeting in Traffic by Robert N. Anderson. It's an oil on canvas measuring 15 by 30 and has a retail price of $450. Item number 25F is Princess by Adrian Emmering. This is a mixed media, and it measures 23 by 19 and has a retail value of $200. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and our art expert.
All righty. Hi there. I'm Rob Stewart. Thanks so much for joining us for another round of amazing art. I love this category. It's figurative. That's the category. And I'm back with art expert Steve Memmering to discuss these amazing works with you. Let's get started with this gorgeous piece of art. 25A, Sitting Pretty by Nicole Slater. Acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24. Retail value is $1,200, and as we walked over to this piece just minute ago, before you and I were on the air. I said, oh my gosh, I've never seen this artist work before. I love it.
She's the director of the Modesto Artist Loft. She is very big in Modesto, and I believe this is the first time she's donated to KVIE.
I really I want this piece. It's so beautiful. Keep going.
It's the kind of piece that you would look at, you would walk into a gallery in New York of abstract expressionists and say, well, here's one of the masters.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's a knockout piece.
Did y'all hear that? I hope you heard what Steve just said.
What did I say?
You said it's something you'd walk in New York and see from one of the masters.
Without question, and I think it's on that. I think it's on that same same level of excellence. I love the relaxed, grace in this piece, the way it's balanced, and the diagonals are counterbalanced, and it's really well thought out. It's built up through layers. It's done in a very aggressive manner. This is not a pretty little picture. This is a serious work of art, but it's done with a grace and an elegance that it's hard not to love.
I love the fact that this piece could have been painted 50 years ago.
Oh, yes.
Or yesterday. It looks like a young Iris Apfel, the recently late young Iris Apfel, who was, I believe, 101 when she passed away. But this is what she looked like when she was young. And this is just spectacular. The bracelets around the arm, just a beautiful piece.
Her technique would be to build up these layers of color, big, bold, nothing pretty or tentative about it, just big, bold statements. And then at the very end, she goes into it with a black graphic line, which just sobers up that entire composition.
Oh, yeah, like here in the pant.
Look at that. Look at the energy there. And then she complements this with a white line as well. So she's got that snap going on.
So beautiful. You better snap to it if you want it. Pick up the phone, call the number on the screen, because there's a lot of excitement. Didn't mean to interrupt.
One of the things that I love about this, everybody's going to look at the dogs and say, oh, I love the dogs. It's as if she had done it in 3 strokes. It's the same kind of thing that we love in a Singer Sargent painting, where he does the dog in the corner with, it looks like he did it with 3 strokes. You can do that in 3 strokes if you've painted like this for 30 years.
Oh,
and
wow.
then he makes the easy look effortless, just like all great art. The easy looks effortless.
It's spectacular.
Yeah.
This is your chance to take this piece home by picking up the phone, calling the number on the screen. This is Sitting Pretty by Nicole Slater. Nicole, thank you for this really beautiful piece of art. Acrylic on canvas, measuring 36 by 24. If you're just calling in, this is 25A. That's the item number. Retail value is $1,200, and I can predict this one going way higher than that. We're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next, which is 25B, Mick Jagger by Michael Solomon. And this is photography, measuring 20 by 22. Retail value is $750, and Mick Jagger is still going strong, and so is Michael Solomon. Tell us about this piece.
Well, instantly recognizable, of course. You got to love Mick. You know, you just got to love it. You can't. It's hard not to get past the image of this iconic character in our culture. By the way, I was told that by someone who attended the Levi Stadium concert just in July, that if you want a chance to take Mick home with you, here it is.
During a great time.
Yeah, this particular shot was taken in 1999, a concert in Sacramento by Mike Solomon.
Wait, a concert in Sacramento?
Yeah,
How
in
cool
1999. So Mick was looking a lot better in those days.
Yeah, did you know that Tina Turner taught him how to dance?
Oh my God!
Yep, he taught her how to dance.
I can believe it.
Single-handedly. If you think about it, you can see it.
I can believe it.
1999 in Sacramento. This photo was captured, and Michael Solomon is a phenomenal photographer. And you know what? His dad was a good photographer too.
Well, Michael kind of grew up with the music world with Tower Records.
Russ Solomon, his father,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah, and so he's Michael himself is sort of a Sacramento icon, and I had a nice chit chat with him. He's a heck of a nice guy, and he said the original was done in old-fashioned film versus digital snap it with your iPhone. So this is a serious artist at work here.
This is a spectacular piece, and it is right here for you coming through the screen. Look at that. Mick Jagger by Sacramento's own Michael Solomon. Photography measuring 20 by 22. This is really a cool piece. Retail value is $750. I can see this in someone's very modern home or office, just anywhere, really.
The minute we looked at this, we knew exactly who it was, and the person who owns this piece is going to. People will be commenting it whenever they walk into the space, and it will dominate the conversation.
And there's so much story that goes with this piece because of the person who took it.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about our artists, is that they have their stamp all over these.
Michael is a serious photographer,
Very.
and he loves to celebrate that perfect moment.
Mm-hmm.
He loves to photograph musicians in the process of making music.
Nothing staged about this. It is live.
This is a very. Michael is Mick Jagger is moving in this one. He's not just simply posing for the camera.
Mm-hmm. I love it. Okay, well, we'll keep this piece open and move on the next piece. I just want to say right now, place your bids quickly and often because they go very fast. The next piece right here. Oh my gosh, I love this artist and I immediately know who it is. That's Andy. This is Andy Littlefield, 25C, live model number 1 by Andy Littlefield. Charcoal measuring 26 by 20. The retail value is $300. I thought it was going to say $3,000, but it said $300. Beautiful piece. Thoughts?
300. Yes, that surprises me as well. Dynamic piece done by someone who is an expert in figure work.
Goes back to what I heard you say about the 3 strokes, but it takes 30 years.
It takes 30 years to do it, if not longer.
Yeah.
Andy is one of the perennial members of the Patrice's Sunday morning figure drawing class in Oak Park.
Really?
Oh yeah, and it's one of those things that the same people come. It's like going to the gym. They go and they exercise they exercise their art brain by drawing the figure every Sunday, and it's a wonderful thing to do.
That is so cool.
It has paid off dividends. This is the work of someone who's totally in charge of the medium and the subject matter. I love the energy that we see him dealing with in the fabric and the skin. It's dynamic. It's not simply a glassy, fleshy report of what it looks like. The artist is getting in the act here.
It's such a lovely human being, and it's so dynamic. This person is made so dynamic also by the hand of the artist.
And what Andy has done too is he's after working on the figure, he has gone and he has made a contour line around this, and then he's doubled down on it by putting a white contour line to go around.
And that's after, like, I would, because I'm not an artist, I'd have to try to draw something first and then fill it in. I don't know how you all do it. You paint something and then you add the outline if you're going to add it.
And then, speaking of, he triples down by treating the negative space in a very nice way. And this is where the airbrush comes in. Whether he's using airbrush or spray paint, I don't know, and it doesn't matter. The effect is very luminous but flat at the same time. I'm just seeing it in this light, and there's kind of a gold tinge.
Yeah, I see it too. Was it before or after the painting?
I would say after this is done, he would block it off and then do the negative space. Also, Andy designed the frame to go along with it, which is very rustic, and it absolutely is the perfect complement to the rustic style of the figure.
I love the frame,
yeah.
And I love the fact that Andy did it because it's just so, you can tell it is just made.
Yeah.
You know, I love the piece. It's very fitting with the piece of art.
Also, this is a work of art. It's in the hands of a master. He knows what he's doing. doing. He is totally in control of the art of drawing the figure.
And such a great guy, too. I've met him several years here. He's just awesome. Well, we'll keep this piece open. I could talk about these pieces forever, but we can't, and you can't wait long either. Pick up the phone and call now because they go fast. We are halfway through the break. We'll keep it open and check in over at the recap station for all the bidding updates and more.
We have ourselves an auction, and you can take away an amazing work of art when you're the winning bidder. So let's recap these first three. Item number 25A is Sitting Pretty by Nicole Slater. It's an acrylic on canvas. It measures 36 by 24. It has a retail value of $1,200. We are currently sitting at $375. Really need to get that up to $500. Item number 25B is Mick Jagger by Michael Solomon. This is a photograph measuring 20 by 24. It has a retail value of $750, and we are currently sitting at $300. Michael Solomon, it happens to be a really good friend of mine. We've worked together for years. He's an avid collector. He's an amazing photographer. He is the son of Russ Solomon, who owned Tower Records. So that's how he had access to photograph somebody so famous. That is currently sitting at $300. We're looking for $400. Item number 25C is Live Model number 1, a lovely figure drawing by Andy Littlefield. It's charcoal and it measures 26 by 20. It has a retail value of $300, and we are currently looking for an opening bid of $100. You can't get one of these in your house if you don't start bidding. You've got to call the number on your screen, get online, go through the collection, figure out what you need to buy from this auction. It goes on all day tomorrow, but this is the last couple of pieces that'll be up for the night. You need to call 844-584-3278 now. I've got all of these people that are just waiting for you to call so they can log in your bid. Let's go through them again really quick. Item number 25A is Sitting Pretty by Nicole Slater. It's an acrylic on canvas. It measures 36 by 24, has a retail value of $1,200, and it is currently sitting at $375. I really want to get a $500 bid in on that one. Item number 25B is Mick Jagger by the well-known Michael Solomon. This is photography measuring 20 by 22, has a retail value of $750. We are currently sitting at $300. What a great piece to put in your music room. Item number 25C is Live Model number 1 by Andy Littlefield. This is a charcoal measuring 26 by 20. It has a retail value of $300. I am currently looking for a bid of $100. So you got to call now and bid because these items are going to be gone in about 5 minutes. That's the news from the recap station. Let's check out some more art for this hour with Rob and Steve.
Such a great half hour. We're back with the second half of this break, and Steve's with me here. We're going to 25D, Aquarium Life by Stephanie Nichols Stubbe. A beautiful acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $450. What a fun piece of art.
Fun. According to Stephanie, what she did for inspiration, she had the experience and then was inspired by it. I just spent an hour in front of an aquarium, just kind of dreaming there and watching the aquarium life and the things floating to and fro. And then her artist brain kind of woke up and said, I got to paint this. And she did a wonderful job of it, because just as she was wandering through the aquarium with her eye, she is forcing us to wander through the same aquarium in her eye.
Oh, good point.
Yeah,
I feel that now. I do feel it.
Look at the way look at the way all of these, the flip-flop and changing directions and the play of dark against light. And look at the surprise detail down here. It's just aquarium life celebrated.
It is. It really is in one piece, and I love I just love these colors here, as well as here. The color is just fantastic.
Well, the colors are complementary, and they always pop. What I'd also want to commend Stephanie for is, even though it's a watery subject, this is done in a very bold way. And she originally worked entirely in watercolor, and then switched to acrylic. The advantage of the acrylic for an artist like Stephanie is that she can have both the transparency and the advantages of opaque paint. So she gets that power and that that subtlety that both mediums.
Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. All of these pieces have tremendous interest, which we love to see. Again, this is 25D. If you're just tuning in to the PBS KVIE Art Auction, we hope you stay with us. And if you've been with us all along, keep going, because there's so much more to come. This is by Stephanie Nichols-Stubbe, acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20, retails for $450. You're looking at the current bid on your screen right now. And I would love to know from your perspective if this is a piece that you would have someone start a collection with or give as a gift. What would you do with it?
Well, I know I'd spent a lot of time looking at it, because that's what I was doing while you were talking. Sorry, Rob.
That's okay. That's what we all do.
It's a hypnotic little painting, and this is exactly what she's designing it to be.
It is hypnotic. I like that.
The more you look at it, the better you're going to like it.
I love it, and it is a hypnotic piece, but we don't want you to become hypnotized, because you'll miss out on getting this piece for you. We're going to keep it open. Good interest in this piece. We love that. We'll keep it open. Thank you, Stephanie, and we're going to move on to the next piece on the art auction, which is 25E, Tweeting and Traffic. Robert N. Anderson is the artist. How beautiful. Look at that. Oil on canvas measuring 15 by 30. Retail value is $450. And voila, there it is right there. First impressions.
Well, you can't. The title tells us what the artist's intent is, and you got to smile, because it's tweeting in traffic is the world we live in right now.
And we hope there's a red light somewhere stopping that traffic.
and Robert is showing this character in her own little bubble. Notice this is the only bright red that we have in the picture, which also helps to spotlight her.
It's a beautiful piece.
It's delightful, and it's endlessly interesting and amusing. I think he also elevates the painting by being so in control of the background. We have the effect of the camera lens in the circular light sources that we see. A camera sees it that way, and we understand immediately what it is that we're looking at. Plus, I love all of his dark, rainy film noir streets that he gives us just to set the stage for this.
Look how that flows into. I mean, I'm just staring at this while you're talking and hearing your words come to life in the art, and it really is blended beautifully.
The fact that not only has he got this delightful anecdote, but he's also elevated it to fine art.
This is fine art.
Yeah. If the camera can back off just a little bit, if you look at the entire picture, and then you take the anecdote center of interest out of it, what you have is a spectacular abstract, something that you can live with forever. And then we get that extra little bonbon of the story behind it.
I love that you did that.
Yeah.
I really think that's fascinating. This is a piece that is right now available to you if you are the highest bidder. Tweeting in Traffic, it's item 25E. Robert N. Anderson is the artist on this piece. Oil on canvas measuring 15 by 30. Retail value is $450. Really good price points on this half hour of amazing art.
Yeah,
I mean, really amazing. And I just have to say, I just have to point that out, frankly. The colors on this, I love, and I think it's very that's another piece I want.
Everybody's going to comment on this when you hang it in your home. Everyone is going to comment on it. They'll love it.
We have about 20 seconds left in this piece, and I always love when that happens because I want your final thoughts.
Oh, now I have to say something profound.
Well, you're good at that. So don't overthink it because it comes naturally to you.
Well, I like it because it's easy. It's something that you can appreciate on all levels, not only just the fun part of it, but also on the high art part of it. It checks all the boxes.
And Steve is talking to you. If you are considering this piece, act on what Steve just said and call right now and place your bid. The number is on our screen. We'll keep that beautiful piece by Robert Anderson open and move on to the next. Item 25F is A Princess by Adrian Emmering. And this is mixed media, measuring 23 by 19. Can't wait to hear what you have to say about this. Retail value is $200. And Steve Memmering, tell us about Andrea Emmering's
I thought the same
piece.
thing.
Yeah, I know, I felt it.
I've talked to long-distance operators having fun or confused by my name, and I'm sure Miss Emmering has the same problem. At any rate, what a gorgeous piece this is. I love the languid model here in the center. Reminds me of Art Nouveau, which also is one of her references. I think Gustav Klimt is one of her heroes, and it has that kind of sensuous elegance and the long hair blending into the collage patterns, typical of sort of an Art Nouveau approach, and at the same time very contemporary.
I'm looking at what you just said about the collage patterns. Do you know what that is? Is it painted or is it mixed?
Oh no, those are appliques.
They're appliques.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
wonderful.
Yeah, so it is done so subtly that you can't tell.
Yeah, I was wondering.
And I know artists wince when the commentators talk about the framing because they want to talk about the art. But in this case, I think it's justified because, like in an Art Nouveau painting, the frame is very important. Look at the black frame here is repeated in the black line here.
And then it pops here.
And then it pops here. This is all very well thought out. So the entire piece is like a work of art. The frame is so beautifully integrated with the art in the center that it becomes a real artifact.
And every single piece that we have in the auction is ready to hang on your wall. There's nothing that has to be done to any of them. They leave here ready for you. But you have to call and get active in the auction by calling the number on your screen. This item is 25F, Princess by Adrian Emmering. You could give this to the princess in your life. Mixed media, measuring 23 by 19. Value is $200 for the retail. You see the current bid on your screen right now. And all of the money that we raise during the PBS KVIE art auction goes to help sustain us year-round and bringing the content to you. Okay, so what else do you feel about this piece?
Well, it's the kind of thing that would just go anywhere. I could certainly see this in a bedroom and has that kind of intimate quality to it, but it's done so beautifully, tastefully that you can show your grandma this painting and she'll love it.
It's beautiful. Very well said. All right, we are nearing the end of this break, which means now is your last opportunity to bid on the art that we featured during this half hour. Let's check in over at the recap station and find out exactly where things stand for an update.
Okay, the number to call is on your screen, and we are minutes away from wrapping up this break. I am so excited about the next couple pieces. Item number 25D is Aquarium Life by Stephanie Nichols-Stubbe. It's an acrylic on canvas. It has a retail value of $450. We are currently sitting at $275, so let's get that up closer to the retail. Item number 25E is Tweeting in Traffic by Robert N. Anderson. Robert, if you are out there watching right now, you need to be showing at my gallery. This is amazing. This is one of my favorite pieces in the entire auction. It's got a retail value of $450. It's currently a bell ringer. But this piece is a stunner that we can keep raising up that price because it's definitely worth it. And Robert, call me. Item number 25F is Princess by Adrian Emmering. It's a mixed media. It measures 23 by 19, and it has a retail value of $200. We are currently sitting at $75. You can't get these pieces unless you pick up the phone right now, people, and call. It's really quick. It's really easy. You pick them up here at the studio, and you can have it in your home tomorrow if you wanted. Let's go through all of them really quick. These are the current pieces that are closing soon. Item number 25A is Sitting Pretty by Nicole Slater. It has a retail value of $1,200. We are sitting at $700. We're at half of retail. Let's get it up to $8. Item number 25B is Mick Jagger by the really well-known Michael Solomon. This photograph is a retail value of $750, and it's currently sitting at $400. Item number 25C is Live Model number 1 by Andy Littlefield. It's a charcoal with a retail value of $300. I have a $100 bid. Let's get that up to $200. Item 25D is Aquarium Life by Stephanie Nichols Stubbe. This is an acrylic. It retails at $450, and the current price is at $300. Let's get that one up to a bell ringer. You know somebody with a fish tank that needs to hang this right next to it. Item number 25E is Tweeting in Traffic, Ring the Bells by Robert N. Anderson, my new favorite artist. It has a retail of $450, and it is currently sitting at $825. Let's get it up to $1,000. He deserves it. Thank you for the piece, by the way, Robert. Item number 25F is Princess by Adrian Emmering. This is a mixed media. It's got a retail value of $200. We're sitting at $100. Let's get that up to that $200 and give me another bell ringer for the end of this. Like I said, we're closing this in 5 minutes. You need to call that number on your screen and get your bid in, because otherwise it's going to go home with someone else. So please stay with us. We've got a whole nother half hour coming up after this one. You've got to call that number on the screen. Get online and look at the pieces that are coming up in the next half hour. Look at tomorrow's work. We've got a whole day of art tomorrow, and if you don't bid, you're not going to win a piece. And you can pick it up right here at the studio. We've got people that'll help you put it in your car. It's all nicely wrapped. And remember, 100% of that price goes to PBS. So stay with us. There is more art coming up in the next half hour of your PBS art auction.
Picking up your purchased artwork is quick and easy to do. Visit PBS KVIE Sunday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased artwork must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being a part of the PBS KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Coming up next is the Still Life category, awards juried by Susan Ballinger. This category depicts natural or human-made objects focusing on form, color, texture, and composition. View all of the artwork featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi, I'm Dee Neath, the Art Lady, and the phones have been ringing. We're about to start the last break of the night with this Still Life collection. So here's an overview of the art that's going to be up for bid in the next half hour. Item number 26A is In Full Bloom by Annie O'Connell. This is a gorgeous oil on canvas measuring 30 by 30 and has a retail value of $1,300. Item number 26B is White Peony by Anthony Rigoni. This is a watercolor. It measures 20 by 27 and has a retail value of $2,000. Item number 26 is Flutter by Marcella Bambola. Boy, we love her. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 36 and has a retail value of $600. Don't you love bees? Item number 26D is Dazzling Dancing Dahlias by Diane DeCarlo. This is an oil on canvas. It's 16 by 20, and it is a juror's award for Still Life. It has a retail value of $375. Item number 26E is Wisdom 2 by my friend Sue Torngren. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 18 and has a retail value of $600. Item number 26F is Cheesecake by Dave Keck. This is a watercolor measuring 17 by 14 and yummy, yummy, yummy retail value of $350. The phone lines are open and ready to take your bids. Now let's head over to see the art with our auctioneer and art expert.
Hello there again. I'm Rob Stewart. Thanks so much for joining us. And we're so excited to present to you right now the still life category. With me again in the studio is Steve Memmering, art expert. And Steve, we're so glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Sharing your expertise with us today. Wow.
Yes.
Beauty.
Indeed.
This is 26A, Full Bloom by Annie O'Connell. Oil on canvas measuring 30 by 30, retail value $1,300, and this is spectacular.
It takes your breath away.
It does.
It?
I mean,
Yeah.
it really does. It did both of us when we walked over.
I think her passion for this flower is obvious in what she's done with it. This is not a tulip. This is a parrot tulip, by the way.
A parrot tulip.
And the parrot tulip is noted for the when it's in full bloom. Hence the title. The petals become very lacy and feathery, like the petals, like the feathers on a parrot.
A parrot.
And
oh, yeah.
So hence the name.
I didn't know that.
I'm quoting Annie. She says, tulip aficionados say orange is the happiest tulip color. If that is the case, this is a very happy bloom, which lets you know what her objective is. She's meant to celebrate
spectacular.
Well,
I mean, she's
yeah.
celebrating color in and of herself of this, because I love the undertones of, and the tulips are so magical for that, especially this type of tulip.
Yeah.
And I just think it's spectacular that she captured it in its full glory. This can be in your home by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen. Go ahead.
And I think her choices of color too, that she will counterpoint these glorious oranges and yellows with this center green stamen business here.
Do you have anything to say about the composition or the angle?
Well, I think she's very. She obviously wants to spotlight the fact that, or underscore the fact that it's the feathery silhouette that makes the painting, makes the tulip what it is. So she gives us a flat, off-white background, which not only, like I say, underscores that effect, but gives it a very contemporary look.
I'm just impressed that you know that's flat and off-white. It's just beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. This I'm obsessed with these colors too that carry out.
Yeah.
Now, would you say I don't know my complementary colors? So
you bad boy.
Are these complementary colors?
Green and red, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're far enough away from each other on the color wheel that they vibrate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And it's I love the energy and the Baroque.
Oh, I do too.
Explosive energy.
I do too.
It reminds me a little bit of a Georgia O'Keeffe in a sense.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But this is a one-of-a-kind ready for you. It's 26A in full bloom by Annie O'Connell. Oil on canvas, a beautiful large piece, 30 by 30 are your measurements. Retail value is $1,300, and there's a lot of interest in this. Look at those colors, oh my gosh. We will keep this piece open and move on to the next piece in the 2024 PBS KVIE art auction. Let's move on to this is 26B, White Peony by Anthony Ragone. This is watercolor measuring 20 by 27. Look at that beautiful peony. Retail value is $2,000, and take it away.
Anthony is a major watercolor force in this area, and he's highly, highly collectible. For those of you who are stunned by the $2,000 price tag, that's nothing for a piece like this. He is a member of NWS and CWA. I believe he's signature member of both.
That's the National Watercolor Society?
Yes,
okay.
Both a signature member and highly, highly thought of in the art circle. But let's look at the painting. This is so lovely. It's a white flower against a dark background, but look what he does with it. Every color in the rainbow is reflected in that beautiful peony, and it's got an uplifting effect to it. It's like a ballerina. Mm-hmm. It's very balletic. I keep thinking of a ballerina's tutu. Mm-hmm. It sort of evokes that.
It's just leaping into the air, and it is so beautiful. And I'm glad you said that about the price. I really am glad you said that. This is item 26B. If you're just tuning in, this is White Peony Anthony Rigoni watercolor measuring 20 by 27. Retail value is $2,000 on this piece. And as Steve just said, I believe your words were that's nothing compared to what it could be.
Yes, they need to hear that.
Is that because of the artist's expertise?
It's the fact that he produces work like this and has been doing this quality of work for many, many years. And a lesser artist would take the subject of a white flower against a dark background, and that's what you'd get, a white flower against a dark background. This is something which just takes your breath away because of the surprises and the variations in shapes and the whole spirit of the piece is just elegant.
And you know, now I'm looking at it and thinking about all that goes into a watercolor and how hard watercolor is, and yet this looks so effortless for him.
Well, like all great art, it looks like nothing, and yet years of training goes into it to make it look like he did it in a moment.
So if you were going to pitch someone on this piece and you had 20 seconds to tell them why, what would you say?
Well, from an artistic standpoint, this is the kind of painting that every time you look at it, it's going to lift your spirits, just like that flower is lifting out of that dark space. And from an investment point of view, say this is a coup. If you were to get this painting, it would be a real coup for you, and it would be an investment that would increase through the years.
Wow.
You can't go wrong with someone like this artist, Anthony Rigoni.
You've only said that in the past over an hour that we've been working together.
I don't say it often.
You've only said that 3 times.
I don't say it often.
I know you don't. You really only say that when you really mean it, and I love that. So we're going to keep this piece open, and it's White Peony by Anthony Rigoni, and this is 26B. If you're following along, retail $2,000. You see the current bid on your screen. Okay, 26C is Flutter. Look at, oh my gosh, this is amazing. This is by Marcella Bambola, who is a dear friend to PBS KVIE, longtime contributor. Acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24. Retail value is $600 for this masterpiece named Flutter by a person that's a masterpiece as well. First impressions.
Well, when I saw this originally digitally, I said, okay, well, that's a pleasant little painting, and then I saw the original, and it kind of took my breath away.
Yes.
It is so impressive, and I think that the title kind of gives us the clue of how Marcella wants us to approach the piece. This is a fun painting. It is a kind of tapestry. It
is. This would be such a beautiful tapestry too.
Yeah, and it would work as a tapestry on your wall. At the same time, it has all of these cute little anecdotal elements, which is part of the fun of the piece. There's nothing depressing or down about this at all. It's meant to be uplifting, and charming, and delicious to look at.
It makes me very happy.
Yeah.
And I love when I look at a piece of art and it makes me happy. It also tells a story and takes you on a journey, which is what we do on PBS KVIE. And to continue that content, we do this auction also to showcase the artists in our region. And we can bring this piece to you by picking up the phone, calling the number on your screen, and you can place a bid on this one-of-a-kind creation by Marcella Bambola, acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24. It's called Flutter. Isn't that pretty? Retail value $600. What else?
One other aspect of it is the line is very important, and it doesn't overwhelm you because it's done in a gold line, and it travels throughout. And I think that's the first thing that she starts with is the linear aspect of it. She calls it her doodle art, but she takes it so much further. The effect is a combination of a tapestry and a stained glass window.
Oh, you know what? That's exactly right. I could not figure it out. Every time I try to think something, it comes out of your mouth. You're just so good at that. If we were standing next to this and I were trying to figure out if I were going to buy this or not, what would you say to the person who's thinking about it?
Well, it's the kind of painting that you put it on your wall or anywhere in your home or office, and you will always come back to it. It'll always make you smile as you go by, and you're not going to get tired of it.
No, you're so right. It makes me so happy to stand here next to it, and I absolutely Love it. Okay, this is 26C. If you would like to place a bid, pick up the phone and call. This is Flutter by Marcella Bombola, acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 24. Retail value is $600. The current bid is on the screen. We're halfway through this break, which means we're going to keep this piece open and check in over at the recap station, see how bidding's going.
We're in our last break of the evening right now, and our volunteers are so eager to take your bids in this half hour. So let's look at where the bids are right now. We've got some really good stuff up. Item number 26A is Full Bloom by Annie O'Connor. This is a beautiful oil on canvas. It measures 30 by 30. And ring those bells, people. It's a bell ringer already at $1,300. But that does not mean we've closed it out. We are still taking bids. We are looking for $1,400. Item number 26C is Flutter. 26B is White Peony by Anthony Rigoni. This is a watercolor, and it's gorgeous. It measures 20 by 27. It has a retail value of $200. I am sitting on a $500 bid. You buy this for your wife, you will never have to buy her flowers again. Item number 26C is Flutter by Marcella Bombola. This is an acrylic on canvas. This is one of my favorites. Its retail value is $600. We are currently sitting at $500. Can we make this into a bell ringer? Marcella brings cookies down to the KVIE art auction staff every single day of the auction. And not only does she make great cookies, but she's an amazing artist. We are sitting at $500. Let's get that up to $600. We really need to make it a bell ringer. And you can only do that by calling the number on your screen. Don't forget, we're closing this out. This is the last part of tonight's auction. We will be here all day tomorrow to take bids. Get online tonight. Go to kvie.org/art auction. You can see everything that's coming up for bid tomorrow. Write down the pieces you love and when they're on, and get ready to call that number and make a high bid. Remember, 100% goes to KVIE. So let's go through them again. Item number 26A in Full Bloom by Annie O'Connell is currently at its retail value of $1,300. I am looking for a $1,400 bid on that one. Item number 26B, and it is a bell ringer. Item 26B is White Peony by Anthony Rigoni. It is a watercolor. It's got a retail value of $2,000. We're sitting on a $500 bid. Let's get that up towards $1,000. It's a gorgeous piece. Item number 26C is Flutter by our cookie lady, Marcella Bombola, and it is got a retail value of $600. We are sitting at $550. Just kick that up to $600 so we can show Marcella how much we appreciate what she does for KVIE by making it a bell ringer. Now let's head back to the art review for the second half of this break with Rob and Steve.
Welcome back, and we are here with the second half of this break, continuing on with our next piece, which is so beautiful. It's also a Jurors Award winner. 26D is Dazzling Dancing Dahlias by Diane DiCarlo. I like that. Oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16, retail value $375, and ding ding, it's a Jurors Award for Still Life.
Susan Ballinger, who was the juror for this piece, went on quite eloquently about how much she enjoyed what the artist was doing here. She commented on how beautifully these petals, how sinuous and expressive they were, and it's the kind of painting you look at it and you know exactly what the artist had in mind and what she was celebrating. Baroque, crazy, sinuous, great fun. The anecdote, too, the story behind it was that Diane, her dentist, has a dahlia farm or dahlia garden, and every year when they're in bloom, the dentist will put out bouquets for her clients. Why don't I have this?
Really?
Yeah. And so she chose this and just fell in love with the color.
So the dentist has a dahlia farm that Diane painted and named Dazzling Dancing Dahlias by Diane DiCarlo. Lots of D's.
And she said, and I'm quoting her, this piece makes me happy. And it makes me happy to look at it, too. It's
An A-plus piece.
It's got everything.
A beautiful piece. It can be yours. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. This is a Jurors Award winner for Still Life. This is truly a spectacular piece of art, and it can be yours by picking up the phone and calling the number on your screen. This is retailing at $375. You see the current bid on the screen. I love those colors, Steve. Just look at that.
Absolutely rich, and it's the negative, the cool negative space behind it helps to kind of spotlight these gorgeous, lush roses and creams.
They leap beyond the frame.
Yeah,
they really do.
It has that kind of vibrating quality as well. And look how smart she is. After all this Baroque craziness down here, she sobers it up with a very nice, solid structure to place it all on. But she's learned her lessons from Matisse and Cézanne. It's not horizontal. She places it on an angle. She's not going to let us off that easy. And even the flower motif is repeated in the little glass, the little etched glass on the vase. So she's a very smart artist. She knows what she's doing. And I will comment on the frame because she comments on the frame. She chose it purposely because it had the same kind of razzle-dazzle, I believe was her term, that is a perfect complement to the subject matter in the center.
It really is beautiful, and I just would think that this award winner would be something that anyone would want in their home. I know I would. So thank you so much for this piece, Diane DiCarlo. We're going to keep this piece open. Retails at $375, but you see the current bid right there. So this is an exciting auction, and we will keep this piece open. Item 26E is Wisdom 2 by Sue Torngren, and this is acrylic on canvas, measuring 18 by 18. Framing services by University Art Center, and the retail value is $600. All right, take it away, Steve.
It's a hypnotic piece, isn't it? This is another person who had a garden piece that she went through her garden, she looked at the succulent, but instead of doing the obvious and giving a conventional view, she went over it, looked down on it, and found a kind of a spiritual aspect to it. The radial symmetry automatically projects it into something else.
It's beautiful.
And she underscores that too by the light on the edges here. Makes us really look at that in a different way.
And I just realized the background is a deep, deep green, the negative space.
Deep green. And the complementaries are in here, so
gorgeous.
She knows what she's doing.
This piece is, look at it on the monitor too. My gosh, it just leaps through.
I think also, Rob, it's the right size. If you were to have it any larger, it would be overwhelming. And any smaller, it would be easy to dismiss it. But this is just the right size, and it makes you look at it, makes you think.
It's fantastic. I hope that you pick up the phone and call the number on your screen to get involved in the art auction. This piece you're looking at is a one-of-a-kind, created by the artist, donated to us to sell to you so that we can bring in the money needed to keep the content going all year long that you've come to sustain on PBS KVIE, and we are glad that you do. And this beautiful piece, 26E, Wisdom 2 by Sue Torngren, acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 18, a nice square size. Framing services by University Art Center. The back is where a lot of the framing work had to be done, frankly. And the retail value is $600. What else?
Hypnotic. I can't take my eyes off it. And then I looked at the screen, and the screen, it's the same effect. I can't take my eyes off it. Very smart painting, and I think honestly felt. And it's very sculptural, it's realistic, and at the same time, it makes us think on a higher level.
I do. I love that. It does make us think on a higher level. And I also feel like the artist sees in nature, even though these colors weren't in it, the beauty of nature and brought it all into one.
The concept of the infinity in a drop of raindrop.
You got it. Absolutely. All right, so give me your 10-second last hurrah.
Well, like I say, I don't know whether I have a hurrah left for this one because I keep staring at it. It's just, it's hypnotic. And like I say, it on your best day, it'll make you think on a little higher level and kind of help you through the day.
And I do have to say that we keep staring at it because we keep seeing something new.
It's great.
Fantastic piece. We'll keep it open. Hopefully you're a new bidder. Pick up the phone, call the number on the screen, and get involved right now. The next piece in this half hour, oh my gosh, does that make me hungry? I love that. I love cheesecake. And I've been clearly eating too much of it lately. This is 26F Cheesecake by Dave Keck. Watercolor, I was not expecting that.
Good.
Measuring 17 by 14. Retail value is $3.50. Tell us about this beautiful cheesecake covered with blueberries and sauce.
It's hard for us to get past the subject matter because we eat with our eyes first.
Yes, and we buy with our eyes first too. So if you're seeing this, pick up the phone and call the number on your screen.
Well, my compliments to Dave for doing such a beautifully executed piece. His inspiration was he was at an art reception, and then the desserts came off, and that artist's eye turned on. He said, I should paint that. And look what a wonderful job he's done. You know, when we look at pies and cakes, you know, in Sacramento, we instantly think of Wayne Thiebaud and his pop versions of it. This is the same subject matter, but an entirely different approach. But the succulent, sensuous nature of it is still there, and it's hard to get past it. But he brings it to a higher level.
This is such a gorgeous piece. You know, you mentioned Wayne Thiebaud. Someone just found a Rembrandt in their attic, and it went for $1.4 million.
Oh my God!
So you
it's
never
everyone's
know
dream. It's everyone's dream.
I know. So you never know what art will turn into, and this is a gorgeous piece that really captures and celebrates food, which Northern California is all about as well.
Oh, well, I will say that I compliment Dave in that it's a very sophisticated piece too. Once we get past the subject matter,
I see that. Now that we take all the food out of it, it's a spectacular piece of art. We wouldn't say that about the food if the art didn't really represent it.
Look at the way all of these, the dark mat and the dark frame, just kind of highlights or this wonderful white area around here, and then there's an edge to the frame. Once again, I hate commenting on the frame. Sorry, Dave, I hate commenting on the frame, but the frame does really help elevate it. And what a gorgeous piece! It'll go anywhere.
Yeah, and he could have done this, you know, in a horizontal direction, but he did it vertical. Yeah, and I love that as well. Yeah. We've been hearing about how verticals go so great in homes, and I just think it's a fantastic piece. Pick up the phone, call the number on your screen. This beautiful piece of cheesecake, 26F, and it is by Dave Keck. This could be yours by calling the number that you see right now. The retail value is $350. You see the current bid on your screen, and we are just about out of time here, and I do want to get your final thoughts on Dave's beautiful cheesecake.
Well, you know, I keep looking at it, and I'm so amazed at how much sensuous information he's giving us. The glistening light on those cherries, and the drip of that juice coming down. All wonderful stuff, and he's doing it with transparent watercolor and not oil paint.
Yeah, he knocked it out of the park.
Knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, this is a home run piece right now, and it could hopefully end up in your home by calling the number on your screen. You're amazing. I love working with you.
So are you.
It just is so much fun. We're nearing the end of this break, which means this now is your final opportunity to bid on the art featured in this half hour. And of course, we want to thank our art expert, Steve Memmering, for visiting us today and sharing his knowledge and his expertise. Such a pleasure. Okay, let's check in over at the recap station for a bidding update and more.
Just a few minutes left in this break and a few minutes left in tonight's portion of the KVIE auction. So don't hesitate if you want a piece of art this break. Your opportunity is right now. Let's recap those last three items. Item number 26D is Dazzling Dancing Dahlias by Diane DiCarlo. This is an oil on canvas that measures 20 by 16. It has a retail value of $375. We have got a current bid of $450, which makes it a bell ringer. Can I get a bell? Can a lady get a bell? Item number 26E is Wisdom 2 by my friend Sue Torngren. This is an acrylic on canvas. It has a retail value of $600. We are sitting at $550. Let me close this hour with all bell ringers. Give us another $50 bid. It's a glorious piece. Item number 26F is Cheesecake by Dave Keck. Yummy, yummy. Retail value is $350. We're at $175. What a sweet little piece for your living room. Let's get that up to $350 and make these bell ringers. Let's go back and look at all of the pieces that are still open but closing soon. Item number 26A is Full Bloom by Annie O'Connell. It has a retail of $1,300. Ring those bells. We're sitting at $14. Item number 26B is White Peony by Anthony Rigoni. It's a watercolor and it's gorgeous. It has a retail value of $2,000. We are at $1,800. We need to get that up to $2,000 so we can make it a bell ringer as well. Item number 26 is Flutter by our friend Marcella Bambola. It has a retail value of $600. It is a bell ringer at $1,000. Thank you again, Marcella, for always contributing. Item number 26D is Dazzling Dancing Dahlias by Diane DiCarlo. Boy, that's hard to say. And it is an oil on canvas. It's got a retail value of $375. Ring those bells. But we're still accepting bids. Item number 26E is Wisdom 2 by Sue Torngren. It has a retail value of $600. And ring the bells again. Item number 26F is Cheesecake by Dave Keck. It has a retail value of $350. Let's make that a bell ringer and get it up to $350. It's at $175 right now. You've got a few more minutes to bid on these. All you've got to do is call that number on your screen. Don't forget, we're closing out the art auction. It's the last few pieces of the night, but we'll be here soon again. But call that number right now because we're going to close them out in about 5 minutes. And you can't win if you don't bid. Let's look at item number 26D. It's $375, and we have a bid of $450, so we've got another bell ringer, but it's still open. Item number 26D is Dazzling Dancing Dahlias. Ring those bells. Item number 26E is Wisdom by Sue Torngren, also a bell ringer, but we are still accepting bids. Item number 26F is Cheesecake. Let's get that up there. It's right now at $175. It's got a $350 value. Let's close the night out with bell ringers. Give us a call on that number. All right, well, that's a wrap for tonight. We'd like to thank you so much for watching. Join us tomorrow for our third and final day of your PBS KVIE art auction. We begin at 10 for another round of excitement. I'm Dee Neath, the Art Lady. Thanks for supporting PBS and KVIE. We'll see you tomorrow.